Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance, because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are now. Let's begin day 0. The clay was wrong and Elliot knew it before his hands even touched the wheel. Too wet. He could feel it in the weight of the block as he slammed it against the wedging table. That dense, saturated thud instead of the hollow slap that meant the moisture was right. His 5th period ceramics class wasn't listening to him explain why this mattered. They never did on Fridays. You want the clay to hold its shape when you pull it up, he said to 16 faces that were mostly looking at their phones under the table edges. If it's too wet, it'll collapse. You'll get halfway to something beautiful and then... He pressed his palm flat against the block and it slumped sideways, oozing between his fingers. That, Mr. K, can we just use the extruder? That was Becca Halverson in the front row, already bored, already done with ceramics, and possibly with the concept of education itself. The extruder is a tool, not a shortcut. You need to understand the material first. My mom says, understanding the material is what AI is for. A few laughs. Elliot wiped his hands on the towel draped over his shoulder and tried not to look at the clock. 2:14 p.m. 46 minutes until the weekend. He had a frozen lasagna, and the 3rd episode of a show he was only half watching, waiting for him at his apartment. The luxurious emptiness of a Friday night alone, he'd stopped pretending it wasn't what he preferred. After the divorce, the quiet had gone from punishment to refuge, so gradually he hadn't noticed the transition. All right, everyone grab a block from the bin. We're wedging today, just wedging. Get the air bubbles out, get the consistency right. No wheel until Monday. Groans, the scrape of stools, the wet earth smell of the clay room, which was really just the back corner of the art wing, with a drain in the floor and plastic sheeting over the windows that Elliot had requisitioned 3 years ago, and still hadn't been properly replaced with actual ventilation. He loved this room. The light was terrible. The plumbing made sounds like a dying animal at unpredictable intervals. And there was a persistent leak in the ceiling that he caught with a bucket he'd stolen from the janitor's closet. But the room smelled like creation, like wet earth and possibility. And that was enough for him. Jamie Olson was at the back table, working a block of clay with more focus than the assignment required. 16 years old, junior, quiet kid. Wore flannels buttoned to the throat even when it wasn't cold. Had a natural feel for 3-dimensional work that Elliot had been trying to nurture all semester. Jamie didn't talk much, but his pieces spoke. A series of small animal sculptures with a rough, expressive quality that reminded Elliot of Giacometti if Giacometti had grown up on the Iron Range and watched too much anime. Looking good back there, Jamie. Jamie glanced up. A quick nod, the faintest trace of a smile, then back to the clay. The kid's phone sat face up on the table beside him, silent. He was one of maybe 3 students who actually put it on Do Not Disturb during class. Elliot moved between the tables, correcting grips and pressing techniques. Sarah Kowalski was treating the clay like bread dough. Marcus Washington was making something that was either abstract art or a mess. Normal Friday. The heating system clanked and groaned overhead. From the hallway, faintly, the basketball team's footsteps pounding toward the gym for practice. His own phone buzzed in his back pocket. He ignored it. School policy, and anyway, nobody texted him on Fridays except Nora, and those texts were always logistical. Can you pick Lily up at 4 instead of 5? She has a dentist appointment on the 15th. Can you take her? The business correspondence of a dissolved marriage. The first sign that the world was ending came from Becca Halverson's phone. Oh my God! Not her usual dramatic inflection. Something flatter. She was staring at her screen. Becca, phones, Mr. K. Something's happening in Minneapolis. He almost said the thing he always said. Something's always happening in Minneapolis, and it'll still be happening after class. But 3 more phones lit up simultaneously. Then 5. Then the room filled with the cascading buzz of a dozen notifications arriving at once. And Marcus Washington said, "What the fuck?" with the particular reverence of someone who has just read something they cannot process. Language, Marcus. Mr. K, you need to look at this. Elliot pulled his phone from his pocket. 17 notifications, news alerts, text messages, a missed call from his sister in Madison. He opened the news app and the first headline was from the Star Tribune. Violent incidents across Twin Cities. Multiple casualties, hospitals overwhelmed. Below it, a live updating feed of reports that blurred together, attacks at the Mall of America, something at a hospital in St. Paul, the governor's office issuing a statement. The word quarantine appeared twice in the first paragraph. Okay, everybody. There's videos, Marcus said. People are... He stopped. His face had gone the color of old putty. Put the phones away. Mr. K, put them away, now! He heard the authority in his own voice, and almost didn't recognize it. It was his classroom management voice, the one he'd developed over 11 years of teaching. And it worked even now because the kids were still kids, and he was still the adult in the room. And that structure held even when the content of the world had just shifted beneath it. We're going to stay calm. Whatever is happening in Minneapolis is 150 miles from here. Let's... The intercom crackled. Principal Morrison's voice, or someone's voice, it was hard to tell through the ancient speaker system, said something about a lockdown. The word precautionary was in there somewhere, nestled between static bursts like a reassurance trying to drown. All right, you heard it. Lockdown protocol. Everybody away from the windows. Sit against the interior wall. They knew the drill. Every American student alive knew the drill. They moved with the practiced efficiency of a generation raised on lockdown procedures, dragging their stools to the wall opposite the windows, some of them still looking at their phones, some of them looking at each other with the wide-eyed uncertainty of people who'd done this 20 times for practice and were now doing it for the first time for real and couldn't quite locate the difference. Elliot moved to the door, locked it, pulled the shade down over the narrow window. Through it, before the shade fell, he caught a glimpse of the hallway. Empty, fluorescent lit, a dropped backpack on the floor outside the math room. Normal lockdown scene. Nothing wrong. He went to the windows next. The art room was on the 2nd floor, east side, overlooking the student parking lot, and beyond it, the access road that connected to Woodland Avenue. October light, thin and golden. The lot was half full of students' cars. A breeze moved the birch trees along the property line. A squirrel ran across the hood of someone's Subaru. Mr. K? Jamie's voice, quiet from the back wall. Yeah. My phone's getting texts from my mom. She's in the parking lot. She says she's coming to get me. We need to stay in lockdown until... She says the roads are getting bad. She wants to go now. Elliot looked at the boy, looked at the locked door, looked out the window at the parking lot below. He could see a handful of parents' cars pulling in. A silver Honda, a blue F-150, a black sedan. People getting out, walking quickly toward the school entrance. The urgency in their bodies was visible even from 2 stories up. That particular forward lean of someone who is not yet running, but is about to. Let's wait for the all clear, okay? Your mom can meet you at the main entrance when they lift the lockdown. Jamie nodded, went back to his phone. Elliot stood at the window and watched the parking lot fill. More parents, some of them half running now. The main entrance was out of his sightline around the corner of the building, but he could hear, or thought he could hear, raised voices. The heating system chose this moment to produce one of its dying animal groans, and several students flinched. His phone buzzed. Nora. Elliot, are you watching the news? They're saying it's spreading. Winona's schools just went into lockdown too. Where are you? He typed back. At school. Lockdown here too. What's happening? 3 dots. Then, I don't know. People attacking people. They're saying it might be a drug reaction. Something called Nurexilin? There are videos, Elliot. They're bad. Are you and Lily okay? Yes. She's here. We're home. I'm going to pack a bag just in case. Good. Keep me posted. He put the phone away. Excellent. The name meant nothing to him. He filed it away the way you file away the name of a hurricane before it makes landfall. Distant, someone else's problem. A thing that was happening elsewhere, to other people. The parking lot below was getting busy now. Maybe 15 parents' cars, more pulling in. Elliot counted. The art of noticing, his teacher brain, always counting heads, always tracking who was where. He could see a woman running from a blue minivan, really running, and the way she moved made something cold slide through his chest for the first time. Not jogging, not hurrying, running. Arms pumping, head down, like something was behind her. He pressed his forehead to the glass and looked. Nothing behind her that he could see. Just the parking lot, the cars, the late afternoon light. Then, movement to the left. The access road. A man walking. No, not walking. Moving in a way that wasn't quite walking. A stuttering, listing gait, one shoulder higher than the other, head tilted at an angle that looked wrong. Like someone with a broken neck trying to use legs that didn't belong to them. He was wearing a shirt and no jacket in 40-degree weather. He was headed toward the school. Mr. K? Sarah Kowalski's voice was small. There's screaming. There was. Faint, from somewhere inside the building. Below them, maybe the first floor. Not a movie scream, not the kind you'd hear in a haunted house. This was a raw, tearing sound that went on too long and then stopped in a way that was worse than the scream itself. Everybody stay where you are. His own voice sounded distant, like he was hearing it through water. Stay away from the door. He was at the window again, the parking lot. The man with the wrong walk was closer now and Elliot could see more detail. The front of his shirt was dark, soaked with something, and his jaw was working in a rhythmic grinding motion, like someone chewing with an empty mouth. Behind him on the access road, 2 more figures. Same walk. Same wrongness. Then, the main entrance must have opened, or broken, because people poured into the parking lot from around the building's corner. Not a calm evacuation, a stampede. Students, teachers, parents, all of them running in different directions, some toward cars, some just running, and among them, cutting through them like rocks in a stream, figures that moved differently. Faster than the man on the access road. Jerkier. One of them tackled a running woman and they went down between 2 cars and didn't come back up. Though the woman's screams came through the glass, thin and sharp, like a blade held at a distance. 16 students behind him. 16 students sitting against the wall of his art room, some crying now, some silent, some recording on their phones. Elliot's hands were on the windowsill and he could feel the cold glass against his fingertips, and his breath was making small clouds of fog on the pane. Jamie Olson stood up. Jamie, sit down. My mom's down there. Jamie was at the door. His hand was on the lock. Jamie, do not... The lock turned. Jamie pulled the door open and was in the hallway before Elliot's hand reached the place where the boy's shoulder had been. The door swung and bounced off the wall, and Elliot stood in the frame, looking down the corridor at Jamie's retreating back. Flannel shirt, dark hair, sneakers slapping on linoleum, and from somewhere on the first floor, another scream and a crash, and a sound that was wet and solid at the same time. Elliot did not follow. His legs were concrete. His hands were concrete. His lungs had stopped drawing air, and his vision had narrowed to a tunnel with Jamie at the far end, getting smaller, rounding the corner toward the stairwell, gone. The hallway was empty, and then it wasn't. A figure stumbled out of a classroom door 20 feet away, and it was Mrs. Patterson from the English department. And her blouse was torn at the shoulder, and there was blood on her chin, and her eyes were wrong. Filmy. And she saw Elliot, and her mouth opened, and the sound that came out was not a word. He closed the door. He locked it. He stepped back. Behind him, someone was crying. Someone was praying. Marcus Washington said, "Oh God, oh God, oh God," in a loop that sounded less like language and more like breathing. Elliot went to the window. The parking lot was chaos. People running, falling, being caught. Cars trying to reverse out and colliding with each other. The man from the access road was in the lot now. and there were more of them. How many? He counted, stopped counting, counted different things instead. How many were still moving right, still running, with the purposeful gait of the living? Fewer by the second. He saw Jamie. The boy had come out a side exit and was running across the parking lot toward the silver Honda, where his mother must have been. He was fast. 16 and terrified and fast. Elliot's hands pressed flat against the glass, and he felt the cold of it all the way up his arms and into his chest. Jamie reached the silver Honda. The driver's door was open. He stopped, looked inside. Even from 2 stories up, Elliot could see the boy's body language change. The way he went rigid, the way his hands came up to his face, the way he staggered backward 2 steps as if the car had pushed him. Whatever was in that car was not his mother anymore. Or it was, and that was worse. Jamie turned. 3 of them were coming toward him across the lot. That stuttering, lurching walk, but faster now. A jog almost, arms loose at their sides, jaws working. Jamie backed up against the Honda and looked around wildly, and his face turned up toward the school building, and he found the 2nd floor window, and he found Elliot. Their eyes met. 2 stories and 50 feet of autumn air, and it might as well have been nothing. Elliot could see the boy's expression as clearly as if they were standing in the art room together. The terror, yes, but underneath it, the thing that would live in Elliot's dreams for the rest of his life. Recognition, a plea. Not help me, but you see me. The fundamental human need to be witnessed in the moment of your unmaking. Elliot's hands were on the glass. His forehead was on the glass. His breath was making fog, and through the fog, he watched 3 figures close around Jamie Olson in the parking lot of Duluth East High School on an October afternoon, while 16 students sat against the wall behind him, and the heating system groaned, and the clay on the wedging table continued its slow, wet slouch toward the floor. Jamie went down. The screaming was thin through the window. It didn't last long. Elliot did not move. He did not move when the screaming stopped. He did not move when the figures in the parking lot turned and shuffled toward new sounds. He did not move when Marcus Washington threw up against the back wall or when Becca Halverson started hitting the locked door with her fists, screaming to be let out, or when the lights in the hallway flickered and went dark for a moment and came back on buzzing. He stood at the window with his hands flat on the glass, and the fog of his breathing slowly filling his field of vision, until Jamie's body was just a shape among shapes in a parking lot that had become a slaughterhouse, and his mind had retreated to a quiet white room where nothing required him to act. He was still standing there when the door to the art room opened behind him. Ruth Adeyemi had hands like anchors. That was Elliot's first clear thought in what might have been minutes, or might have been much longer. The grip on his arm was so solid, so absolute, that his body registered it before his brain did. One moment he was at the window, and the next he was being turned, physically rotated like a piece of furniture, and a face was in front of his. Wide, dark, framed by close-cropped gray hair, reading glasses on a chain around her neck, eyes that were holding him with the same force as the hands. "Are you bit?" He blinked. "I asked if you're bit. Anywhere. Any blood on you that isn't yours?" He looked down at himself. Clay-stained hands, clean shirt, no blood. He shook his head. "Good. My name is Ruth. I was here for the freshman health screenings. We need to leave right now." Behind her, the art room was empty. The stools were knocked over, the door was open, and the hallway beyond was lit by flickering fluorescents. No students. The back wall where they'd been sitting was vacant except for Marcus Washington's vomit. The kids! Some ran when a teacher came to move them to the gym. The rest went with the teacher. I came in here looking for anyone left. You're it. She still had his arm. "Can you walk?" "Jamie's in the parking lot." Something moved across her face. Quick, controlled, a flinch of recognition that she suppressed with the practiced efficiency of someone who had seen bodies before. "We can't help anyone in the parking lot. We need to go down. Nurse's office. Ground floor, east side." There's a window that opens onto the loading area. How do you... I did the health screenings in the nurse's office this morning. I was on my way out when the lockdown hit. She pulled him toward the door. Her grip was iron. Move your feet. He moved his feet. The hallway was wrong. Not because of what was in it. It was empty, fluorescent lit, institutional beige. But because of what should have been in it and wasn't. No students, no teachers, no noise from the classrooms on either side except from behind one closed door, a rhythmic thumping, like someone hitting a wall with their fist over and over and over. Ruth walked past it without breaking stride. Elliot's eyes caught the narrow window in the door, and he saw, or thought he saw, a shape inside, pressing itself against the door, leaving dark smears on the glass. He looked away. The stairwell was darker. The lights had failed on the landing between floors, and they descended into a gray murk that smelled like sweat and something underneath the sweat. Coppery, organic, the smell of a butcher's drain. Ruth's hand found the railing, and her other hand kept its grip on Elliot's wrist, and she moved with a certainty that seemed impossible for a woman navigating near darkness in an unfamiliar building. "Are you military?" he whispered. "Retired Army nurse. 25 years. She said it the way someone might say they were left-handed. A fact, not a boast. "Step over." He looked down. There was something on the stairs. A shape. A backpack, he told himself. A pile of clothes. His foot came down on the next step, and the shape's texture was wrong under his shoe. Soft and yielding in a way that clothes didn't yield. And he stumbled, and Ruth caught him and pulled him past it, and they were on the ground floor. The nurse's office was at the end of the east hallway. The hall was longer than it had any right to be. Lockers on both sides, some open, contents spilling out, as if students had grabbed their things in a rush and then dropped everything and run. A sneaker, a textbook splayed open. A phone, face up, still lit. A text message visible on the screen. "Mom, where are you, Mom? Mom, Mom." Elliot's own phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't check it. Ruth tried the nurse's office door. Locked. She pulled something from her pocket. A lanyard with keys. The health screening access from this morning. An entire lifetime ago. The key turned and they were inside, and the room smelled like antiseptic and latex, and that cold, clinical scent was the most comforting thing Elliot had ever experienced. The window was above the examination table. Ruth climbed up, heavier than she looked, but strong, her arms hauling her weight with the ease of someone who'd spent decades lifting patients, and worked the latch. The window opened outward onto the loading area behind the school. A concrete pad, a dumpster, and beyond it, the neighborhood street. No movement. Out. Go. Elliot climbed. His hands were shaking, and the shaking seemed to belong to someone else, a stranger operating his body from a distance. He swung his legs over the sill and dropped 4 feet to the concrete, and the impact shot up through his knees and into his spine, and he stood there in the October air and breathed. Ruth dropped beside him with a grunt, adjusted her glasses, looked both ways. "My car's on the other side of the building." "That's not happening." "Is yours?" He pointed. The staff lot was around the corner, adjacent to the student lot. The student lot where Jamie was. That direction. Not happening either. She was already moving, walking fast toward the street. "We need to find a vehicle and get to high ground, somewhere defensible. Do you know this city?" "I live here." "Good. Where's safe?" His brain, which had been functioning on some animal, lower level since Ruth had grabbed his arm, finally began to engage. He thought about Duluth's geography, the long, narrow city pressed between the bluff and Lake Superior, the grid of streets climbing the hillside, the natural bottlenecks. "Canal Park," he said, "down by the lake. There's only a few ways in and out. The ship canal on one side, the lake on the other." "How far?" 2 miles, maybe less." "Then we walk fast." They walked fast. The neighborhood around the school, residential, quiet, houses with jack-o'-lanterns already on porches for a Halloween that would never come, was not empty, but not full either. People on lawns, looking at phones, looking at the sky, as if expecting an explanation to be written there. A woman was loading suitcases into a minivan with the intensity of someone solving an equation. A man stood in his driveway holding a shotgun and looking at nothing. 2 blocks from the school, they heard the first siren, then another, then a cascade of them from every direction, overlapping, climbing over each other, until the whole city seemed to vibrate with the sound of systems trying to respond to a crisis that had already outrun them. Ruth walked like she had a destination and a schedule. Elliot followed. He hadn't made a decision to follow her. His legs had made it for him. The way your legs decide to keep walking after you've already decided to stop. His mind was still in the art room window, still watching Jamie look up at him, still not moving. "You a teacher at that school?" Ruth asked without turning around. "Art teacher, yes." "You know the boy who ran outside?" The question hit him in the sternum. "Jamie Olson, he was my student. I saw him from the first floor window. I saw you watching from the second floor." She said this flatly, without accusation, but the flatness was its own kind of knife. "He looked up at you." "Yes." "And you didn't move?" "No." She walked in silence for half a block, then, "That'll live in you. I won't pretend it won't. But right now, you need to be here. This street. This moment. The boy is gone and you're not. And the people who are still alive are going to need you to be present. Can you do that?" He didn't answer. She didn't ask again. They turned onto a residential street that angled downhill toward the lake, and halfway down the block, a red pickup truck sat idling in a driveway with its driver's door open and its bed loaded with plastic tubs and duffel bags. Someone loading up to evacuate who'd gone back inside for one more thing. Ruth stopped, looked at the truck, looked at the house. "How do you feel about Grand Theft Auto?" Rhetorical question. She walked to the truck and put her hand on the driver's door frame, looking inside. Keys in the ignition, engine running. She turned back to Elliot, and the expression on her face was the first thing since the art room that registered clearly in his mind. Not quite a smile, not quite an apology, but a decision that had been made and would not be unmade. "Hey!" The shout came from the house. A man on the porch, heavyset, holding a box of supplies. "Hey, that's my truck." "Sir, we need your vehicle. There's an emergency at the high school." "I know there's a goddamn emergency. That's why I'm loading up. Get away from my truck." A crash. Not from the house or the street, but from somewhere to the north. The sound of metal hitting metal. A car collision, followed by a long blast of a horn that went on and on. Someone slumped against a steering wheel. Then another crash, and under it, rising like water filling a basin, a sound that Elliot would come to know as well as his own breathing, the collective moan of the infected. Not individual. Not a single voice. The blurred, overlapping exhalation of dozens of damaged throats, producing sound without meaning. The man on the porch heard it too. His face changed. He dropped the box and ran for his truck. But Ruth was already in the driver's seat, hand on the gear shift, and Elliot was in the passenger side because his legs had made the decision again. "Go," Elliot said. She went. In the rearview mirror, the man stood in his driveway, arms at his sides. Elliot watched him until they turned the corner and he was gone. He didn't know the man's name. He'd stolen his truck and possibly his survival supplies, and he would never know if the man made it. He added it to the account. The running tab of things that would cost him later, when there was time for cost. Dean Whitaker was standing in the middle of the road 3 blocks from Canal Park, directing traffic. Not official traffic. Not the organized flow of a functioning city. He was standing at the intersection of Lake Avenue and Railroad Street, with his arms spread wide, waving vehicles toward Canal Park, with the confidence of a man who had decided this was his job now, and was not accepting counter-arguments. He was big, 6'2" at least, barrel-chested red beard that was starting to go gray at the edges, and he wore a Carhartt jacket that looked like it had been through several careers' worth of use. A semi-truck was parked diagonally across the road behind him, blocking the northbound lane. Ruth pulled the stolen pickup to a stop. Dean came to the window. "Canal Park's your best bet. I-35 on-ramp's a mess. 4-car pileup, and those things are all over it. Head down this road, park on the seawall side, stay near the water." "Who are you?" Ruth asked. "Guy with a truck and a bad feeling who listened to the CB this morning." He looked past her to Elliot. You all right, friend? Elliot nodded. He was not all right. He was not anything. Head down to the park. I'll be there when the traffic clears. Ruth drove. The road to Canal Park descended toward Lake Superior, and as they came over the last rise, the lake appeared, enormous, gray, stretching to a horizon that was indistinguishable from the sky. The aerial lift bridge stood ahead, its massive steel frame silhouetted against the October light, connecting the narrow strip of Canal Park to the mainland. To the left, the ship canal cut between the park and the opposite shore. Canal Park was a tourist district in the best of times. Breweries, gift shops, a hotel, the lake walk along the shore. In the worst of times, which was now, it was geography working in their favor. The park was essentially a narrow peninsula, lake on one side, ship canal on the other, the lift bridge as the primary connection to downtown. A natural bottleneck. If the bridge could be controlled, the park could be held. Ruth parked the truck along the seawall. They sat for a moment in the cab, engine ticking, and looked at the water. Small waves lapped at the rocks. The breeze smelled like Superior, that cold mineral smell, like iron and ice. A seagull stood on a lamppost, unconcerned with the end of the world. Now what? Elliot asked. Now we wait. See who else shows up. Figure out what's happening. Ruth opened her door. And you need to eat something. I'm not hungry. I didn't ask if you were hungry. Your hands are shaking and your pupils are dilated, and your blood sugar's crashing because your body just burned through every calorie it had in the last hour. You eat, or you stop being useful. Those are the options. She produced a granola bar from her jacket pocket, one of those individually wrapped ones from a health screening goodie bag. She held it out. He took it. He ate it mechanically, tasting nothing, while the city of Duluth burned behind them and the lake lapped at the shore like nothing had changed. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out. Nora again. They're telling us to go to the school gym. Elliot, it's bad here. If you can come get her. The message ended there. No period, no continuation. He stared at the screen, waiting for more. 3 dots appeared, danced, vanished. He typed, I'm coming. Stay safe. Hold on. The message failed to send. He tried again. Failed. Again. The little red exclamation mark multiplied beside his attempts like an infection of its own. He tried calling. The line buzzed, clicked, and produced a recorded message. All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later. He stood on the seawall with his phone in his hand and the lake at his back, and the cold wind coming off the water, and he could feel the thread that connected him to his daughter stretching, thinning, going taut across 150 miles of a country that was tearing itself apart. If you can come get her from where? From Winona, 200 miles south. Through whatever was happening between here and there. He didn't even have his car. It was in the school parking lot, 3 blocks from a place that had become something else entirely. He looked at Nora's text again, read it 7 times, memorized it the way he memorized colors. Not the words, but the feeling behind them, the fear that had made her drop the last sentence unfinished, the urgency that said this was not precautionary, this was not an overreaction. This was a mother who was scared and needed help and had reached out to the only person she could think of, even though that person was her ex-husband who she'd left 18 months ago, because he was, in her words, someone who watches life happen instead of living it. She wasn't wrong. He put the phone in his pocket. He sat on the seawall. He watched the water. He had no plan. He had no weapons. He had no car. He had a stolen truck that belonged to a stranger and a granola bar wrapper in his pocket, and clay under his fingernails, and a dead student on his conscience, and a daughter somewhere to the south who needed him. And he was sitting on a rock, looking at a lake, because he didn't know what else to do. Ruth sat beside him. She didn't say anything. She pulled out a second granola bar, unwrapped it, and ate it while the sirens wailed and the sun began its descent toward a horizon that didn't care. The first night was sounds. They moved into a gift shop on the Canal Park Strip, Lake Superior Trading Post, a place that sold sweatshirts and shot glasses and miniature replicas of the lift bridge to tourists who would never come again. Ruth cleared the building room by room, while Elliot stood in the entrance holding a fireplace poker from a decorative display and trying to remember how to use his arms. No infected inside. Just the smell of scented candles and lake-themed air fresheners, and the weird normality of a retail space that didn't know the world had changed. Ruth locked the front door, pulled the shades, and set up in the back office, where there was no windows and a solid door. She produced 2 bottles of water from the truck, a packet of almonds, and a first aid kit she'd taken from the nurse's office. "Sleep if you can," she said. He couldn't. He sat in the dark of the back office, on the floor between shelves of boxed merchandise, and listened. The sounds came in layers. The lake, constant. A low hush like static. The wind against the building. And from the city beyond, from the direction of downtown, from the neighborhoods climbing the bluff, the sounds of a world coming apart. Gunshots, first isolated, then in clusters. Sirens that would start and start again, car alarms, and under it all, threading through the gaps, the sound of voices, some screaming, some calling names, some just making noise, because noise was all they had left. At some point, a huge, resonant boom rolled across the harbor. Then another. Elliot crawled to a window and peered through the shade. Across the ship canal, on the superior side, an orange glow was spreading. Fire. Something large was burning. "Get away from the window," Ruth said from the darkness. "Superior's on fire." "Then Superior's on fire. There's nothing we can do about it from here." He went back to his spot on the floor. He thought about Lily. She would be sleeping. It was past her bedtime. And Nora was religious about bedtime, one of the things they'd actually agreed on during the marriage. Lily slept in a purple nightgown with foxes on it. She slept with a stuffed rabbit named Professor Bunn. She slept with one arm thrown over her head and her mouth slightly open, and when she dreamed, her eyelids fluttered like moth wings. He didn't sleep. He sat in the dark and listened to the world die and drew his daughter's face in his mind, over and over, line by line, the way he'd taught his students to draw. Start with the shape of the head, find the eyes, build out from there. He drew her in the darkness behind his closed eyes, hazel eyes, dark hair, the gap where her front teeth had been, the serious expression she wore when she was concentrating on a drawing of her own. She drew foxes, always foxes. Elliot had a portfolio of her work at his apartment, a father's collection, everything she'd ever handed him, from the first scribbles to the more recent pieces, where you could actually tell it was a fox and not a dog or a cat. The foxes were always smiling, big, friendly, impossible smiles. He held her face in his mind and let the sounds of the dying world wash over him. And at some point, against every expectation, he fell asleep, sitting up with his back against a box of Lake Superior, America's freshwater sea sweatshirts. Dean Whitaker arrived at dawn. Elliot heard the diesel engine first. That distinctive, deep-throated rumble that was different from a car, more industrial, the sound of something built for highways and heavy loads. He was already awake, had been for an hour, standing at the gift shop window watching the lift bridge through a crack in the shade. The bridge was still down, open, connecting Canal Park to the mainland. In the gray light, he could see shapes on the far side, on the downtown end of the bridge, moving shapes that didn't move right. A handful of infected, milling at the foot of the bridge, drawn by some sound or memory or instinct to this place where living people had fled. They hadn't crossed yet. Something about the open metal grating of the bridge deck seemed to confuse them. Their feet caught in the gaps, their degraded coordination struggling with the uneven surface. But they'd figure it out. Or more would come, pushed forward by the ones behind them. The diesel engine grew louder, and Dean's semi-truck appeared on the Canal Park side, rolling down the main strip. He'd come around, a different route, avoiding the bridge entirely. He parked across the road like a barricade, climbed down from the cab, and stretched like a man getting out of bed rather than arriving at the end of civilization. Elliot opened the gift shop door. "Morning." Dean's voice was deep and carried the accent of the range, that particular northern Minnesota cadence. somewhere between Norwegian stoicism and blue-collar directness. You the guy from the pickup? Elliot. Dean. How many in your group? 2. Me and Ruth. Make it 3. He walked to the back of his truck and opened the cargo doors. The trailer was half full. Plastic tubs labeled in marker, water, food, tools, misc, stacked with the efficiency of someone who had packed in a hurry, but not in a panic. I've been hauling freight on these roads for 19 years. The CB was screaming all morning yesterday. Truckers from the cities saying the highways were war zones. I loaded up from my place in Cloquet and came here. Why here? Dean looked at him. Water on 2 sides, 1 bridge. You're an art teacher, not a tactician. But even you can see it. Ruth appeared behind Elliot, already sizing up the supplies in the truck with the professional eye of someone who'd managed field hospital logistics. How much food? She asked. 2 weeks' worth for 4 people, maybe? More if we're careful. Water purification tabs, basic tools, some camping gear. He rubbed his beard. I also got a CB radio that's still pulling signals, if you want to know what's happening out there. I want to know what's happening out there, Elliot said. No, you don't. Dean pulled a handheld CB from his belt and held it up. Minneapolis is gone. St. Paul is gone. National Guard tried to set up a line along 694, and it fell in 8 hours. Rochester's got a FEMA camp that's supposedly holding. The Iron Range is dark. No signals, no word. And down south, he looked at Elliot. Where are you from? Here, but my daughter's in Winona. Something shifted in Dean's face, a softening at the edges of his eyes that was there and gone. Winona's in the quarantine zone, or it was, they moved the line twice yesterday. I don't know what that means. It means I need to get south. It means you need to survive the morning first. Come help me unload. They unloaded. Ruth organized. Elliot carried boxes and tried not to think about the infected at the foot of the lift bridge, who were, even now, learning to walk on metal grating. The girl came across the bridge at noon. Elliot almost didn't see her. He was on the 2nd floor of the hotel, the inn on Lake Superior. Abandoned, doors unlocked, rooms still made up as if guests were expected. Using a pair of tourist binoculars he'd found in the gift shop to watch the far side of the bridge. The infected were still there, 8 or 10 of them now, clustered at the downtown end. They swayed. They bumped into each other. Occasionally, one would step onto the bridge deck and immediately stumble as its foot caught in the grating, and it would go down and crawl a few feet before standing and stumbling back to the group as if the bridge was a problem it had tried and failed and would try again later. Then, from a side street behind them, a figure appeared that was clearly, obviously alive, moving with purpose, running in short, calculated bursts. 10 feet, stop, check surroundings, 10 more feet. A woman, small, dark hair in a braid, moving low and fast. Beside her, keeping pace, a dog. A medium-sized pit bull mix, brindle-coated, staying tight to her left leg. She reached the foot of the bridge. The infected were between her and the bridge deck. She stopped behind a concrete barrier, and the dog pressed against her legs, and she was thinking. Elliot could see it in her body. The calculation of a person who'd been doing math like this for hours and hadn't run out of numbers yet. She picked up a rock, threw it. The rock hit a dumpster 30 feet to the right of the bridge with a hollow clang that echoed across the waterfront. The infected turned, shuffled toward the sound. All of them, drawn by the noise like iron filings to a magnet. The woman ran. She hit the bridge at a sprint. The dog was faster but stayed with her, matching her pace. And they were halfway across before the first infected turned back and saw them. It let out a sound, not a moan, not a groan, but a wet, gargling exhalation that was more like a clogged drain than a human voice, and lurched after them. The metal grating of the bridge was her ally. The infected stumbled and caught and fell, while she ran on sneakers that handled the surface like she'd been running on grating all her life. She cleared the bridge. Elliot was already running downstairs, taking the hotel steps 3 at a time, bursting out onto the strip. Dean was there, having seen it too from his truck, a crowbar in his hand. The woman stopped when she saw them. The dog, scarred, one ear torn but alert and controlled, positioned itself between her and them, hackles up but silent. A trained dog, or close to it. Are you hurt? Ruth was there now, the question delivered the way she asked everything, efficiently. No. The woman's breathing was controlled, ragged but managed. She was small, 5'4", athletic, skin brown from sun or heritage. Quick dark eyes that moved between the three of them with the rapid assessment of someone cataloging threats. She wore scrubs, the kind of vet tech or nurse would wear, and hiking boots that didn't match. There was a scar on her left forearm, raised in pink, that drew Elliot's eye. Before you ask, she said, following his gaze. Dog bite. Last year. Not one of them. Wasn't going to ask, Elliot lied. Yes, you were. Everyone does. She knelt and put her hand on the dog's head, and the dog's hackles lowered immediately. This is Copper. I'm Pilar. I was at the animal hospital in Superior when everything went sideways. She looked back toward the bridge. The infected who'd tried to follow were tangled in the grating, crawling, but not making progress. You have any food? We've been moving since last night. Ruth handed her a water bottle and a protein bar from Dean's Supplies. Pilar drank, gave water to the dog first, cupping it in her hand, letting him lap. Then ate the bar in 4 bites. The bridge, Dean said, looking at it with the appraising eye of a man who understood infrastructure. We need to deal with the bridge. Can you raise it? Elliot asked. Lock it in the up position? It's a lift bridge, mechanical. The control house is on top. Dean was already walking toward it. If the power's still on, or if there's a manual override. There's a manual override, Pilar said. They looked at her. I grew up in Superior. I know this bridge. There's a manual crank in the operator's house. It's heavy, but it works. Dean grinned, the first smile Elliot had seen from anyone since the world ended. Show me. They went to the bridge together, Dean and Pilar, while Elliot and Ruth watched the far side through binoculars, and the infected continued their slow, clumsy assault on the grating. An hour later, with the screech of metal that had been sitting for hours and the grinding of gears that needed oil, the aerial lift bridge began to rise. The massive steel counterweights descended. The road deck climbed. The infected on the bridge lost their footing entirely as the angle increased and slid or crawled back toward the downtown side. When the bridge locked in its full-up position, 20 feet of open air separated Canal Park from the mainland. Dean came back down from the control house, sweating and smiling. Bernice here's in good shape for her age, he said, patting the bridge's support beam. She'll hold. Pilar stood beside him, breathing hard from the cranking, the dog at her side. She looked at Elliot with an expression he couldn't read, part assessment, part something softer. How many of you are there? She asked. 4 now, Ruth said, including you. 4's not enough. No, Ruth agreed. It's not. Tommy Greer was found on the 2nd day, hiding in the back room of a candy shop on the Canal Park Strip. It was Copper who found him. The dog had been doing circuits of the park. Pilar's idea, using him as an early warning system for any infected who might have been in the area before the bridge went up. Copper stopped at the candy shop door, sniffed, whined, and sat. Not his alert posture for infected. Pilar had explained the difference. Hackles and teeth for the dead, a sit and whine for the living. He'd been trained for search and rescue before ending up at the animal hospital, abandoned by an owner who moved away. Pilar opened the door. Hello. Anyone alive in here? A sound from the back, not words. A hitching, gulping sound that was either crying or hyperventilating or both. They found him behind the counter in a storage room surrounded by boxes of saltwater taffy and fudge. Skinny brown hair in his eyes, wearing a UMD Bulldogs hoodie with blood on the right sleeve. Not his blood, he said quickly, not his. And when he saw them, the noise he'd been making resolved into words. Oh, thank God, oh, thank God, oh, God. I thought I was the only one, oh, God. You're not the only one. Ruth knelt beside him with the practiced calm of someone who had talked people out of worse states than this. What's your name? Tommy Greer. I'm a freshman at UMD. I was in my dorm when... He stopped. His jaw worked. He looked at the blood on his sleeve, and his face went through something that Elliot recognized, because he'd felt it himself, standing at that window. The memory of the thing you did or didn't do, replaying itself behind your eyes. You don't have to tell us now, Ruth said. My roommate. Something was wrong with him. He came back to the room and he was sweating and he bit me. He tried to, Tommy's hand went to the pocket of his hoodie and came out holding something. A desk lamp base. Small, heavy, ceramic. There was dried blood and hair on the edge. I hit him, Tommy said. I hit him until he stopped. Nobody spoke. The candy shop was silent except for the hum of a cooler that was still running on dying power. Pilar's dog pressed its head against Tommy's knee. How long have you been in here? Elliot asked. Since yesterday, I think. I ran from campus and I went inside the first place that had an open door and I hid. I ate so much taffy. He laughed, a broken, wet sound. I think I ate like 30 pieces of taffy. We're going to take you with us, Ruth said. There's a group forming. You're going to be okay. Tommy looked at her with the desperate gratitude of someone who had been alone with the worst thing he'd ever done and was being told, by an adult, by someone with authority in her voice, that it was going to be okay. It wasn't true and everyone in the room knew it wasn't true, but it was what he needed to hear. And Ruth said it like gospel. Elliot helped the boy to his feet. Tommy was unsteady, dehydrated despite all the taffy, and leaned on Elliot as they walked back to the gift shop that was becoming their base. It was the first time since the art room window that Elliot had touched another person for a purpose other than survival, and the weight of the boy's arm across his shoulders felt like something he'd been missing. He thought about Jamie, pushed it down, kept walking. Margaret Bjornstad arrived that afternoon, as if she'd been expected. Elliot heard her before he saw her, a steady, measured knock on the gift shop's front door. 3 raps, evenly spaced, the knock of someone who expected the door to be answered and was prepared to wait. He opened it and found a woman he hadn't seen in 2 years, standing on the sidewalk with a rolling suitcase, a cane she wasn't using, and an expression of profound impatience. Elliot Korback. I was hoping someone from the school would be here. She walked past him into the shop with the proprietary air of someone entering a room they used to own, which, in the case of a school employee, was close enough. Where's your emergency supplies? Mrs. Maggie? Principal Bjornstad, retired. Which you know because you attended my retirement party and gave a speech about how I once confiscated your coffee thermos. She surveyed the gift shop. Ruth, Dean, Tommy. Pilar, sitting on the floor with Copper. Is this everyone? So far. It'll do for now. I brought bedding, camp stove, 12 cans of soup, a first aid kit, a weather radio, and a biography of Eisenhower. Because if we're going to rebuild civilization, we might as well study someone who did it. She opened her suitcase and began unpacking with the efficiency of someone who had organized 5 decades of school events and was not impressed by the apocalypse. Ruth watched her from across the room. You seem remarkably calm. I ran a high school for 20 years. Do you know what a high school is? It's a building full of 3,000 emotionally unstable people with access to social media and sharp objects, managed by 50 adults who are barely holding it together themselves. This, she gestured vaguely at the world outside. This is a staffing crisis with teeth. Dean laughed. It was the first time any of them had laughed since everything began, and the sound was so unexpected that Copper's ears perked up, and Tommy looked startled and Pilar's mouth twitched in something that might have been a smile. Maggie looked at Elliot. Something in her expression shifted. A softening, barely perceptible, the kind of thing you'd only notice if you'd spent years reading her moods in faculty meetings. I heard about the school, she said, quieter now. I heard about the students. Jamie Olson, Elliot said. I know Jamie. New. She corrected herself without flinching. Talented boy. Quiet. You were doing good work with him. I was standing at the window. Yes. She didn't say anything else about it. She didn't offer comfort or absolution. She just acknowledged it and moved on, and somehow that was more bearable than anything else anyone could have said. Maggie set up the camp stove and heated soup. They ate from mugs because the gift shop didn't have bowls. Cream of mushroom, it tasted like nothing and everything at the same time. Warm and salt, and the animal satisfaction of a body being fed. Tommy ate 3 mugs, Dean ate 2. Elliot held his in both hands and drank slowly, and felt the warmth move through him and tried to accept that being warm and fed and alive while Jamie Olson was dead in a parking lot, was not a betrayal but a fact, and facts did not require permission. "We need to talk about plans," Maggie said, collecting the mugs. "But first, we need to talk about the bridge." Andre Lawson came on the evening of the second day, and he came covered in blood. Elliot was on watch. They'd established a rotation, 2-hour shifts, stationed on the hotel's second floor with the binoculars, when he saw a figure approaching from the south end of the park strip. Not from the bridge direction. From the shore, where the lake walk wound along the rocks toward the neighborhoods beyond. A man moving steadily, controlled, but stained from chest to knee in a darkness that the fading light made impossible to identify as anything other than what it was. "Someone coming," Elliot called down. Dean grabbed the crowbar. Pilar positioned copper. Ruth waited by the door. The man stopped 20 feet from the gift shop. He stood in the last light of the day, and he was perfectly still. Not the stillness of exhaustion, but the stillness of someone who was very good at being still, who knew how to hold his body in space, who was choosing not to move rather than unable to. He was black, 5'11", shaved head, muscular in a way that looked functional rather than aesthetic. His hands hung at his sides, and there was a fireplace poker in his right hand, a twin to the one Elliot had been carrying, and the poker was dark with use. "I'm alive," the man said. His voice was low, steady, and carried the particular flatness of someone who had been running on adrenaline for a long time and had come out the other side. "I'm not bitten. I'm not hurt. The blood isn't mine." "Whose is it?" Dean asked. The man looked at Dean, looked at the crowbar. Something passed between them. An assessment, man to man, the quick calculation of who was more dangerous. There were 7 of them in the restaurant on 4th Street, the Blackwoods Grill. "I was eating lunch when the first one came through the front window." He paused. The fireplace poker turned slowly in his hand. "There aren't 7 of them anymore." Ruth stepped forward. "Let me check you. Standard once over." He submitted to the examination without complaint, standing still while Ruth's hands moved professionally over his arms, his neck, lifting his shirt to check his torso. No bites, no scratches. Just blood. Other people's blood, soaked into his clothes and drying in the creases of his knuckles. "Andre," he said when Ruth stepped back. "Andre Lawson." "Ruth." "That's Dean, Elliot, Pilar, Tommy, and Maggie." Andre nodded. One nod for all 6 names. He looked at the gift shop, at the supplies Dean had stacked near the door, at the defensive positions they'd established. "You need better sight lines," he said, "and someone should be watching the shore, not just the bridge." "We know," Dean said. "Then why isn't someone watching the shore?" The question hung. Dean's jaw tightened. Then he turned and grabbed a chair and carried it to the lake walk side of the building and sat down, facing the water, crowbar across his knees. Andre walked into the gift shop, set the bloody poker against the wall, and sat on the floor with his back against the counter. Copper approached him cautiously, sniffed his hand, and lay down beside him. Andre's hand rested on the dog's back, and his eyes closed, and within 2 minutes, he was asleep. Pilar watched him. "He's done this before," she said quietly to Elliot. "Done what?" "Violence. The way he holds the poker, the grip, the balance. That's not someone who learned today." Elliot looked at the sleeping man and the bloody weapon and the dog, who had decided, with whatever instinct dogs had for these things, that Andre Lawson was safe. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? "Ask me next week," Pilar said. Wendy Cartwright arrived on day 3, driving a Buick Enclave with a cracked windshield and a trunk full of binders. "I was at the Duluth store for a regional review," she explained, standing in the gift shop doorway like someone waiting to be invited in. She was 45, blonde roots growing in dark, wearing slacks and a blazer that looked like they'd been slept in, which they had. "I've been in my hotel room for 2 days. The power went out this morning, and I decided I'd rather take my chances." "How'd you know we were here?" Dean asked. "I saw the bridge go up. Figured anyone smart enough to raise the bridge was smart enough to be worth finding." She looked at the group assembled around the camp stove, at the supplies arranged against the walls, and the expression on her face was not relief, but assessment, evaluation, the look of a manager walking into a store that wasn't up to code. "You have no inventory system," she said. "We have supplies," Ruth said. "You have supplies in a pile. That's not the same thing." Wendy set down her bag and pulled out a legal pad and a mechanical pencil. How many people, how much food, how much water? What's your burn rate per day? Our what? Consumption rate. Calories per person per day, adjusted for activity level. Water in liters, medical supplies by category. She was already writing. You're going to run out of everything in about 6 days at your current rate, just so you know. I can see it from here. Maggie looked at Wendy. Wendy looked at Maggie. Something passed between them. A recognition, maybe, of two women who had spent their lives managing systems, and were not about to stop because the world had ended. Get her a clipboard, Maggie said, and a ruler. Wendy Cartwright inventoried everything they had by sundown. She used the legal pad, the mechanical pencil, a ruler borrowed from the gift shop's office supply drawer, and a system of columns and categories that she created on the spot with the fluency of someone who had been building spreadsheets her entire professional life and didn't need a computer to do it. The result was a document that listed every item they possessed, from canned goods to aspirin to the number of batteries in each flashlight, with projected depletion dates and rationing recommendations. If we cut to 1-800 calories per day and 2 liters of water, we have 11 days, she announced. 13 if we cut to 1-500 calories. But at that level, people start making bad decisions. People are already making bad decisions, Andre said from his corner. It was the first thing he'd said since he arrived. Everyone looked at him. He didn't elaborate. Elliot studied Wendy's charts, the precision of them, the neatness of the columns, the way she'd used different colored pens for different categories. It was compulsive and beautiful and completely insane, and he recognized in it the same thing he recognized in his own need to draw. A mind that processed the world through organizing it, that fought chaos by imposing structure. In the old world, it had made her a regional manager. In this one, it might keep them alive. Thank you, he told her. She looked surprised. For what? For making it make sense. She straightened her blazer, a reflexive gesture, professional armor. It's just numbers. Numbers always make sense. Father Luis Delgado came on the evening of day 3, and Kai Norgard came on the morning of day 4, and they arrived from opposite directions, carrying opposite kinds of knowledge. Father Luis walked across the rocks from the lake walk, wearing black pants and a clerical collar and carrying a bag that clinked with bottles. Not alcohol, holy water, he explained later, though he'd also brought 2 bottles of sacramental wine, and no one complained. He was 52, medium build going soft, with salt and pepper hair and a face that looked like it had been kind once, and was now something more complicated. His eyes were the most alive part of him, dark, mobile, taking in the group with a particular quality of attention that Elliot associated with people who listened for a living. The cathedral is gone, Father Luis said. He said it simply, the way you'd report a weather change. There were perhaps 60 people inside when they came through the doors. I was in the sacristy. I climbed out the back window. He set down his bag. I've been walking since yesterday. I heard people here. Are you hurt? Ruth's standard question. Not in any way you can treat. He said grace before dinner that night. Nobody asked him to. He simply began speaking when the food was laid out. Soup again, this time chicken noodle, from Dean's Supplies. And his voice in the quiet of the gift shop was low and steady, and the words were familiar even to Elliot, who hadn't been to Mass in a decade. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts. Tommy cried during the prayer. Maggie bowed her head. Andre kept his eyes open. Kai Norgard arrived the next morning from the water. Elliot was on watch when he saw the kayak, a battered red plastic touring model, cutting across the harbor from the direction of Park Point. The paddler was efficient, economical, driving the boat through the small chop with the relaxed competence of someone who'd done this 10,000 times. He beached the kayak on the Canal Park rocks, climbed out, and stood on the shore looking at the hotel building where Elliot was stationed with an expression of mild curiosity. He was tall, wiry, sun-darkened, with dirty blonde hair and Scandinavian features. The tip of his right ear was missing, a smooth, healed scar, old. He wore layered wool and Gore-Tex and carried a pack that looked like it had been through several wilderness seasons. You the Canal Park group? He called up. How'd you know about us? Ham radio chatter. Someone's broadcasting your location as a safe zone. He shouldered his pack. Mind if I come up? I've got fresh walleye. He'd caught fish. In the middle of the apocalypse, while paddling across a harbor in a city full of the dead, Kai Norgard had caught fish. He presented them in the gift shop. 4 walleyes, already gutted and cleaned, and Maggie cooked them on the camp stove with a can of butter she'd brought from home, and for 20 minutes the gift shop smelled like a Friday fish fry and the world was almost bearable. Kai ate little, talked less. He sat near the door, not quite inside, not quite outside, his body angled toward the exit. When Dean asked where he'd been when the outbreak hit, Kai said, "In the woods," as if this were a complete answer. When Pilar asked how he'd survived 3 days alone, he said, "It's only been 3 days," as if 3 days were nothing, which for him they probably were. He looked at Elliot across the room. "You the one trying to get south? How'd you know that?" "Ruth told me. She said you've got a daughter in Winona." "I do." I-35's a death trap. I came up from 2 harbors yesterday, and the highway's clogged solid from the cities to north of Hinckley. You won't get a vehicle through. I'll walk if I have to. Kai studied him. The look was appraising, direct, without social softening. The kind of look you'd expect from someone who spent more time with trees than people. "There's a route through the Iron Range," Kai said. "Back roads, mining country. I know every trail up there. It's remote. Low population, which means low infected count. It'll add time, but you'll actually make it. You'd show me? I've got nothing else to do." He looked at the window, at the gray October sky beyond it. "And I don't do well behind walls." Elliot nodded. The group was 9 now. 9 people in a gift shop at the end of the world, eating walleye and canned soup while the dead walked the streets outside. 9 people with 9 different reasons for being alive, and 9 different ideas about what to do next. It was nothing. It was everything. Dina Harlow was the last to arrive, and she brought the news that made them leave. Day 5. Late afternoon. The weather had turned. A cold front pushing down from Canada, dropping temperatures into the low 30s. The gift shop was cold despite Dean's efforts, with a portable space heater running off a generator he'd found in the hotel's maintenance room. Frost formed on the inside of the windows overnight. The lake had turned from gray to black, its surface angry with whitecaps. They heard her before they saw her. Not her voice, but the sound of her vehicle, a small car engine straining up the Canal Park Road, then dying, then restarting, then dying for good with a mechanical cough that Dean interpreted from inside the shop. "Alternators shot," he said, already reaching for his coat. "Whoever that is, they're walking the rest of the way." She came around the corner of the hotel on foot, thin, red-haired, pale to the point of translucence, hugging herself against the cold. She wore a Walgreens pharmacy coat over a fleece, and she was shaking, not from cold, or not only from cold, but with the full-body tremor of sustained adrenaline withdrawal. Ruth went to her. Pilar brought a blanket. Elliot brought water. "Dina Harlow," she said between sips. Her voice was reedy and fast, the kind of voice that was always halfway to its next sentence. "I'm a pharmacist. Walgreens on Central Entrance." She drank more water. "The pharmacy's been looted. Everything's gone. I grabbed what I could." She had a bag, a canvas tote, heavy, clinking with pill bottles. Ruth took it and began sorting immediately. "Is this insulin?" Ruth held up a vial. "Yes, mine. I'm type 1 diabetic." Dina pulled back her sleeve to show a medical ID bracelet. "I have about 3 weeks' supply, give or take. After that," she didn't finish the sentence. "We'll find more," Ruth said. "Maybe. Most pharmacies between here and the cities have been hit. The supply chain collapsed on day 2. There's no resupply coming." She said it with the flat authority of someone who understood supply chains, because her life depended on them. They brought her inside, fed her. She ate with the anxious speed of someone who was already thinking about the next problem, the next variable, the next thing that could go wrong. Her green eyes moved constantly, scanning the room, the supplies, the people, cataloging and calculating. After dinner, she told them about the radio. "I had a weather radio at the pharmacy, battery operated. Before the batteries died, I heard there was a broadcast. military, official. They said, she paused, drank water, started again. They said the outbreak is pharmaceutical in origin, a drug called Nurexilin. I filled prescriptions for it. She looked at her hands. I filled prescriptions for the drug that did this. The room went silent. Not the silence of shock. They were beyond shock. But the silence of a new piece of information settling into a picture that was still forming. There were batch number irregularities, Dina continued, and her voice was steady now, the pharmacist's precision overriding the tremor. Inconsistencies in the lot numbers that shouldn't have passed quality control. I reported them to the manufacturer's hotline. They said it was a database error. I filed the report and moved on. Her hands were shaking again. She pressed them flat on the table. I could have pushed harder. I could have escalated to the state board. I didn't. You couldn't have known, Elliot started. Maybe not. But I could have tried. She looked at him with eyes that held the same weight he saw in the mirror every time he thought about a second-floor window and a boy in a parking lot. Guilt. The particular flavor of guilt that comes not from doing the wrong thing, but from not doing enough of the right thing. He recognized her. Not personally, but the way you recognize someone who is carrying the same wound. What else did the broadcast say? Maggie asked, steering them back to useful ground. The military is pulling out of northern Minnesota. All of it. They're consolidating south. There's a line they're trying to hold somewhere in Iowa, but the broadcast was 3 days old, and I don't know if it's still there. She paused. They said not to expect assistance north of I-90. That's basically the whole state, Dean said. Yes. So, we're on our own. Yes. The words sat in the room like a stone dropped in water. On their own. No rescue, no cavalry. No government convoy pulling into Canal Park to load them onto buses and take them somewhere safe. Whatever happened next, they would do it themselves, or it would not be done. Dean broke the silence. I-35's blocked. The military's gone. Supplies here last us. He looked at Wendy. 9 days at current rations, down to 7 if we add another person, Wendy said, without consulting her charts. She'd memorized them. We can't stay here, Dean said. Agreed, said Maggie. I can get us south through the Iron Range, Kai said from his spot near the door. Back roads, mining country. We swing east, then south through the back highways. Avoid the population centers. South to where? Father Louis asked. It was the first time he'd spoken in hours. He'd been sitting in the corner, writing in a small notebook. Names, Elliot would learn later. The names of everyone he'd seen die since the cathedral. Winona, Elliot said. My daughter is in Winona. Your daughter might be in Winona, Wendy said, not cruelly, with the precision of someone who corrected imprecise language automatically. You don't know that. I know she was there 5 days ago. I know the last thing her mother said was asking me to come get her. That was 5 days ago. The situation, I know what the situation is. He heard the edge in his own voice. New, unfamiliar, a blade that had been forming since the art room window without his knowledge. My daughter is south of here. I'm going south. Anyone who wants to come with me can come. Anyone who doesn't, doesn't. The room was quiet. Pilar's dog yawned. Well, I'm going, Ruth said, because someone needs to keep you alive long enough to get there. And you clearly can't be trusted with that job yourself. Dean stood up. I'll drive. I know the route, Kai said. Pilar scratched Copper's ears. He's a good tracker, and you'll need someone who understands how they move. She meant the infected. She'd been studying them, watching from the hotel windows, taking notes, telling Elliot things he didn't want to know about their movement patterns and sensory responses. Veterinary medicine, she'd explained. Animal behavior. They're not that different from any other predator with brain damage. Predictable, once you know the rules. Tommy looked at Elliot with the desperate expression of a 19-year-old who had no one else in the world. I can help, I'm fast. I can fit through small spaces. I found, in the candy shop, I found supplies nobody else would have thought to check. Maggie was already packing. Single file, she said without looking up. No running. We've practiced this. Andre said nothing. He stood, picked up his fireplace poker and walked to the door. He opened it and looked out at the darkening sky and the rising wind and the first flakes of snow. Early for Duluth, but not unheard of and somehow perfectly wrong, drifting down from a sky the color of gunmetal. "We leave at first light," he said. "Pack warm." Wendy was already adjusting her charts. Father Luis closed his notebook and put it in his coat. Dina checked her insulin supply, counting vials with the quick fingers of a woman who measured her life in units. 10 of them now. 11 if you counted the dog, and Pilar counted the dog. Elliot sat on the floor of the gift shop after the others had gone to sleep, or gone to pretend to sleep, and he pulled out his sketchbook. He'd grabbed it from his bag in Dean's truck on the second day, along with a set of pencils, because they were the only familiar things he had left. He opened to a blank page, and he drew. He drew Lily's face, the way he remembered it from the last time he'd seen her. 2 weeks ago, a Sunday afternoon, dropping her off at Nora's after their weekend together. She'd been in the back seat, unbuckling herself because she'd decided she was too old for him to do it, and she'd looked up at him through the car window with hazel eyes and a gap-toothed grin and said, "See you next time, Dad." He drew the hazel eyes, the dark hair, the gap in the teeth, the serious expression she wore when she was drawing, the foxes. He drew one in the corner of the page, a little fox, smiling, the kind she drew. His hand was steady. For the first time since the art room, his hand was steady. "If you can come get her..." "I'm coming," he thought. "I don't know how, and I don't know the way. And I'm an art teacher with a sketchbook and a poker, and 9 people I met this week, and a dog with a chewed-up ear, and I'm scared in a way I didn't know it was possible to be scared. But I'm coming." He closed the sketchbook. He put it in his bag. He lay down on the floor of the gift shop and listened to the wind off Lake Superior and the breathing of 9 sleeping strangers, and he thought about Lily's face and the sound of her voice saying, "See you next time, Dad." And he held on to it the way a drowning man holds onto a rope, not thinking about how far the shore is, not thinking about the current, just holding on. The morning they left Canal Park, the snow was 2 inches deep, and the temperature was 26 degrees. Elliot woke to the sound of Dean cursing at an engine. Through the gift shop window, the world was white, a premature winter that had fallen overnight, transforming Canal Park from a waterfront tourist strip into something stark and alien. The lift bridge, still raised, wore a coat of snow on its girders. The lake had gone flat and dark beneath the gray sky. Dean had acquired a second vehicle overnight, a Chevy Suburban he'd found in the hotel parking garage, keys in the visor. Between the Suburban and his semi-truck, they had space for everyone and their supplies. He was running between the 2 vehicles, checking tires, checking fuel, muttering to each engine with the soothing tone of a man talking to livestock. "Suburban's 3/4 full, truck's half. That'll get us," he calculated, 200 miles, give or take, if we're smart about it. "We'll need more fuel on the way," Kai said. He had a gas station road map spread on the hood of the Suburban, paper folded and refolded, the kind you bought for $1 at rest stops. He'd been marking it with a pencil while the others packed. There are towns along the Range Road, Eveleth, Virginia, Hibbing. They'll have gas stations. Whether there's gas left is another question. "And whether there's anything else left," Pilar added. They loaded up. Ruth organized the medical supplies into a go bag that she kept on her person at all times. A habit from her army days, she said. Wendy inventoried the food into 2 caches, one for the Suburban, one for the truck. So if they lost a vehicle, they wouldn't lose everything. Father Luis packed his notebook and his small Bible and the sacramental wine. Maggie loaded her suitcase with the precision of someone who had packed and unpacked hundreds of times and knew exactly how to maximize space. Tommy stood outside, bouncing on his heels, nervous energy radiating off him in waves. "This is like, okay, I know this is going to sound insane, but this is like a road trip, right? Like a really, really bad road trip." "It's an evacuation," Wendy said flatly. "Right, yeah, an evacuation, but like a road trip version of an evacuation." "Tommy," Andre's voice quiet from behind. Tommy turned. Andre looked at him with those calm, steady eyes. Save your energy. Tommy nodded, bounced once more, stopped. Elliot stood at the seawall and looked at Lake Superior one last time. The lake was enormous and patient, and utterly indifferent to what was happening on its shores. It had been here before people and would be here after them. There was comfort in that, or something adjacent to comfort. The knowledge that some things were too large to be ended by what humans did to each other. He thought about his apartment, 3 blocks from the school, his paintings on the walls, his books, Lily's drawings on the refrigerator, Professor Bunn, her stuffed rabbit, which she'd left there on her last visit, and asked him to keep safe until next time. Next time. Ruth appeared beside him. She stood with her hands in her coat pockets and her reading glasses fogged from the cold, and she didn't say anything for a long moment. "You ready?" she asked finally. "No." "Good. Ready people take stupid chances. Scared people pay attention." She turned toward the vehicles. "Let's go get your girl." They loaded into the Suburban and the truck. Dean driving the truck, everyone else in the Suburban with Kai navigating from the passenger seat. Pilar and Copper in the back, Tommy between Ruth and Maggie, Andre riding shotgun with a fire poker between his knees, Wendy behind Kai, already marking their fuel consumption on her legal pad. Father Luis in the far back, quiet, his notebook open. Dina sat beside Elliot. She was checking her insulin vials again, counting them with the practiced speed of someone who did this many times a day. When she finished, she looked up and caught him watching. 18 days, she said. "What?" "At my current dosing, I have 18 days of insulin. After that, diabetic ketoacidosis, coma, death. About 72 hours from the last dose." She said it matter-of-factly. She'd done the math. She lived inside the math. "We'll find more," Elliot said. "Maybe." She put the vials back in their case. "I just thought you should know what the clock looks like. Yours is your daughter. Mine is this." She held up the case. "Everybody's got a clock." Kai turned from the front seat. "Head north on 61. We'll pick up the range road past 2 Harbors." Elliot started the Suburban. The engine was strong, steady, recently maintained. A hotel shuttle vehicle built for reliability. He pulled out of the canal park lot and onto the road that led away from the lake. In the rearview mirror, the aerial lift bridge stood against the gray sky, still raised, snow collecting on its girders, a monument to a city that would never be what it was again. Below it, on the downtown side, shapes moved in the new snow. The infected still milling, still drawn to the bridge that no longer connected to anywhere. Elliot drove, the snow fell, the road stretched north. Behind them, Duluth disappeared into white. The highway was a museum of the evacuation. Route 61 north along the lakeshore was 2 lanes of abandoned crisis. Cars pulled to the shoulders with doors hanging open, their owners gone to fates that couldn't be known. An overturned SUV in the ditch, its roof crushed, snow already covering the undercarriage. A school bus, empty, parked diagonally across both lanes, forcing Dean to steer the semi onto the shoulder to squeeze past. Someone had written help in red spray paint on the bus's side. Below it, in a different hand, "Too late." Kai navigated with the paper map on his knees and a wilderness guide's instinct for terrain. "Turn left in a 1/4 mile. Forest Road 412. It'll take us through the Cloquet Valley and up to the range." "That road won't be plowed." Dean's voice came through the CB radio, tinny and familiar. He'd given Elliot a handheld unit for the Suburban. "We'll be breaking trail. Suburban's got 4-wheel drive. Your truck's got weight. We'll manage." They turned off the highway and the world changed. The paved road gave way to gravel, then to a forest road that was more suggestion than surface. 2 ruts in the snow between walls of pine trees that closed overhead like a tunnel. The Suburban lurched and bounced. In the back, Tommy gripped the door handle. Maggie sat with her hands folded in her lap and her back perfectly straight, as if riding in the back of a military transport, rather than a civilian vehicle on a disintegrating road. Snow fell steadily. The temperature gauge on the Suburban's dashboard read 24 degrees and dropping. Through the trees, the sky was a uniform gray that gave no sense of time. It could have been morning or afternoon or the edge of night. The forest was silent in the way that northern Minnesota forests were always silent in early snow. That particular hush of a landscape absorbing sound, wrapping itself in white, going dormant. Except the forest wasn't dormant, not entirely. Pilar saw it first. Her hand went to Elliot's shoulder from the back seat, a light touch that carried urgency. "Stop!" Elliot braked. The Suburban slowed, tires crunching on snow. Behind them, Dean's truck stopped too. "What?" Elliot whispered. 2 o'clock. In the trees. 60 yards. He looked. At first nothing, just pine trunks and snow, and the gray sameness of a winter forest. Then his eyes adjusted and he saw what Pilar had seen, and the temperature inside the Suburban seemed to drop 10 degrees in a heartbeat. A figure stood between two pine trees, motionless, perfectly still. Snow had accumulated on its shoulders and head, a quarter-inch of white on what had been a flannel shirt and jeans. Its skin was the color of old ice. Gray-blue, waxy, wrong. Its eyes were open, but the irises were filmed over with a milky opacity that made them look like stones, set in a face that no longer belonged to a living thing. Its jaw hung slightly open, and inside the mouth, the teeth were visible, and between the teeth, a dark stain that had frozen in place. It wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. It stood in the snow, between the pines, like a sculpture, like a mannequin someone had placed in the woods as a macabre joke. "Is it dead?" Tommy's voice was barely audible. "No," Pilar said. "It's dormant, the cold. Below a certain temperature, they just stop, like reptiles." She was leaning forward, studying it with the focused attention she gave everything biological. "Look at the ice on the skin. The tissue is partially frozen. The prion-infected brain doesn't generate enough heat to maintain function below freezing." "So it's safe?" Elliot asked. "It's stopped. That's not the same thing as safe." She looked at him. "What happens when spring comes?" The question fell into the silence of the Suburban, like a stone into deep water. Elliot stared at the figure in the trees. This thing that had been a person, maybe a week ago, maybe 2 days ago, standing in flannel and jeans in the Minnesota woods, frozen mid-step between two pines. And he understood something that changed everything. Winter was not going to save them. Cold slowed the infected, stopped them, froze them in place like insects in amber, but it didn't kill them. The brain, damaged and rewired by the prion, didn't die when it froze. It waited, and when the temperature rose, when spring came, when a warm front pushed through, and when someone built a fire too close, it would start again. The jaw would unclench. The legs would move. The dead would walk. "Kai," Elliot said, "how many people live on the Iron Range?" "Lived. Past tense." Kai's voice was matter-of-fact. "Hibbing, Virginia, Eveleth. Maybe 40,000 total across all the range towns." "And how many of them?" "I don't know how many turned. Nobody does. But if even half of them," he trailed off. They could do the math. 20,000 frozen infected, standing in the forests and streets and houses of the Iron Range, waiting for warmth. 20,000 statues that would come to life with the spring thaw, and they were about to drive through the middle of it. "We keep moving," Andre said from the passenger seat. "We don't stop. We don't build fires near structures. We stay in the vehicles as much as possible, and when we can't, we stay quiet." "And if we have to stop," Ruth asked, "then we pray the cold holds." Elliot put the Suburban in gear. They crept past the frozen figure in the trees. In the side mirror, it stood exactly as it had been. Still, patient, waiting for a warmth that would come eventually, because warmth always came eventually, and the dead had nothing but time. They drove into the Iron Range. The first night on the road, they sheltered in an abandoned gas station outside of Biwabik. Kai found it, a 2-pump station with an attached convenience store. Windows intact, door unlocked, the owner gone to wherever the owners of gas stations in rural Minnesota had gone. Dean pulled his truck across the road as a barricade. The Suburban went inside the station's small garage bay, which had a roll-up door that could be closed and locked. No heat. The station's propane tank was empty, and Dean wouldn't risk running a generator this close to unknown territory. They wore their coats and sleeping bags, and Maggie produced a handful of chemical hand warmers from her suitcase. "I'm 71 and I live in Duluth. Of course I carry hand warmers." And they distributed them like communion wafers. Pilar and Copper did a perimeter check. The dog circled the station, sniffing, ears alert, and returned without alarm. No infected nearby, or none that were moving. The temperature had dropped to 19 degrees, and anything that had been standing outside was frozen solid. They ate in the dark, cold canned beans and crackers. Wendy noted the consumption on her legal pad by flashlight. Father Luis said grace. Tommy tried to make a joke about gas station food that didn't land and went quiet. Elliot sat in the corner of the convenience store with his sketchbook open, drawing by the light of a single candle that Ruth had approved as an acceptable risk. He drew the group. Quick studies, pencil on paper, Ruth's strong hands, Dean's red beard, Pilar's braid, Tommy's nervous eyes, Maggie's straight back, Andre's stillness, Wendy's legal pad, Father Luis's notebook, Kai's missing ear tip, Dina's medical bracelet. He drew them because drawing was how he understood things, how he processed what his eyes saw into what his mind could hold. Pilar came to look over his shoulder. "You're good. I'm an art teacher. Being good is sort of the minimum requirement. I mean, you see things. The way you drew Ruth's hands, that's not just accuracy, you saw something about her." He looked at the sketch. Ruth's hands, rendered in quick pencil strokes. Broad, strong, the fingers slightly blunt, the nails trimmed short. Hands that healed and held and didn't hesitate. "She's the most useful person here," Elliot said. "If we lose anyone, we can't lose her." "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Rank people. Decide who's worth more." Pilar sat down beside him, Copper settling at her feet. "That's how you stop seeing them as people." He didn't have a response to that. She was right, and the fact that she was right didn't change the fact that his mind had already begun making calculations. Who was essential? Who was vulnerable? Who would slow them down? The arithmetic of survival that he hadn't asked to learn and couldn't unlearn now that it had started. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Sure. The frozen one in the woods. You said they'd come back when it warms up. How sure are you?" 90%. The prion rewires the brainstem, the most primitive, resilient part. Freezing doesn't destroy neural tissue. It preserves it. When the tissue thaws, function returns. I've seen it in lab animals with simpler neural damage. She paused. "I'm a vet tech, not a neurologist, but the biology tracks. So everyone who's been counting on winter to end this is counting on a pause button, not a stop button." She looked at him steadily. "That's the other reason I came with you. South isn't just where your daughter is. South is where the answers are. Someone made this drug. Someone knows how it works. If there's a way to stop the prion, it's in the research." "You think there's a cure?" "I think there's information. Information is the first step to everything." She stroked Copper's head. The dog's tail thumped once against the linoleum floor. "Why does your daughter draw foxes?" The question surprised him. "What? You said she draws foxes. When you were talking to Ruth yesterday, why foxes?" He thought about it. The truth was, he didn't know. Lily had started drawing foxes about a year ago, around the time of the divorce, he realized, and hadn't stopped. Hundreds of foxes in every color, on every surface. Crayons, markers, pencil. Foxes on paper, on napkins, on the back of her homework. "I don't know," he said. "I never asked." "You should, when you find her." Pilar smiled, and it was the first genuine smile he'd seen from her. Not a polite smile or a reassuring smile, but a real one. Warm and slightly crooked. Foxes are survivors, you know. They adapt to any environment. Cities, forests, tundra. They're small and they're fast and they don't give up. He looked at her. "You think my 7-year-old daughter knows that?" "I think kids know a lot of things they can't explain." He turned back to his sketchbook. On the page, with the group's faces, in the corner, he drew a small fox, smiling. The kind Lily drew. Pilar watched him draw it and didn't say anything else. In the morning, they found the barn. Kai had suggested they push south early before full light to take advantage of the coldest hours, when any infected in the area would be at maximum dormancy. They were on a county road south of Biwabik, threading through a landscape of pine forests and taconite tailings, when the road crested a low-rise and a farmstead appeared below them. A house, a barn, a cluster of outbuildings, all wearing snow like a postcard. "We need to check it," Kai said. "Could be supplies. Farmhouses usually have root cellars, canned goods, tools." "Could be occupied," Andre said. "Could be a lot of things." Kai was already out of the Suburban. He moved through the snow like he'd been born in it, light, balanced, leaving tracks that were barely visible. The others followed in a loose column, Dean bringing up the rear with a tire iron from his truck. The house was empty. Not violently empty, not broken doors and blood, but gone empty. The residents had packed and left in an orderly fashion. Closets cleared out, pantry nearly bare, family photos taken from the walls, leaving clean rectangles on the faded wallpaper. They'd taken what mattered and gone. Where, there was no way to know. Ruth found a box of canned peaches in the basement that had been left behind, and a bottle of ibuprofen in the bathroom cabinet. Wendy noted both on her pad. Kai searched the garage and emerged with a red plastic gas can, half full, maybe 3 gallons. Dean's eyes lit up. "That's another 50 miles, he said, taking the can with the tenderness of a man receiving a gift. The barn was across the yard, a traditional red structure with a gambrel roof and a hayloft. Its doors were closed, but not locked. A wooden latch, snow-crusted, that Kai lifted with one hand. The doors swung open on iron hinges, and the smell hit them immediately. Hay, old manure, machine oil, and underneath it, faint but present, the sweet copper smell that Elliot had begun to associate with a world that was no longer what it had been. "Wait," Pilar said. Copper was at her side, ears flat, hackles raised. Not his infected alert, not the stiff-legged, teeth-baring stance, but something between alert and alarm. A dog who detected something wrong but couldn't categorize it. "What's he saying?" Elliot asked. "He's confused. He smells them, but his training says they should be moving, and they're not." Andre stepped to the front of the group. The fire poker was in his hand, and his body shifted into a different mode. Feet wider, center of gravity lower, the stance of a fighter. He moved through the barn door first, into the dim interior. Hay bales, an old tractor, tireless, rusting on blocks. Stalls along the left wall where animals had once been kept. The smell was stronger inside. Cold, metallic, wrong. The light came through gaps in the siding, thin bars of gray that striped the dirt floor. "There," Pilar breathed, "in the stalls." Standing in the stalls, behind the half walls where horses or cattle had once stood. 7 of them. Motionless, frosted over. Ice crystals on their skin, their clothes, their open eyes. The nearest one was a woman in a bathrobe. She must have come out of the farmhouse in the early days, before the residents fled, and found her way into the barn and stood there as the temperature dropped and her stolen blood cooled and her muscles locked and the ice took her. 7 frozen infected, standing in horse stalls, still as statues, white with frost. The morning light through the barn walls fell across their faces, and their blank, milky eyes caught the light and reflected nothing. "Nobody move," Pilar whispered. "Nobody make a sound. They're dormant. The barn's been below freezing for days. As long as we don't—" Dean's radio crackled. The sound was small, a hiss of static, a fragment of signal. But in the dead silence of the barn, it was a gunshot. The CB unit on Dean's hip spat white noise, and Dean grabbed for it. But his gloved hand fumbled the volume dial, and for 1 second, maybe 2, the static filled the barn. The nearest frozen infected twitched. Not fully, not a reactivation, just a twitch, a spasm in the jaw, a flicker of movement in one hand. The kind of reflexive response that the dormant brain produced when stimulated. A last-ditch signal from nerve endings that hadn't fully given up. It twitched, and then it was still again, and the silence rushed back in. Nobody breathed. Dean turned off the radio. His face, above the red beard, was gray-white. Pilar held up one hand. Wait. She stood in the center of the barn, perfectly still, watching the 7 figures in the stalls the way she watched animals, reading their bodies, interpreting micro-movements that no one else could see. 30 seconds. A minute. The barn was silent. The figures were still. The twitch did not repeat. She exhaled. We're okay, but we leave. Now. Quietly. They left. Single file. Pilar and Copper first, then Andre, then the others, with Kai last, pulling the barn doors shut behind him with infinite care. Outside, in the snow, Tommy sat down on an overturned bucket and put his head between his knees. That was real, Maggie said. She stood over him, one hand on his shoulder. That's what's real now, and you handled it. You were quiet and you moved when told, and you didn't panic. Give yourself credit for that. I almost pissed myself. Almost doesn't count. Elliot looked at the barn. 7 figures inside, frozen in place, standing in their stalls like livestock, awaiting a spring that would come, inevitably, eventually. And when it came, they would move again. And there would be no one here to see it, just the empty farmhouse and the snow melting and the barn doors latching them in with nothing to hear but each other. He thought about every barn, every house, every building between here and Winona. How many frozen figures standing in the dark, waiting? How many stallers in silent rooms? How many frozen infected in cars and ditches and churches and schools? The whole state, the whole North, was a graveyard of the paused dead. And spring was coming the way spring always came, and when it did, the dead would wake. He got in the Suburban. He drove south. That night, camped in the cab of Dean's truck because the wind was too fierce for anything else, Elliot tried the phone again. No signal. Hadn't been a signal since Canal Park. The phone was a brick now. No calls, no texts, no connection to anything. He opened Nora's last message and read it again. The blue text on the bright screen, the only color in the dark cab. They're telling us to go to the school gym. Elliot, it's bad here. If you can come get her, come get her. 200 miles through a frozen graveyard. He was 40 miles south of Duluth, and already the world had shown him what 40 miles of the new reality looked like. Abandoned cars, empty towns, frozen infected standing in barns. 200 more miles. Through worse. Through the population centers, the collapse zones, the places where the quarantine lines had been drawn and erased and redrawn. Dean was in the driver's seat. CB radio scanning frequencies. The squelch turned low so the static was a whisper. Occasionally a voice would surface, fragmented, distant, a trucker or a ham operator, somewhere in the darkness, broadcasting to anyone who could hear. Most of it was bad. Pleas for help. Warnings about overrun areas. One voice, calm and professional, reading a list of confirmed dead communities like a weather report. Grand Rapids, negative. Brainerd, negative. St. Cloud, negative. Negative meaning no survivors found. A frequency of absence. You hear anything about Winona? Elliot asked. Not directly. Dean's voice was low. He was tired. They all were. The particular deep tiredness of people running on adrenaline and canned beans. There was a ham out of Rochester talking about the FEMA camp there. Said they were taking refugees from the river towns. Winona's a river town. So she might have been moved to Rochester? She might have been moved anywhere. Or she might still be in Winona, or... Dean stopped himself, rubbed his face. Look, I'm going to be straight with you because I think you can handle it, and because somebody should be. Go ahead. The odds are not good. A 7-year-old in the middle of this, with a city between her and us that may or may not still exist. The odds are really, really not good. I know. Do you? Because you're walking around with this certainty that you're going to find her, and I don't know if that's faith or denial, and I need to know which one it is before I drive another 100 miles. Elliot looked at him. In the dim glow of the CB's display, Dean's face was ruddy and lined and deeply serious. This was not a cruel question. It was a practical one, from a man who drove for a living and needed to know the destination was real. It's both, Elliot said. It's faith and denial, and neither of those things. It's, Dean, if I stop moving toward her, I stop moving. Period. She's the only reason I'm in this truck instead of sitting in that gift shop waiting to die. She's not just who I'm looking for. She's why I'm looking. Dean was quiet for a long time. The CB whispered. Snow ticked against the windshield. My wife left me, Dean said, 2 years ago. Packed up, moved to Fargo with a guy she met online. I told the group she died on day one because it was easier than explaining that she left me for a man named Gary, who sells insurance. He stared through the windshield at nothing. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know if I want to know. But I keep driving because driving's the only thing I know how to do, and if I stop driving, I stop. So, you understand? Yeah. Dean adjusted the radio. Yeah, I understand. Truck's name is Margaret, by the way. After Maggie? After my mother. I name all my trucks after women who don't take shit. He turned the key in the ignition to run the heater for 10 minutes. They'd ration the fuel for heat, 15 minutes every 2 hours. The warm air was heaven. Get some sleep, Elliot. I'll take first watch. Elliot leaned his head against the window. The glass was cold against his temple. Outside, the Minnesota night was black and vast, and full of things that didn't sleep because they couldn't die, standing in the cold, waiting. He closed his eyes and saw Lily's face and held on to it. He slept. On the third day of travel, the road south was blocked. They'd been making good time. Kai's back road route through the Iron Range had kept them away from population centers, threading between the small mining towns on Forest Service roads that were snow-packed but passable. They'd seen infected, frozen ones, standing in yards and on roadsides, and once, horribly, in the front seat of a car that was idling in a driveway. Its frozen driver still behind the wheel, engine still running, gas gauge on empty, but none that moved. The cold held them. The cold was an ally for now. Then, they came over a rise south of Hibbing and found the road. The road was not passable. A convoy of National Guard vehicles, Humvees, transport trucks, a fuel tanker, had been heading north on Highway 169 when something had stopped them. The convoy was sprawled across both lanes and the shoulders, vehicles at odd angles, some with doors open, some overturned. Bullet holes stitched the sides of several trucks. Shell casings glittered in the snow like brass seeds. And among the vehicles around them, between them, bodies, not infected, soldiers. Their uniforms dark with frozen blood, their weapons still in their hands or scattered nearby, their faces turned to the sky. Something had hit the convoy hard and fast. The infected probably a horde moving south, the same direction as the group, colliding with a military column that had firepower but not enough. The soldiers had fought. The evidence was everywhere. Shell casings, bullet-riddled infected bodies mixed with the human dead, improvised barricades made from vehicle doors and supply crates. They'd fought and they'd lost, and the convoy had died on the highway, and the snow had covered it like a sheet over a hospital bed. Dean stopped his truck. Elliot stopped the Suburban. For a long moment, nobody spoke. We can't get through this, Kai said finally. Not in vehicles. The road's completely blocked. There's a forest road half a mile back, Dean said through the CB. Goes east. Might connect to 73 South. Might. Kai was studying the map. Or might dead end at a mining operation. Better than sitting here. Wait, Andre said. He was looking at the convoy with that quiet, assessing gaze. Weapons. The word changed the atmosphere in the Suburban. They'd been surviving with fire pokers and tire irons and a kitchen knife that Maggie had packed. Weapons, real weapons, were scattered across the road, frozen into the hands of men and women who no longer needed them. I'm not, Father Louis began. You don't have to, Andre said, but some of us should. They went out, Elliot, Andre, Dean, and Kai. Ruth stayed with the vehicles and the others. The snow crunched under their boots, and the convoy was worse up close. The details that distance had obscured now visible and immediate. A young soldier, maybe 20, frozen with his rifle still shouldered, the back of his head gone. A female sergeant slumped against a Humvee wheel, her hands on a wound in her stomach that had stopped bleeding when her blood had frozen. Dog tags catching the light. ID patches readable if you got close enough, and Elliot did not get close enough. Andre moved among the bodies with a professionalism that Elliot found both reassuring and disturbing. He checked weapons with the efficiency of someone who knew what he was looking at, ejecting magazines, checking chambers, assessing condition. 3 M4s in working condition, 2 Beretta M9 sidearms, ammunition, maybe 300 rounds combined. He looked at Elliot, and before you ask, yes, I know how to use them. And yes, I can teach you. I've never fired a gun. Then you'll learn. They took the weapons. They also took 3 MRE cases from an overturned supply truck, a military-grade first aid kit, 2 working flashlights, a pair of binoculars better than the tourist ones from the gift shop, and a portable hand-crank radio that Dina seized upon, with the hunger of a woman who understood that information was survival. They did not take the dog tags. Father Luis did that. He moved among the bodies, alone, kneeling at each one, reading the tags, writing the names in his notebook with cold, stiffened fingers. It took him 40 minutes. No one rushed him. When he returned to the truck, his face was set in the expression of a man who was performing a duty he no longer believed in, but would not abandon. He'd written 37 names. 37 people died here trying to help, he said to no one in particular. The least we can do is know who they were. They backtracked to the forest road and turned east. On the evening of the 4th day, around a campfire that Kai built inside a ring of stones at the edge of a frozen lake, the group had its first real argument. Dean wanted to push south fast, straight shot down 169 to I-35, then hammer south toward Winona, speed over caution, get below the freeze line before winter really set in. Kai wanted to continue on back roads, slower but safer, avoid the highways which were clogged with vehicles and the dead, and follow the terrain south through country he knew. Wendy wanted a supply run. Her charts showed they'd burn through their food in 5 days at current consumption, and the MREs from the convoy would only extend that by 3. They needed to raid a town, a real town, with a grocery store or a distribution center, and stock up before going further. Maggie wanted to find other survivors. The radio was picking up fragments of broadcasts, other groups, other camps, the FEMA operation in Rochester. Strength in numbers, find allies. Elliot wanted to go faster. Every day was a day further from Lily. Every hour was an hour in which anything could happen to a 7-year-old girl in a world that had stopped protecting children. We can't do all of those things, Andre said. He was sitting outside the circle of light on a log, cleaning one of the M4s with a rag, and an attention to detail that suggested this was not his first time handling military equipment. Pick one. We need supplies, Ruth said. That's non-negotiable. Dina needs insulin, and I'm going to need antibiotics at some point. Someone's going to get hurt, and an infected wound without antibiotics is a death sentence. Rochester, Pilar suggested. The FEMA camp. If it's still operating, they'd have medical supplies, and they might have information about Winona, about the evacuations. Rochester's 100 miles south, Dean said. That's doable in a day if the roads cooperate. And if they don't, Wendy asked? If Rochester's overrun, if the FEMA camp has fallen, then we deal with it when we get there. That's not a plan, that's optimism. You got a better idea? I have a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet isn't a plan either. It's more of a plan than drive south and hope. The fire crackled. The frozen lake stretched out beside them flat and dark, its surface already icing over in the October cold. Somewhere across the water, a loon called, one of the last ones, lingering before its southern migration. The sound was ancient and lonely and utterly indifferent to the argument. Elliot looked at the group. 10 people, sitting around a fire in the Minnesota wilderness, disagreeing about the best way to survive. 10 people who hadn't known each other a week ago and were now, by the simple mechanics of proximity and need, a unit, a tribe, a family of the most accidental kind. Rochester, he said. We go to Rochester. If the camp's operational, we resupply, we get information, we move on. If it's fallen, we take what we can and keep going south. Either way, Rochester puts us 100 miles closer to Winona. And if the camp's operational, but they won't let us leave? Maggie asked. The question was pointed, precise. The question of a woman who had run an institution and understood how institutions worked, including how they trapped people. Then we leave anyway. Maggie held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. One sharp, decisive nod, the kind she used to give in faculty meetings when a decision had been reached. Rochester it is, she said, or a single file, no running. She smiled, and the smile was ancient and sad and fierce. We've practiced this? The fire burned. The loon called. The group fell into the silence of people who had made a decision and were now sitting with its weight. Elliot opened his sketchbook. He drew the lake. He drew the fire. He drew 10 faces in the firelight, each one distinct, each one real. And in the margin, small enough to miss unless you were looking, he drew a purple coat with a fox on the back. I'm coming, Lily. The fire burned down. The cold pressed in. The stars above the lake were hard and bright and permanent in the way that only northern winter stars could be. Crystalline, indifferent, beautiful. They slept. In the morning, they drove south, and the dead stood waiting in the cold. The road south was a study in absence. They drove through towns that should have had people in them and didn't. Nashwauk, Keewatin, Marble. Small Iron Range communities built around mines that had closed decades ago and sustained by the stubborn inertia of people who didn't leave places just because the reasons to stay had gone. Now those people were gone too, or standing frozen in their driveways and on their porches and in the aisles of their hardware stores, and the towns passed by the suburbans' windows like museum exhibits, preserved, emptied, waiting. Kai navigated from the passenger seat with the paper map and a pencil. He'd been marking their route as they traveled, annotating the map with small symbols, a circle with an X through it for a blocked road, a triangle for observed infected, a small square for structures they'd cleared. His handwriting was precise and tiny, the marks of someone who understood that a map was only as good as the information on it. How'd you learn to do that? Tommy asked from the back seat. He was wedged between Ruth and Maggie, his long legs folded uncomfortably, his UMD hoodie pulled up over his ears. Wildfire service. You map everything. Fire lines, wind patterns, fuel loads. Your life depends on knowing exactly where things are. Kai made another mark. Turn left in 200 yards. County Road 7. It'll take us south to Highway 2. Elliot turned. The county road was 2 lanes of packed snow with birch trees pressing close on both sides. The Suburban's 4-wheel drive churned through it steadily, and behind them, Dean's semi followed with the grinding persistence of something that refused to acknowledge obstacles. The CB crackled. How's Bertha handling the snow? Elliot asked. Margaret, Dean corrected, and she's handling it like a lady, which is to say, she's doing all the work and not complaining about it. In the rearview mirror, Elliot could see the truck's headlights cutting through the flat morning light. They'd been driving since dawn, Kai's recommendation moving in the coldest hours. The temperature gauge read 18 degrees. Nothing would be moving out there. Nothing dead, anyway. Dina sat behind Elliot, checking her blood sugar with a small meter she kept in her coat pocket. The routine was precise. Lancet, test strip, wait, read. She did it 4 times a day, and each time the number appeared on the screen, something in her face either relaxed or tightened by a fraction. Today, it relaxed. 122, she said to no one in particular. Good? Elliot asked. Acceptable. I adjusted my dose down 10% yesterday. Stretching the supply. She put the meter away. Wendy, what's my runway? Wendy, in the far back with Father Luis, consulted her legal pad without looking up. At reduced dosing, you've extended from 18 days to approximately 21. Call it the 26th of October. 21 days, 3 weeks. A clock with a face only Dina could read. ticking down in insulin units instead of seconds. Rochester should have a hospital, Ruth said. Hospital pharmacies are harder to loot. They're behind security doors, in separate wings. There's a good chance the insulin supply is intact. If Rochester is intact, Wendy said. If Rochester is intact, Ruth agreed. They drove. The birch trees gave way to open farmland as they moved south of the range. Flat fields dusted with snow, silos standing like sentries, grain elevators visible for miles across the plain. The landscape opened up, and with it came a feeling that Elliot hadn't expected. Exposure. On the range, the forests had closed around them like walls, claustrophobic but protective. Here, on the open farmland south of the Iron Range, they could see for miles in every direction, which meant anything out there could see them. I don't like this, Andre said. He'd been quiet since dawn, his default state, that conservation of words that the group had learned to read like weather. When Andre spoke, it mattered. Too visible. Straight road, flat terrain. Anyone with binoculars can track us from 5 miles out. Anyone or anything? Pilar asked. Both. The CB crackled. A voice, not Dean's, someone else. Distant, fading in and out of static. Any survivors on 169 South? Be advised, road is blocked at mile marker 87. Recommend alternate group calling themselves Reapers, operating between Albert Lee and Owatonna. Armed, taking supplies. Repeat, armed group on a 169. Dean's voice came through. You all hear that? We heard it, Elliot said. Reapers. That's a name somebody chose for themselves, which tells you what kind of people they are. Want me to find another route? Kai was already studying the map. His pencil traced lines, evaluated options. We're committed to this corridor. The alternatives add 2 days minimum, and some of them loop back through population centers we can't afford. He looked at Elliot. We can swing east on county roads and come into Rochester from the northeast. Avoids 169 entirely. Do it. They turned east on a farm road that was more ice than gravel, and the open flatness continued. Field after field after field, the geometry of American agriculture, stretching to the horizon, interrupted only by farmsteads at regular intervals and the occasional cluster of grain bins that rose from the white landscape like alien structures. At the second farmstead, Maggie asked to stop. My legs, she said, and the way she said it, matter of fact, without complaint, carried an authority that made Elliot pull over without question. She climbed out of the Suburban slowly, stretching, her cane in one hand. She walked a small circle on the icy road, and Elliot watched her from the driver's seat and noticed, for the first time, that her color was off. Not dramatically, not sick-looking, not the gray pallor of the infected, but a faint yellowish tint around her eyes, and in the creases of her neck that hadn't been there in Canal Park. Ruth noticed, too. She got out and walked beside Maggie, and whatever she said was too quiet for the others to hear, and whatever Maggie said back was equally quiet. Ruth's hand went to Maggie's wrist. Pulse check, the gesture so habitual it was nearly invisible, and held there for a moment longer than routine. When they got back in the Suburban, neither of them said anything. But Ruth's medical bag migrated from the cargo area to the seat beside her, and she kept one hand resting on it for the rest of the drive. They reached the outskirts of Rochester on the afternoon of their 7th day since leaving Duluth. The city announced itself the way Midwestern cities always did. A gradual thickening of structures, farms giving way to subdivisions, giving way to strip malls, the accretion of civilization like sediment building on a riverbed. Except the sediment was wrong. The subdivisions were dark. Windows broken in some, boarded up in others. The strip malls had been looted, storefronts smashed, parking lots littered with debris, a pharmacy with its doors torn off, shelves visible inside, empty. Dina made a small, involuntary sound when she saw it. Keep going, Ruth said. The hospital's in the city center. We're not there yet. But before the city center, they found the camp. It was visible from a mile out, a Walmart parking lot, converted into a refugee camp, the kind of improvised installation that FEMA had been practicing for decades and had finally deployed at scale. Chain link fencing topped with razor wire, enclosing an area that covered the parking lot and the adjacent field. Inside the fence, rows of white FEMA tents, a water distribution point with blue plastic tanks, a medical tent marked with a red cross, a communications array with a radio antenna, guard towers at the corners, not professional military installations, but improvised wooden platforms with plywood walls, manned by figures with rifles. Outside the fence, the approach road had been cleared and channeled with jersey barriers into a single lane leading to a gate. A hand-painted sign on plywood read, Rochester Emergency Relief Camp, FEMA Region Few. All refugees welcome. Weapons must be surrendered at gate. There it is, Dean said over the CB. His voice carried a complicated weight. Relief and suspicion intertwined like two threads of the same rope. Looks operational. Looks can be a lot of things, Andre said. Elliot stopped the Suburban 50 yards from the gate. Through the binoculars, the good military ones from the convoy, he studied the camp. Movement inside. People walking between tents, a line at the water point, children playing in a fenced area near the medical tent. Children. His heart lurched. I see kids, he said. How many? Ruth asked. 8, 10, hard to count. They're in a play area. Any of them in a purple coat? He looked. He looked so hard his eyes burned. Small shapes, distant, bundled in winter clothes. He couldn't make out colors at this distance. Couldn't differentiate coats. Couldn't find the fox on the back that would mean, I can't tell. Then, we go in. Ruth's voice was the steady voice of a woman who had entered unknown situations in worse places than a Minnesota parking lot. But we go in smart. Elliot, Dean, and I go first. Everyone else stays with the vehicles until we signal. I don't like splitting up, Andre said. I don't like any of this. But if the camp's legitimate, we need their help. If it's not, we need to know before we commit everyone. Andre looked at her. Something passed between them. A conversation in glances that Elliot was learning to interpret. Andre assessed. Ruth waited. Andre nodded. A single sharp movement. I'll keep the engine running, he said. Elliot, Ruth, and Dean walked to the gate. The jersey barriers channeled them into the approach lane, and up close, the camp was simultaneously more and less impressive than it had looked from a distance. More. There was infrastructure here. Generators humming, lights strung between poles, the radio antenna actually broadcasting. Less, the fencing was patched in places. The razor wire was loose on one section, and the guard towers were manned by men who looked nothing like FEMA personnel. They wore civilian clothes, carried hunting rifles, and watched the three approaching figures with an attention that was less welcoming committee and more predator tracking prey. The gate guard was a thick-necked man in his 30s, wearing a hunting vest and chewing tobacco. He held a clipboard. Names, he said. Ruth Adeyemi, Elliot Korbach, Dean Whitaker, Ruth said. We're a group of 11, traveling south from Duluth. 11. The guard looked past them toward the vehicles. Weapons? Some. Sign says you surrender them at the gate. We'd like to speak with whoever's in charge first. The guard studied Ruth. She met his gaze with the flat, unimpressed expression of a woman who had stared down Army colonels and was not about to be intimidated by a man with a clipboard and a lip full of skull. Wait here. He disappeared into the camp. 5 minutes. 10. Elliot stood in the approach lane and looked through the fence at the camp's interior. From this close, he could see more. The tents were organized in rows, numbered, with what appeared to be an assignment system. The water point had a schedule posted. The medical tent had a line outside it. People waiting, orderly, patient. It looked like civilization. It looked like what they'd been hoping to find. But small things were wrong. The people in line at the medical tent weren't just waiting. They were standing with the rigid posture of people who had been standing for a long time and were not going to be seen soon and knew it. A woman emerged from one of the tents and immediately walked toward the food distribution point, and a man near the entrance intercepted her and spoke to her in a way that Elliot couldn't hear, but could read. Directive, not conversational. The woman changed course, went back to the tent. Ruth had seen it too. Her hand rested on the strap of her medical bag. The gate guard returned with another man. This one was taller, leaner, wearing a fur-lined coat that looked expensive and new. The kind of thing you'd find at a high-end outdoor store, not FEMA issue. He had the build of a former athlete, the face of a salesman, and eyes that calculated while his mouth smiled. "Welcome to Rochester." His voice was warm, practiced. The voice of someone who was used to making people feel like they were getting a deal. "I'm Cole Bridger. I run the security detail here." "Security detail," Ruth repeated. "FEMA pulled out 3 weeks ago. Left the infrastructure, took the personnel. Someone had to step up." Cole spread his hands. A gesture of openness that was also, Elliot noticed, a gesture that showed he wasn't holding a weapon. Not that he needed to, with 4 armed men on the towers behind him. "We've got 400 people here. Food, water, medical supplies, shelter. We're the last functioning community between the Twin Cities and the Iowa border." "We're looking for information," Elliot said, "about evacuees from Winona, a woman and a 7-year-old girl. We get a lot of people through here. Come inside, check our records. We keep a registry, names, arrival dates, where they came from." Cole's smile widened. "We've got a bulletin board, too. People leave messages for family. You might find something." The bulletin board. Messages left by survivors for the people looking for them. The thought of it, of Nora's handwriting on a piece of paper, of Lily's crayon letters, sent a pulse of urgency through Elliot's chest that overrode the small alarms that had been sounding since they'd arrived. "We'll come in," Elliot said. Ruth's hand tightened on her bag strap. Dean shifted his weight. But they followed Cole through the gate. The camp was, at first glance, everything it claimed to be. Rows of tents, each housing 4 to 6 people. A food distribution schedule posted on a central board. A medical tent with an actual examination table and shelves of supplies. A children's area with toys and a woman supervising. A communication station where a ham radio operator was logging signals. A bulletin board, 3 feet by 4 feet, covered in handwritten notes and photos and scraps of paper pinned with thumbtacks and staples and tape. Elliot went to the bulletin board immediately. He scanned it with the desperate speed of a man reading a manifest while the ship is sinking. Notes: looking for David Henderson. Last seen Rochester, 10/8. Maria and kids. We're alive heading south. Meet us in Des Moines. If anyone knows the family from the Blue House on 3rd in Owatonna, please contact Tent 14. He read every note, every scrap, every smudged word, and every desperate plea, and every photo taped to the board. Family snapshots, school photos, driver's license pictures, images of people who might be dead or alive, or standing frozen in a barn somewhere. He read them all, and there, 3rd row from the top, left side, partially covered by a newer note. A piece of paper that stopped his heart. A child's drawing. Crayon on lined notebook paper. The kind you'd tear from a school composition book. A fox, orange and brown and purple, with a big smile and a bushy tail. And at the bottom, in the careful, oversized letters of a child, just learning to write, Lily K. He pulled it from the board. The thumbtack came out and fell and hit the ground, and he didn't hear it. He held the paper in both hands, and the crayon lines blurred because his eyes were filling, and the fox smiled up at him from the paper with the same smile Lily drew on every fox she'd ever made. She'd been here. She'd stood at this board and pinned this drawing, and she'd been alive, and she'd been drawing foxes, which meant she was still herself, still his daughter, still the girl who drew foxes with big smiles, because foxes were survivors, and so was she. Elliot. Ruth's voice behind him, close. He couldn't speak. He held the drawing out to her, and she took it and looked at it, and her face did something complicated. A compression of emotion that she controlled the way she controlled everything, deliberately, precisely. She was here, Elliot said. His voice was wrong, rough and high, and not his. She was here. Ruth handed the drawing back, which means she was moved somewhere. We need to find the records. He tucked the drawing inside his coat, against his chest, where he could feel the paper against his skin. It was the closest he'd been to his daughter in 3 weeks, and it was a piece of paper, and it was everything. Cole Bridger appeared beside them. Find something? My daughter was here. I need to see your records. Where was she transferred? Records are in the admin tent. I'll take you. Cole's hand landed on Elliot's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that felt wrong in a way Elliot couldn't articulate. We'll figure this out. That's what we do here. We help people. He led them toward a larger tent at the camp's center. Elliot followed. Ruth followed. And Ruth's eyes were moving, scanning, cataloging, the guard rotations, the fence lines, the faces of the people they passed. Reading the camp the way she'd once read forward operating bases. She didn't like what she was reading. The admin tent had records, boxes of them. Handwritten intake forms, transfer manifests, supply logs. A woman named Carol sat at a folding table, processing new arrivals, and she looked at Elliot with tired eyes when he asked about Lily. Korbach, let me check. She pulled a box from under the table and rifled through papers. Kate, here. Korbach, Lily, age 7. Arrived October 9th via National Guard convoy from Winona. Accompanied by, she paused. Accompanied by Sergeant Thomas Reyes, 34th Infantry Division. No listed parent or guardian. Where was she transferred? Carol checked a second form. Transferred October 12th. Southbound convoy. Destination listed as, she squinted at the handwriting, Des Moines staging area. That was one of the last convoys we managed before FEMA pulled out. Des Moines, 180 miles south. Another city, another unknown, another link in a chain that kept stretching further than he could reach. What about Nora Korbach? Or Nora Engstrom? Carol checked. Shook her head. No record of either name. Elliot stood in the admin tent and felt the information settle into him. Lily had been here, alive, processed, transferred south. She'd arrived without her mother, accompanied by a soldier. No parent or guardian listed. Which meant Nora hadn't been with her. Which meant he stopped the thought. Pushed it down. Filed it in the place where the things he couldn't afford to feel went. Alongside the image of Jamie looking up at him from the parking lot. Thank you, he told Carol. His voice was steady. How it was steady, he didn't know. Outside the admin tent, Ruth pulled him aside. We need to talk, she said, not here. They walked to the edge of the camp, near the fence line, out of earshot of the nearest guard tower. Ruth stood with her back to the fence and spoke in a low voice that carried the careful modulation of someone delivering a field report. This camp is wrong. What do you mean? I mean the guards aren't FEMA. They're not military. They're not volunteers. They're men with guns who took over a refugee camp and are running it as their personal operation. She ticked points on her fingers. The food distribution is controlled. People get rations, but the guards eat separately and eat more. The medical supplies are allocated by the guards, not by medical personnel. The communication station is receiving signals, but I don't think it's transmitting. They're listening but not broadcasting their location, which is what you do when you don't want other organized groups to know you're here. That could be security, and the woman who was turned back from the food line. I talked to her. She said she wanted to leave last week and was told she couldn't. She said 3 people tried to leave and were sent on a supply run outside the fence and never came back. Ruth looked at him with eyes that had seen this kind of thing before, in places with different languages and different uniforms, but the same fundamental architecture of power. Elliot, this is a labor camp. These people aren't refugees. They're prisoners. The word landed in his chest like a stone. Cole Bridger is running this place like a company store. The refugees do the work, scavenging, construction, maintenance. The guards take the best supplies. Anyone who pushes back gets sent outside the fence. She paused. And they won't let us leave. Not with our vehicles and weapons. We walked in voluntarily. They'll keep us voluntarily or not. You're sure? I'm sure. He thought about Dean and the others, still outside the gate with the vehicles. He thought about the weapons they'd taken from the convoy. He thought about the drawing in his coat and the word Des Moines written on a transfer manifest. We need to get the others, he said, without giving away that we know. Agreed. Go back to the gate. Tell them we're going to bring the rest of the group in. Once we're all together, we assess and plan. And if they won't let me go back to the gate, Then Andre will come in after us, and it'll get loud." He nodded. He walked back toward the gate, past the rows of tents and the people who moved through the camp, with the subdued gait of individuals who had traded one kind of fear for another. He passed the bulletin board and looked at it again. All those messages from people looking for people, pinned to a board in a camp, run by men who didn't care about any of them. Cole met him at the gate. "Everything check out?" "She was here. She was transferred to Des Moines." Elliot kept his voice calm, his body language open. The art teacher in him, the part that could read a room of teenagers and know exactly who was lying about their homework, was now reading Cole Bridger, and what he read was a man who was used to controlling situations through charm and was very good at it. "I need to bring the rest of my group in. We've got medical supplies that Ruth wants to add to your infirmary." "Of course, bring them in." Cole stepped aside, the gate swinging open. "We're all in this together." Elliot walked out. The gate closed behind him. At the vehicles, he found the group tense. Andre was standing outside the Suburban with his hand resting on the stock of an M4 that was not quite pointed at anything and not quite pointed at nothing. "Took too long," Andre said. "I know." Elliot looked at them, 10 faces waiting. "Ruth says the camp's been taken over. Raiders running it as a labor operation. We go in, we might not come out." "Then we don't go in," Dean said. "We have to." He pulled the drawing from his coat, held it up. The crayon fox, the careful letters, Lily K. "My daughter was here. She was transferred to Des Moines. The records inside confirm it. I need to know if there's more, supply routes, convoy schedules, anything that tells me where she ended up." He looked at each of them. "I'm going back in. I'm asking you to come with me, but I'm not making you." Maggie took the drawing from his hand. She looked at it for a long time. The fox, the letters. She ran her thumb over the crayon lines, and her thin mouth pressed into something that wasn't quite a smile. "She has your sense of composition," Maggie said. "The fox is centered. Most children that age draw off balance." She handed the drawing back. I'm coming, Ruth called from inside the camp, her voice carrying through the fence. Dean looked at Andre. Andre looked at Kai. Kai looked at Pilar. Pilar looked at Copper, who was sitting at her feet with his head tilted, reading the group's energy with the same precision Pilar read infected behavior. "All in," Dean said. They went in, all of them. Vehicles and weapons and supplies and the dog. Cole Bridger met them at the gate with his salesman's smile and his calculating eyes, and they surrendered their firearms at the entrance, because the sign said to and because refusing would tip their hand. And Elliot watched Andre place the M4 on the table with the deliberate care of a man putting down a part of himself and promising to come back for it. They were inside. The gate closed. 3 days in the Rochester camp, and the truth became impossible to ignore. They were given 2 tents at the camp's edge, farthest from the gate, closest to the fence line, a placement that Cole described as the best we've got left, and that Andre identified as the position with the worst access to exit routes. They unpacked. They settled. They watched. Day 1. Wendy integrated herself into the camp's supply operation, ostensibly to help, actually to audit. She spent 12 hours cataloging what the camp had and who was getting it. Her findings, reported to the group in whispered conversation inside their tent at midnight, were damning. The guards, there are 22 of them, consume roughly 40% of the camp's food supply. The other 400 people split the remaining 60%. Medical supplies are distributed by guard authorization only. The guards have antibiotics, painkillers, and clean bandages. The refugees get aspirin and alcohol wipes. Day 2. Pilar circled the perimeter with Copper. She identified 3 potential exit points. A section of fence near the back corner, where the chain link was only held by zip ties, rather than proper fasteners. A drainage ditch that ran under the fence on the east side, and the gate itself, which was chained at night but not padlocked, held by a carabiner that could be unclipped in seconds. She also counted 15 frozen infected visible from the fence line, standing in the field beyond the parking lot, motionless in the cold. If they ran, they wouldn't be running into a clear path. Day 3. Maggie found the woman. Her name was Sarah. She was 40, a former school teacher from Casson, a small town east of Rochester. She'd come to the camp with her husband and teenage son in the first week. Her husband had objected to the guards' control of food distribution. He'd been sent on a supply run outside the fence. He hadn't come back. Her son had tried to leave to find him. He hadn't come back either. Sarah told Maggie this in the shower tent, where the noise of water covered conversation. She told it in the flat, hollowed-out voice of someone who had processed grief into numbness and was surviving on the fumes of rage. "They sent him out with nothing," Sarah said. "No weapon, no map, no vehicle. Just pointed him at the road and said, 'Go.' 4 of them did that to people who talked back. None of them came home," Maggie told the group that night. The tent was dark. 11 people in 2 tents, the flaps tied open between them so they could speak. Copper lay across the threshold like a bridge between the 2 spaces. "We leave tomorrow night," Maggie said. "We don't have our weapons," Dean said. "Kai's been watching the armory tent." Kai nodded from the darkness. He'd spent 2 days observing the guards' patterns, when they rotated, when they ate, when they slept. They store the confiscated weapons in a tent behind the admin area. 1 guard rotating every 4 hours. The 2 a.m. shift is a kid, 19, 20. Nervous. He walks a perimeter loop that takes him away from the tent entrance for 3 minutes every half hour. 3 minutes isn't much, Andre said. "It's enough if you know what you're grabbing." Kai looked at Andre. "You and me, 2 a.m. We get the guns, we get to the vehicles, we get out through the back fence. Pilar's already loosened the zip ties." "What about the gate?" Dean asked. "The vehicles are inside the gate. We'd have to open it, drive through, close it behind us. That takes time and makes noise." "The back fence then," Pilar said. "We cut it. Drive through the field. Field has frozen infected in it. They won't reactivate unless we create significant noise or sustained heat near them. Engine noise alone at speed wouldn't be enough. It's transient. We drive fast, we drive dark. We're through before they could respond, even if they did wake up." The plan took shape in whispers. Kai and Andre would retrieve the weapons. Dean would prep the vehicles. Both were parked in a motor pool area near the gate, keys confiscated. But Dean could hotwire anything and had been doing reconnaissance on the ignition systems since they arrived. Pilar and Copper would lead the group to the back fence. Ruth would carry the medical supplies. Wendy had already packed. Father Luis had his notebook. Tommy would help with the fence cutting. Elliot would go to the admin tent. "There might be more records," he said. "Transfer logs, convoy routes, radio frequencies for the southern camps, anything that helps me find Lily." "Going to the admin tent means going past the guard posts," Andre said. "I know. Alone. Unless someone wants to come." "I'll come," Dina said. They looked at her, thin, red-haired, shaking from insulin reduction, the last person you'd pick for a covert operation. She met their stares with the jittery defiance of someone whose anxiety had circled all the way around to determination. "The medical tent is next to the admin tent. If I'm in the camp's pharmacy when you're in the records room, I can grab insulin and whatever else Ruth needs. 2 targets, same area, same window." Ruth looked at Dina. What passed between them was the unspoken negotiation of a medic assessing whether a patient was fit for a mission and a patient insisting she was. Ruth nodded. "Everyone clear?" Maggie asked. "Clear," said 10 voices in the dark. "Good. Sleep if you can. Tomorrow we pack quietly, we act normal during the day, and at 2 a.m. we go." Maggie settled onto her cot, and the springs creaked. "And someone set a watch. I don't trust these people not to do a tent inspection." Andre took first watch. Elliot lay on his cot and stared at the tent ceiling and tried to sleep. He could hear the camp around them, the hum of the generator, the crunch of guard boots on frozen ground, the murmur of 400 people in 300 tents, trying to survive another night in a place that called itself a refuge and was something else. He thought about Lily's drawing. He'd studied it in the daylight, every line, every color choice, the pressure of the crayon, the angle of the strokes. She'd drawn the fox with a purple body, which was new. Her foxes were usually orange or brown. The purple coat. The fox on the back of her coat. She'd drawn the coat fox, which meant she was wearing the coat. which meant someone had dressed her in her winter things before the evacuation, which meant someone had taken care of her. He thought about the transfer manifest, accompanied by Sergeant Thomas Reyes, no parent or guardian. He thought about Nora. He put the thought away, filed it. Later. Everything later. Right now, the only thing was the plan and the morning and the 2 a.m. window and the records in the admin tent that might tell him where his daughter had gone. He didn't sleep. He lay in the dark and drew Lily's face in his mind, line by line, and waited for 2 a.m. At 1:45 a.m., Maggie got out of bed and told Elliot she had changed the plan. She did it quietly, standing beside his cot in the dark, her white hair pale shape above him. She was dressed, coat on, cane in hand. She didn't look like someone who'd been sleeping. "I need to talk to you outside," she whispered. They stood behind the tent in the darkness between the back wall and the fence. The camp was quiet, generator humming, a single guard visible on the nearest tower, his back to them, his attention on the perimeter beyond the fence. The cold was sharp and clean, and Elliot's breath made small clouds that dissolved into the dark. "I'm going to create a distraction," Maggie said. "That's not the plan. The plan has a problem. Kai and Andre need more than 3 minutes to get the weapons. Dean needs time to hotwire 2 vehicles. You and Dina need time in the admin and medical tents. And Pilar needs time to cut the fence wide enough for vehicles." She spoke with the measured precision of a woman who had spent her career identifying problems and solving them, and the fact that this particular problem involved her death did not alter her tone. "I can buy you that time." "Maggie, Elliot." She said his name with the same directness she'd used in faculty meetings when a teacher was talking and needed to stop. "I have pancreatic cancer. Stage 2. I was diagnosed in August. My oncologist gave me 4 to 8 months. She let that settle. I didn't tell anyone because it wasn't relevant. It's relevant now. The night was very still. Elliot could hear his own heartbeat. He could hear the faint, rhythmic crunch of the guards' boots on the tower platform above them. "How long?" "Weeks. Maybe a month. I've been managing the pain with ibuprofen, which isn't managing it. Ruth suspects she's been watching me. She hasn't said anything because she respects people enough to let them carry their own secrets." Maggie's hand found his arm in the dark. Her grip was light but certain. "I am going to die. The only question is whether I die usefully. I won't let you—" "You're not letting me do anything. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. There's a difference, and a man who teaches teenagers should know it." Her voice softened, barely. The Maggie Bjornstad version of softening, which was less like melting and more like a stone becoming slightly less sharp. "You have a daughter to find. Ruth has patients to treat. Dean has roads to drive. These people have lives. I have weeks. The math isn't hard. Math isn't everything. No, but it's enough." She released his arm. "At 2:15, I'm going to walk into the center of the camp with that brass bell from the supply tent. I found it yesterday, handy thing. They use it for meal calls. I'm going to ring it. Loud, continuous. It'll draw the guards, and it'll draw anything within earshot outside the fence. The frozen infected will start to be the guards' problem. The bell won't thaw them, but it'll get the guards' attention fixed on me and on the perimeter. That gives your team the window." She straightened her coat, adjusted her cane, though Elliot had noticed she needed it more now, her left leg bearing less weight than it had in Canal Park. "You need to tell Ruth. She'll want to argue. Don't let her." "Maggie, there has to be another way. There are always other ways. Most of them get more people killed." She looked at him in the darkness, and her eyes caught the faint light from the guard tower above, and in that light, she looked exactly as she had looked a decade ago, standing in the doorway of his classroom on his first day at Duluth East, saying, "Welcome to the building, Mr. Korbach. Don't let the students see you sweat." I once had a student tell me he couldn't do his homework because the world was ending. I told him the world ends every day, and the homework is still due. Do you know what the homework is right now? Tell me. Get your people out of here and go find your daughter. That's the homework. It's due tonight, and it's not optional. She turned and walked into the dark between the tents and Elliot stood in the cold and watched her go and felt something in his chest tear along a line he hadn't known was there. 2 a.m. The plan moved. Kai and Andre slipped out of the tent like shadows. Kai first, low and fast, a man born for darkness and open ground. Andre behind him, silent with the particular silence of someone who had learned to move without sound in environments where sound meant consequences. They disappeared toward the armory tent. Dean went to the motor pool. He'd stashed tools in his coat over the previous days. A flathead screwdriver, a pair of wire strippers, a length of copper wire. He moved with the unhurried gait of a man walking to a job he'd done 1,000 times. Pilar and Copper led Ruth, Wendy, Tommy, and Father Luis to the back fence. Pilar had a pair of wire cutters she'd lifted from the maintenance tent. She began cutting zip ties and chain link in the dark, each snip a small, precise sound that was swallowed by the night. Elliot and Dina went to the admin area. The camp was laid out in rough concentric rings, tents on the outside, operational facilities in the middle, guard quarters and administration at the center. Moving inward meant moving past guard posts, and Elliot's skin crawled with each step, his body anticipating the shout, the flashlight, the sound of a round being chambered. But the 2 a.m. shift was skeleton crew. 4 guards on the towers, 2 walking patrol, 1 at the gate. The interior was unguarded. Cole Bridger and his lieutenants slept in a cluster of tents near the admin area, but they slept like men who believed they were in control and therefore had nothing to fear from the people they controlled. The admin tent was unlocked. Elliot slipped inside. Dina continued to the medical tent next door. In the dark, by the light of a penlight held between his teeth, Elliot went through the records. His hands moved fast, sorting paper, scanning pages. Transfer manifests, convoy logs, radio frequency charts. He found the box labeled October Transfers and pulled it and opened it and went through every page. Lily's transfer form. He'd already seen it, but now he photographed it in his mind. Every detail, every field. Korbach, Lily. Age 7. Origin, Winona. Mentioned transfer date, 10/12. Destination, Des Moines staging area. Convoy ID, NR-17. Escort, SGT T. Reyes, 34th ID. Below that, in a different hand, a note. Minor unaccompanied. Mother deceased, confirmed at origin site. Minor nonverbal since evacuation. Refer to child services upon arrival at destination. Mother deceased. He read it twice, 3 times. The words didn't change. The penlight trembled in his teeth, sending the light jittering across the page, and the letters blurred and reformed and said the same thing every time. Mother deceased, confirmed at origin site. Nora was dead. Nora, who made Lily's lunches with the crusts cut off because Lily was particular. Nora, who sang off-key in the shower and cried at animal rescue commercials, and had left him because she wanted someone who lived inside his life instead of observing it from a safe distance. Nora, who had texted him if you can come get her, and had meant it as both a plea and an accusation and a final act of trust in a man she'd stopped trusting in every other way. Nora was dead. He put the paper down. He put his hands flat on the table. The penlight fell from his teeth and rolled, and he was in darkness, and his breathing was very loud in his own ears, and the admin tent smelled like paper and cold and someone else's coffee from weeks ago, and he stood in the dark and let the information have him for 60 seconds. That was all the time there was. 60 seconds of grief, allotted like a ration, because Maggie was about to ring a bell, and Kai and Andre were in the armory, and Dean was hot-wiring vehicles, and his daughter was alive in Des Moines, and there was no time. There was never enough time, and the dead could not wait, and neither could the living. He collected himself. He grabbed the transfer logs, the convoy schedules, the radio frequency chart. He stuffed them inside his coat. He turned to leave. Dina was in the tent entrance, a canvas bag over her shoulder, clinking with bottles. Her face was pale and stricken, and she was looking at him with the expression of someone who had seen something they wished they hadn't. "I heard you," she whispered, "through the tent wall." He hadn't realized he'd made a sound. Maybe he'd spoken. Maybe he'd done something else. A gasp, a word, some involuntary exhalation of damage. "Nora's dead," he said. "I know. I heard." She reached out and took his arm, and her hand was shaking. It was always shaking, the tremor of a body running on diminished insulin and perpetual anxiety. But her grip was firm. "Lily's alive. That's what we carry right now. Everything else comes later." He nodded. They moved. Outside, the camp was still dark, still quiet. Elliot could feel the plan humming around him like a machine with all its parts in motion. People moving in the dark, each piece dependent on the others, each person trusting that the others were where they needed to be. He and Dina skirted the admin area and headed toward the back fence. Then, Maggie's bell began to ring. The sound was enormous in the silence. A brass handbell, the kind used for school assemblies and dinner calls, ringing in steady, measured strokes in the center of the camp. Ring, ring, ring. Each stroke was a declaration. Clear, bright, impossible to ignore. Cutting through the cold air like a blade. Shouts from the guard towers. Flashlight beams swinging. The crunch of boots as the walking patrol broke into a run toward the sound. From inside the sleeping tents, voices, confused, alarmed, the 400 refugees of Rochester waking to the sound of a bell that shouldn't be ringing. And from beyond the fence, in the field, where the frozen infected stood in their silent rows, a twitch, then another. The sound carrying across the open ground, vibrating through the air and through the frozen earth, and into the ice-locked muscles of things that had been waiting. Elliot ran, the back fence. Pilar had cut a gap, wider than expected, wide enough for the Suburban if they angled it right. Ruth was already through, carrying the medical bag. Tommy was holding the fence open, his face white in the darkness. Wendy was through. Father Luis was through. Kai appeared from the direction of the armory, 2 rifles slung across his back, moving at a controlled sprint. Andre was behind him with the rest of the weapons and a bag of ammunition. "Vehicles," Kai said. "Dean?" The answer came as a pair of engines roaring to life in the motor pool, the Suburban's steady growl and the truck's diesel thunder. Headlights flared. Dean had the truck moving before the engine was fully warm, swinging it around the row of tents and toward the back of the camp. And the Suburban followed with, Elliot squinted, Tommy in the driver's seat, the kid having sprinted from the fence to the motor pool when nobody was looking. "I can drive," Tommy shouted through the open window. "My uncle had a ranch." "I don't care if your uncle had a spaceship. Don't hit the tents," Dean's voice on the CB. Tommy swerved, barely missed a tent stake. The Suburban bounced through the gap in the back fence with inches to spare on both sides, and Dean's truck followed, and they were in the field. The field where the frozen infected had been. Were still, mostly. The cold held most of them, their muscles too ice-locked to respond to the bell's stimulus. But some, the ones nearest the fence, the ones whose positions had caught the most afternoon sun, and whose tissue was therefore marginally less frozen. Some of them were moving, twitching, jerking. One had freed an arm and was swinging it blindly. Another had begun to turn its head, the ice on its neck cracking and a sound like breaking glass. "Drive!" Pilar screamed from inside the Suburban. "Straight south. Don't stop." Tommy drove. Dean drove. The headlights cut across the field, illuminating frozen shapes that were half statues and half awake, caught in the act of reanimation, their bodies struggling against ice that was losing its grip. The Suburban's bumper clipped one, a glancing blow that sent it spinning onto the frozen ground without breaking stride. Behind them, the camp was in chaos. The bell was still ringing, Maggie still ringing the bell, steady and constant, a metronome of defiance. And the guards were shouting and running, and the refugees were pouring out of tents, and the flashlight beams crisscrossed like searchlights at a prison break. From the camp, a gunshot, then another. Not aimed at them, aimed at the perimeter, where the guards had realized that the bell was doing more than waking the camp. It was waking everything within earshot. Elliot looked through the back window of the Suburban. He could see the camp's lights, could see the running figures, could see the guard towers with their flashing beams. and in the center, small with distance but unmistakable, a shape in the camp's central yard, sitting in a chair, white hair catching the light, arm rising and falling in steady rhythm. Ring, ring, ring. He couldn't hear it anymore over the engine noise, but he could see it. He could see Maggie sitting in that chair with her back straight and her cane leaning against her knee, and the bell in her hand, ringing it like she was calling students in from recess, like she was announcing the start of an assembly, like she was doing the last useful thing she would ever do in a life that had been full of useful things. The infected from the field were converging on the camp, drawn by the bell, by the shouting, by the chaos. They moved stiffly, jerkily, still half frozen, but they moved. They pressed against the fence. They found the gap Pilar had cut, and they poured through it in a shuffling, stumbling wave. The last thing Elliot saw before the camp disappeared behind a rise in the train was Maggie's white hair and the flash of brass in her hand. Then the field crested, and the camp dropped out of sight, and the Suburban was bumping over frozen ground toward the road, and the sound of the bell was gone, replaced by the engine and the wind and the silence of a world that was one person smaller. Ruth, in the back seat, made a sound. Just one. A sharp, controlled intake of breath that was her version of a scream. Then she was silent, her hands on the medical bag, her face turned to the window. Nobody spoke for a long time. They reached the road. Tommy pulled onto pavement. Dean's truck followed. The headlights pointed south. Maggie's cane was leaning against the seat she'd been sitting in. Elliot looked at it for a long time before he looked away. They drove through the rest of the night and into a dawn that was gray and flat and offered nothing. South. Always south. The roads were clearer here. Whatever evacuation traffic had clogged the northern highways had thinned out in this corridor, and they made good time on a county road that ran parallel to 63, heading toward the Iowa border. The temperature rose with the miles, climbing from the high teens to the mid-20s. Still cold, but not the deep freeze of the Iron Range. The snow was thinner too, patchy on the fields, melted on the pavement. They stopped at dawn in the parking lot of a shuttered Methodist church in a town called Hayfield. Population 1,000 and something. Now population whatever the math of catastrophe had left behind. The town was quiet. No movement visible. The church's doors were locked, which was either a sign that it had been secured or a sign that no one had bothered with it. Kai scouted it, quick, efficient, returning with a nod. Clear. No infected inside. Basement's got a kitchen and some supplies. Someone stocked it for a church dinner that never happened. They went inside. The basement was cold but enclosed, with no windows, which meant no light leaking out. Dean got the church kitchen's gas stove working. The propane tank still had fuel. And Ruth heated water for coffee made from instant crystals they'd taken from the FEMA camp's supply tent during the escape. Coffee. The smell of it in the church basement was so achingly normal that Tommy sat down on the linoleum floor and put his face in his hands and stayed there for a while. They drank. They ate. They breathed. Then Ruth said, "We need to talk about Maggie." Silence. The kind that fills a room when everyone is thinking the same thing and no one wants to say it first. "She had cancer," Elliot said. "Pancreatic. Stage 2. She told me before the escape." Ruth nodded slowly. "I suspected. The jaundice, the weight loss, the way she moved. I should have pressed her. She didn't want to be pressed. She wanted to be useful. She was useful." Dean's voice was rough. He was standing in the corner, hands flat on a counter, his back to the group. "She was more than useful. She was..." He stopped, cleared his throat, didn't turn around. Father Luis opened his notebook. At the bottom of the latest page, below 37 names from the military convoy, below the names of people they'd found along the road and heard about on the radio, he wrote in careful letters, Margaret Bjornstad, age 71, Duluth, MN. He stared at the name for a long time, then closed the book. "I'd like to say something," Father Louis said. "Please," Elliot said. Father Louis stood. He didn't put on his clerical voice, the resonant, practiced tone of homilies and liturgies. He spoke in his own voice, which was smaller and rougher and more honest. "Maggie Bjornstad taught school for 40 years. She retired. She could have stayed in her house. She could have locked her doors and waited for the end, and no one would have blamed her. Instead, she packed a suitcase and walked to Canal Park and sat down with strangers and made them better. She kept us organized when we wanted to fall apart. She kept us moving when we wanted to stop. And when the moment came that when the math was what it was, she sat in a chair and rang a bell, and she did not run. He paused. I don't know what God thinks about any of this. I don't know if God is watching, but I know what Maggie did, and I know it mattered, and I know we're alive because of it. That's enough. That has to be enough. Wendy was crying. She cried silently, tears running down her face and falling onto her legal pad, where she'd already begun revising her inventory to reflect the supplies they'd grabbed during the escape. She didn't wipe the tears. She let them fall on the numbers. Tommy said, she called me young man every single time she spoke to me, like I was in the hallway without a pass. Pilar said, she told me Copper was the best behaved member of the group. Andre said nothing. He stood at the door, watching the stairs, and his silence was its own kind of eulogy. Kai went outside and didn't come back for an hour. When he returned, his eyes were red, and he said nothing about it, and no one asked. Dina checked her insulin. 12 vials remained. She'd grabbed 9 from the camp's medical supply. Not enough to eliminate the clock, but enough to push it back. Ruth added the stolen medical supplies to her inventory, and Wendy added them to her charts, and the machinery of survival continued because it had to. Because Maggie would have insisted that it continue, because the homework was still due. Elliot opened his sketchbook. He drew Maggie. Not the Maggie of the escape. Not the bell, not the chair, not the white hair in the dark. He drew the Maggie he remembered from school. Standing in a hallway, wire-rimmed glasses, the particular tilt of her head when she was listening to a student explain something she already knew. He drew her from memory, and the memory was clear, and the lines were sure. And when he finished, he wrote underneath in small letters, she did not run. He turned the page. On the next blank page, he wrote, Des Moines. The Iowa border was invisible. A sign on the highway that they passed at 30 miles an hour. State of Iowa welcomes you. The words punctured by what might have been bullet holes. The landscape didn't change. The same flat farmland, the same gray sky, the same emptiness that was somehow more oppressive than the Minnesota forest, because at least the forest had walls. Here, you could see to the horizon in every direction, and the horizon was the same everywhere. Nothing. They were on I-35 now, having merged onto the interstate south of Albert Lee. The highway was passable but haunted. Abandoned cars at irregular intervals, some of them containing occupants who hadn't made it out and had died of exposure or worse. Elliot learned not to look into the windows. Tommy learned slower. Don't, Ruth said, pulling Tommy back from a minivan he'd been approaching on a supply check. The windows are fogged from the inside. That means body heat. That means something inside is still generating warmth. Tommy looked at the minivan, at the fogged windows, at the handprints on the inside of the glass. Small handprints, child-sized, smeared and streaked. He walked away. He didn't speak for 2 hours. The Reapers found them on the second day in Iowa, south of Albert Lea, on a stretch of I-35 that ran between 2 walls of dead corn. Elliot saw the vehicles first, a line of trucks and SUVs blocking the highway in a V formation, the kind of roadblock that was deliberately designed to funnel approaching traffic into a kill zone. Men with guns stood at the points of the V. Behind the vehicles, more figures, a lot of them. He stopped the Suburban. Dean's truck stopped behind him. The CB crackled. That's them, Dean said. Reapers. Count 8 vehicles, 20-plus hostiles. Andre was in the passenger seat of the Suburban, one of the reclaimed M4s across his knees. His hand moved to the charging handle. Elliot put his hand on Andre's arm. Wait. A man walked out from behind the V formation. Big, fur-lined coat, the easy swagger of someone who knew he had numbers and firepower. He walked to a point equidistant between the roadblock and the Suburban and stood with his hands visible and his smile wide. Cole Bridger. Except this wasn't Cole Bridger. This was someone who smiled the same way, but was someone else entirely. A different model of the same design, a man who discovered that the end of the world was his natural habitat. Afternoon, his voice carried across the cold air. Name's Cole. I run the trade operation on this stretch of 35. Here's how it works. You give us half your supplies and one vehicle, and you keep moving south. No harm, no foul. Fair trade for safe passage. That's not a trade, Andre said, too quietly for Cole to hear. That's extortion. Elliot looked at the roadblock. 20-plus armed men. He had 9 people, 3 rifles, limited ammunition, and a dog. The math wasn't complicated. Stay here, he said. Elliot, stay. He got out of the Suburban and walked toward Cole Bridger. Up close, Cole was exactly what he'd sounded like. A large man with a salesman's charisma and a predator's patience. The fur coat was Cabela's branded. His boots were expensive. His eyes were the kind of eyes that calculated constantly, finding angles, assessing value. Nice Suburban, Cole said. Good condition. We'll take it. You said half our supplies in one vehicle. The truck has supplies. You can have a portion of those and the truck. Elliot's voice was steady, and he didn't know where the steadiness came from. Not from courage, certainly, because his legs felt like water, and his heart was hammering so hard it seemed impossible that Cole couldn't hear it. But the words came out even and clear, the words of a man making a negotiation he intended to win. The Suburban has our people. You get the truck. Counteroffer. We get the Suburban and everything in it. You keep the truck and yourselves. We have 11 people and a dog. The truck can't carry all of us and our supplies. Sounds like a you problem. A voice from behind Elliot. May I? Maggie's voice. Except Maggie was dead. Elliot turned and Ruth was standing there. Not Ruth's voice, but Ruth's body. Ruth's bearing. That same immovable calm. She walked past Elliot and stood in front of Cole and looked up at him with an expression that would have made a drill sergeant reconsider his life choices. You want supplies. We need passage. Let's stop performing and negotiate like adults. She produced a list. Wendy's inventory, the medical supplies column. We have antibiotics, amoxicillin, ciprofloxacin, azithromycin. We have surgical supplies, sutures, antiseptic, sterile bandages. We have painkillers. She held the list where he could see it. You can't loot these from a grocery store. Every pharmacy between here and Minneapolis has been picked clean. But we raided a military convoy and a FEMA medical tent. We have what you can't get. Cole looked at the list. The calculation in his eyes shifted. The angles rotating, new values plugging in. What do you want for it? Free passage south. You take 1/3 of our non-medical food supply and nothing else. You don't follow us. You don't radio ahead to anyone else on this road. And the antibiotics? 1 course of amoxicillin, 1 course of Cipro. The rest stay with us. That's not half. Half is what you asked for before you knew what we had. Now you know. 1 course each, plus food. That's the offer. Cole studied Ruth. He studied the list. He looked past them at the Suburban and the truck and the faces in the windows. He was doing the math. And the math said that a firefight with armed people in vehicles was more costly than a negotiation that gave him antibiotics he couldn't get elsewhere. Deal, Cole said. They handed over food, approximately 1/3 of their non-medical supplies, which Wendy had already separated into a designated loss pile in the truck, anticipating this exact scenario. They handed over 2 courses of antibiotics from Ruth's supply, which Ruth had triple-sealed in plastic bags and labeled in her precise handwriting. Cole's men loaded the supplies into their vehicles with the efficiency of people who did this regularly. Cole watched them go. As the Suburban pulled past the roadblock, he called out, "Hey, art teacher!" Elliot looked in the mirror. "Next time, lead with the old lady. She's better at this than you." Ruth, in the passenger seat, said nothing. Her hands were folded in her lap, but the corner of her mouth moved in a way that might have been a smile. They drove south. In the rear view, the Reaper's roadblock dwindled and disappeared behind the dead corn. 1/3 of our food, Wendy said from the back. That puts us at 6 days, Ruth said. I know. We'll find more. Where? Ruth didn't answer. Nobody answered. The highway stretched south, flat and empty. and the sky was the color of old iron, and 6 days of food wasn't enough for the 100+ miles to Des Moines, and they kept driving because driving was the only option left. Iowa in October was a lesson in desolation. The further south they went, the more the landscape bore the marks of the outbreak's passage. The frozen north had been a place of absence. People gone, towns empty, the dead standing frozen in place. Iowa was different. Iowa was the aftermath of motion. Here, the evacuation had been active. Highways clogged, towns overrun, the tide of humanity washing south in a wave that had left wreckage in its wake. Abandoned cars multiplied. Where northern Minnesota had shown 1 or 2 per mile, Iowa's highways were graveyards of traffic. Vehicles parked bumper to bumper in both lanes, some with doors open, some with windows smashed, some burned. The gaps between them were narrow, forcing Dean to weave the truck with a precision that was impressive for a vehicle that weighed several tons. The dead were here too, and they were different. In Minnesota, the cold had frozen them, locked them in place, made them manageable. In Iowa, the temperature hovered in the 30s, cold enough to slow them, but not cold enough to stop them. They moved, slowly, stiffly, with the shambling gait of the deteriorating. These were the early infected, turned in the first week, now 3 weeks decomposed. Their skin was gray and slack. Their clothes hung on them like drapes on broken frames. Their eyes had gone from milky to opaque, like stones set in sunken sockets. They moved between the abandoned cars like shoppers in an empty mall, following patterns that might have been memory, turning at intersections, pausing at doorways, going through the motions of a life that had ended. Pilar studied them from the back seat with clinical fascination. They're deteriorating. Look at the gait patterns. Those are 2 week infected, maybe 3. The muscle tissue is breaking down. They're slower than what we saw in Duluth. They're still moving, Andre said. Yes, but they're predictable. See how they track the car noise? Sound-driven, like we thought. But look, that one on the left just walked past a squirrel without reacting. Motion detection is degrading. Their vision's going. Can they still bite? The jaw muscles are the last to go. Yes, they can still bite. They drove through a small town, Clarion, a sign said, that had been comprehensively destroyed. Not by the infected, but by people. Storefronts smashed for looting. A gas station burned to its concrete pad. What appeared to be a barricade across the main street, built from furniture and car parts, abandoned. Behind the barricade, in the road, 5 bodies that were clearly human, shot, not turned. Left in the road. Don't look, Ruth told Tommy. Tommy looked. He always looked. The kid had a compulsion to witness that Elliot recognized because he shared it. The inability to turn away, the need to see, even when seeing was its own kind of injury. Those weren't infected, Tommy said. No. Someone shot them. Yes. Why? Because people do terrible things when they're afraid. And because some people were terrible before the world ended and just needed permission. Tommy was quiet for a while after that. When he spoke again, it was to himself, muttered into the collar of his hoodie, "Chat, this is not the play." His streaming narration, his coping mechanism. Elliot heard it from the driver's seat and said nothing. They drove. The day wore on. Food was rationed. 200 calories per person, which Wendy had calculated as the minimum sustainable intake for moderate activity. It wasn't enough. Elliot's stomach had become a constant, low-grade complaint. Not the sharp hunger of missing a meal, but the dull, persistent hunger of sustained deprivation, the kind that settled into your bones and made everything harder. Thinking harder, driving harder, caring harder. Dina ate her ration in small, precise bites, calibrating carbohydrate intake against insulin dosing. Ruth watched her the way Ruth watched everything, with an attention that was both clinical and deeply personal, the attention of a woman who measured her own competence by the survival of the people in her care. They passed through another town, and another. The names blurred. Goldfield, Eagle Grove, Jewel. Small towns, farm towns, places that had existed for a century, because the land needed tending and the people needed a place to tend it from. Now the land was untended and the people were gone and the town sat in their own emptiness, like abandoned sets on a lot, where no movie was being filmed. In Jewel, they found a gas station with fuel still in the underground tanks. Dean hooked up a hand pump and spent an hour filling every container they had. Wendy monitored the fuel consumption on her charts. Kai kept watch on the roof of the station, scanning the flat horizon with binoculars. Movement to the southwest, Kai reported. Large group, infected. Half a mile, moving east. How many? Hard to count on the flat. Dozens, maybe more. Are they heading toward us? Not yet. They're tracking something else. Might be an animal, might be another survivor group. But if they hear us... Dean cut the hand pump. Silence fell. They waited, 10 people and a dog in a gas station parking lot, holding their breath while a horde of the dead moved across the landscape half a mile away, drawn by something that wasn't them, heading in a direction that would miss them by a quarter mile if nothing changed. Nothing changed. The horde passed. They breathed. This is what Iowa is now, Kai said, climbing down from the roof. Open ground, nothing to hide behind, and hordes moving across it like weather systems. We need to get off the highway. And go where? County roads, back roads, the same thing we did on the range. He unfolded the map. There are farm roads that parallel 35 all the way to Des Moines. They'll be slower, but they won't be clogged, and the hordes follow the highways because that's where the noise was. They took the back roads. The hunger hit on the third day in Iowa, and it hit hard. Wendy had been tracking their consumption with growing alarm, her legal pad filling with calculations that produced numbers nobody wanted to see. They were below their 6-day estimate. The Reapers had taken more food than Wendy had allocated for the loss pile. Dean had added extra to the handoff, trying to appease Cole, and the discrepancy had knocked Wendy's projections off by 2 days. We have 36 hours of food at current rations, Wendy announced at their morning meeting held in the cab of Dean's truck in a cornfield off County Road E29. Her voice was strained. The professional precision she used as armor was developing cracks. If we cut to 800 calories, starvation ration barely functional, we get maybe 60 hours. That's not enough to reach Des Moines, Ruth said. That's not enough to reach anywhere with guaranteed supplies. Wendy's pen tapped the pad in a rhythm that was anxiety made audible. The towns we're passing through have been stripped. Every house, every store, every gas station. The first wave of refugees took everything portable. There has to be something, Elliot said. Some place that wasn't looted. The obvious places were hit first. Grocery stores, pharmacies, gas station convenience stores. Then the second wave hit restaurants, schools, churches. The third wave, the desperate wave, hit houses. Wendy was reciting this like a textbook, her supply chain brain modeling the patterns of civilizational collapse. By now, 4 weeks in, the only untouched supplies are in places people didn't think to look. Like where? Wendy stared at her pad. The pen stopped tapping. Her eyes went distant, not unfocused, but hyper-focused, looking at something behind the air itself, retrieving data from a mental filing system that had been built by years of regional grocery management. There's a distribution warehouse, she said slowly, a Midwest Foods regional distribution center. I remember it from a quarterly logistics review. We were trying to optimize delivery routes for our southern Minnesota stores. It's off Highway 20, east of Webster City. It's not a retail location, it's a warehouse. Trucks load there and deliver to stores. It's industrial. It's behind a security fence. And it wouldn't be the first place refugees would hit, because most people don't know it exists. How far? 40 miles, maybe 45. Do you know what's in it? Wendy looked at him. The cracked composure gave way to something that was almost a smile. I know exactly what's in it. I reviewed the inventory in a spreadsheet 6 months ago. $3.2 million in shelf-stable goods. Canned vegetables, canned fruits, canned proteins, dried goods, bottled water, and, this is the important part, a temperature-controlled pharmaceutical storage section for the pharmacy-adjacent products we carried: vitamins, basic medications, and insulin. Dina's head came up. Insulin, Dina said. Pharmacy-grade, sealed cold storage. If the backup generator held and the unit stayed closed, the temperature-sensitive products could still be viable. The group looked at each other. 40 miles through Iowa farmland for the chance of supplies that might or might not be there, that might or might not have been looted, that might or might not save Dina's life. "We go," Elliot said. Nobody argued. The Midwest Foods Regional Distribution Center was exactly where Wendy said it would be, because Wendy's memory for logistics was as reliable as gravity. It sat off Highway 20 in an industrial park east of Webster City, a low, sprawling building behind a chain-link fence, surrounded by a parking lot designed for semi-trucks. The fence was intact. The gate was locked. The building appeared undamaged. No signs of looting, Kai reported from a ridge 200 yards away, where he'd gone to scout. Fence is solid all the way around. No broken windows, no forced entries. Parking lot's empty except for 2 delivery trucks. Any infected? 3 visible. Inside the fence in the parking lot. Mobile but slow. They're deteriorated, probably early turners who were on site when the outbreak hit. Workers, maybe. 3 infected. Mobile but slow. Behind a locked fence in a parking lot. Between them and potentially millions of calories of food. Andre checked his M4. "I'll handle them." Quietly, Pilar said. "Gunshots will draw anything within a mile radius." Andre looked at her. Then he set down the rifle and picked up the fire poker. The same one he'd carried since the restaurant in Duluth, cleaned and sharpened. He hefted it once, testing the weight, and his body shifted into that lower, balanced stance that meant Andre was no longer a person in a conversation, but a person in a conflict. Dean cut the fence lock with bolt cutters from his truck. The gate swung open. Andre went in. Elliot watched from the fence line. The 3 infected were at the far end of the parking lot, near the loading docks, shuffling in aimless circles. They wore the uniforms of warehouse workers. Company polos, cargo pants, name tags still pinned to their chests. 3 people who had come to work one day and never left. Andre moved across the parking lot with a fluidity that was beautiful and horrible in equal measure. No wasted motion, no sound. He closed the distance like a shadow. And when he reached the first one, a man in his 40s, name tag reading Dave, he struck once clean, the poker driving through the temple with a sound that Elliot heard from 100 feet away and would hear in his sleep for weeks. The second turned. Andre was already there. The poker came up and came down, and the second, a woman, young, name tag, Jessica, fell without a sound. The third was behind him. It had turned faster than expected, drawn by the sound of the first 2 dropping, and it was close, 5 feet 4 reaching, and Andre pivoted and the poker came around in a horizontal arc that caught the third across the jaw, and then drove upward through the base of the skull, and the third went down and the parking lot was silent. Andre stood over 3 bodies in the morning light. He was breathing hard. His hands, the hands that had held the poker, were shaking. Not the tremor of exertion, the tremor of a man who had spent 10 years learning not to be the kind of person who did this, and who the world kept asking to be that person anyway. He looked at his hands. He looked at the poker. He put it down on the asphalt and walked to the fence line and sat on the ground with his back against the chain link and his head in his hands, and he stayed there for a long time. Pilar went and sat beside him. She didn't speak. She didn't touch him. She sat with the dog between them and waited. The rest of them went into the warehouse. Inside the Midwest Foods Regional Distribution Center was a cathedral of plenty. Rows of industrial shelving 20 feet high, loaded with pallets of canned goods, dried goods, boxed meals, bottled water. The scale was staggering, aisle after aisle, stretching the length of a football field. More food than 10 people could eat in 10 years. The emergency lighting was on, battery-powered, dim but functional, casting a yellowish glow over a landscape of abundance that seemed almost obscene in the context of the starving world outside. Wendy walked in first. She stopped in the entrance and stood perfectly still, her legal pad clutched to her chest, her eyes moving across the shelves with the systematic sweep of a woman reading an inventory she already knew. Aisle 1 through 4, canned vegetables. 5 through 7, canned fruits. 8 through 10, proteins, tuna, chicken, spam, beef stew. 11, dried goods, rice, pasta, oats. 12, bottled water. 13 through 15, household goods. And the cold storage unit is, she pointed, back left corner, through the double doors. She was right about all of it. She walked the aisles like a woman walking through her own home, pointing out products by name and location, reciting shelf positions from a memory that had been built for exactly this kind of knowledge and was, for the first time in the apocalypse, being used for exactly its intended purpose. I know exactly what's on every one of these shelves, she whispered, standing in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by food. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with something fiercer, something that looked like vindication. A lifetime of supply chain management, of inventory tracking, of quarterly reviews that no one cared about. And it had led here to this moment in a warehouse at the end of the world, where her knowledge was the difference between life and death. They loaded up. Dean backed his truck to the loading dock, and they filled it. Canned goods, water, dried goods, medical supplies from the front office's first aid station. Tommy proved his value as a scavenger, finding cases of energy bars in an office kitchen that no one else would have checked. Kai loaded water with the tireless efficiency of a man who understood the weight of it, 8 pounds per gallon, and they needed gallons. Dina went to the cold storage. The double doors were sealed, a good sign. The unit was powered by a backup generator that had run until its fuel supply exhausted. But the insulation had held. The temperature inside was 41 degrees, cool enough to preserve temperature-sensitive products. Dina stepped inside and the fluorescent lights flickered on, triggered by a motion sensor still running on battery, and the light revealed rows of pharmaceutical products on refrigerated shelves. Insulin, Humulin R, Humulin N, Novolog. Sealed vials, stored correctly within their viability window. Dina stood in the cold storage room and counted vials with hands that shook not from cold, but from the particular tremor of a person who has just been told that the clock they've been watching count down has been reset. 63 vials, she said to Ruth, who had followed her in. At my current dosing, that's, she calculated, 4 months, maybe 5 if I continue the reduced dose. Ruth took the vials and packed them in insulated bags with ice packs from the unit's freezer. She worked with the precise, unhurried movements of a woman who understood that the contents of these bags were worth more than anything else in the warehouse. We also have antibiotics, Dina said, pulling boxes from the pharmaceutical shelf. Amoxicillin, doxycycline, metronidazole, and, this is interesting, basic lab supplies. Test strips, reagent chemicals, a portable centrifuge. She looked at Ruth with the intensity of a scientist who had just been handed tools. I can do chemistry with this. Basic analysis. If we can get a sample of infected tissue. Later, Ruth said. Right now we load up and we leave. They loaded. They left. The warehouse doors closed behind them, and the emergency lights continued to glow in the empty building, illuminating aisles of food that would sit untouched until someone else found it, or the building collapsed, or the world found its way back to a place where distribution warehouses meant something. In the truck driving south, Wendy sat in the back with her legal pad and recalculated their supply projections. The numbers had changed. Instead of 36 hours, they had weeks. Instead of starvation rations, they had meals. The mathematics of survival had shifted in their favor, and the shift was entirely because a regional grocery store manager had remembered a warehouse from a quarterly report. Thank you, Elliot said to Wendy. She looked up from her pad. For a moment, the professional armor dropped, and the woman underneath was visible, tired, scared, grieving, carrying her own weight of things she'd done and hadn't done, running from a life that had been falling apart before the world did. It's just inventory management, she said. It's more than that. She looked at her pad. The pen tapped once, twice, stopped. Maybe, she said, and went back to her numbers. South of Webster City, in the dead farmland of central Iowa, Dina told them the truth about Nurexilin. They'd stopped for the night in a farmhouse off a county road, a solid two-story structure with intact windows and a wood stove that Kai got burning with the efficiency of long practice. The fire was a calculated risk, warmth against visibility. They'd seen no infected for 6 hours. The flat landscape around them was empty. Kai had done a perimeter check and found nothing moving within visual range. They ate. Real food, canned beef stew heated on the wood stove, crackers, canned peaches. The meal was the best they'd had since Canal Park, and the warmth of the house and the food and the fire created an atmosphere that was dangerously close to comfort. People relaxed. Dean told a joke about a trucker and a snowplow that wasn't funny but made Tommy laugh. Pilar fed Copper from a can of chicken, and the dog ate with the grateful efficiency of an animal who had learned that food was not guaranteed. After dinner, Dina spread the contents of her canvas bag on the kitchen table. Pill bottles, test strips, the portable centrifuge from the warehouse, and something else, a plastic evidence bag containing a glass vial of dark, viscous fluid. "Where did you get that?" Ruth asked. "The FEMA camp, before we left. There was a body in the medical tent, an infected that the camp guards had killed and left for disposal. I took a tissue sample." She held up the vial. "This is liquefied brain tissue from a CJD7R infected individual." The table was very quiet. "I've been running basic analysis on it since the warehouse. The centrifuge separates the tissue into components. The reagent strips can identify certain proteins and chemical markers." She opened a notebook, her own, smaller than Father Luis's, filled with chemical notations and molecular diagrams. "I know more about Nurexilin than I've told you." "Tell us now," Elliot said. Dina took a breath. The anxiety that was her constant companion flickered in her eyes. Was suppressed, resurfaced, was suppressed again. She spoke in the rapid, precise cadence of a pharmacist delivering critical drug information. Nurexilin was developed by Helion Pharmaceuticals in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. It was a prion-targeting drug designed for early-onset Alzheimer's and CTE. The mechanism of action was revolutionary. Instead of slowing prion aggregation, it was supposed to reverse it, dissolve the misfolded proteins, and restore normal neural function. She paused. The drug worked in early trials. Then it stopped working. The prion it targeted mutated in response to the drug, evolved a resistance mechanism. Instead of being destroyed, the prion hijacked the drug's delivery system and used it to spread through the brain faster. And Helion knew this, Elliot said. Helion knew the stage 2 trials showed anomalies, adverse event reports that didn't match the expected profile. The company was in financial trouble, hemorrhaging money, facing bankruptcy. They needed Nurexilin to succeed. So they adjusted the trial data, massaged the numbers, filed for FDA fast-track approval based on incomplete safety data. And the FDA approved it. Fast-track, emergency authorization for compassionate use in severe Alzheimer's cases. Then expanded to general prescription use. Dina's voice was steady now, the pharmacist's precision overriding her anxiety, the facts providing a structure she could inhabit. The contamination happened at the manufacturing plant in Memphis. A batch synthesis error created the mutant variant, CJD7R. The prion in the contaminated batches wasn't just drug-resistant. It was aggressive. It crossed the blood-brain barrier faster than any known prion, targeted the limbic system instead of the cortex, and produced the behavioral profile we're seeing: aggression, pain insensitivity, loss of higher function. So, the drug created the infection, Ruth said. The drug created the initial infection vector. 2.2 million Americans took contaminated Nurexilin in the first 3 weeks of availability. Those people became the primary infected. The ones who turned first, who attacked others, who started the secondary transmission chain through bites. And you filled prescriptions for it. Dina looked at her hands. 17 prescriptions at my location. I noticed the batch number irregularities. The lot numbers didn't follow the standard pharmaceutical sequencing. which can indicate manufacturing problems. I called Helion's adverse event hotline. They told me it was a database error. I filed a report with the State Pharmacy Board. She paused. The State Pharmacy Board forwarded my report to the FDA. The FDA forwarded it to Helion. Helion buried it. That's not your fault, Elliot said. Maybe not. But I filled those prescriptions. 17 people took a drug from my hand that turned them into what we've been running from for 3 weeks. She looked up. I can't undo that, but I can do this. She gestured to the vial, the centrifuge, the reagent strips. I can analyze the prion, understand its behavior, find its weaknesses. And the first thing I found is important. She held up a test strip. The prion degrades in decomposing tissue. As the infected body breaks down, the prion concentration in bodily fluids, blood, saliva, cerebrospinal fluid, decreases. A 3-week-old infected has roughly 40% of the prion load of a freshly turned one. Which means what, practically? Andre asked from his corner. Which means the oldest infected are less contagious, not safe. A bite from a 3-week infected can still transmit, but less reliably. And it means, she looked at each of them in turn. The prion is not transmissible through water. I tested standing water from a ditch near the road, and there is 0 detectable prion content. The prion requires direct fluid to bloodstream contact. Water doesn't carry it. Food prepared in uncontaminated environments doesn't carry it. The silence that followed was a different kind of silence than they'd been living in. For 3 weeks, the paranoia about water and food contamination had been a constant. Boiling everything, trusting nothing, treating every meal as a potential infection vector. The idea that the water was safe, that the prion wasn't floating invisibly in every puddle and stream, was a weight lifted that Elliot hadn't realized he'd been carrying until it was gone. You're certain, Ruth said. As certain as I can be with field equipment. I ran the test 3 times. 0 prion content in environmental water. The CJD7R prion is fragile outside a living host. It degrades rapidly in UV light, in extreme pH environments, and in the absence of neural tissue to bind to. It's a parasite that requires a very specific host environment. So we can drink the water, Tommy said. You can drink the water. You can wash in the water. You can cook with the water. The infection is transmitted by bite, by deep scratch, by direct blood-to-bloodstream contact. Period. Tommy leaned back in his chair. That changes? Does everyone understand how much that changes? I understand, Ruth said. Her voice was quiet but carrying an undercurrent of something immense. The sound of a strategist recalculating every assumption. It changes our survival profile fundamentally. Water scarcity was our second biggest logistical challenge. If we can drink from natural sources, we can travel faster, carry less, and range further from stored supplies. Wendy finished, already writing. This changes the math on everything. Dina closed her notebook. The anxiety was still there. It was always there. But underneath it, something else. Purpose. The look of a person who had found the thing they could do that no one else could do. The contribution that justified their place in the group. There's more to learn, she said. The prion structure, the mutation rate, the degradation curve. If I can get more samples, fresher tissue, different stages of infection, I can build a profile. And that profile might tell us something about vulnerabilities, points of attack. You're talking about a cure, Father Louis said. I'm talking about understanding. A cure is a long way off, if it's possible at all. But understanding the enemy is the first step in fighting it. She paused. And the next step is Memphis. Memphis, Elliot said. That's where Helion's manufacturing plant is. That's where the contamination happened. If there's research data, clinical trial records, prion characterization studies, safety profiles, it's there. In the labs, in the servers, in whatever's left of the building where they made the thing that ended the world. You want to go to Memphis? I want to go where the answers are. And I think she looked at him with those anxious green eyes that saw too much and feared too much and pushed through the fear anyway. I think you do too. For different reasons, but the same direction. Elliot looked at the group. 9 faces in the firelight. Maggie's absence like a missing tooth. The space where she should have been. The voice that should have been speaking. The straight back and wire-rimmed glasses, and the quiet, immovable certainty that had guided them. She was gone, and the space she'd left was unfillable, and they kept going anyway because that was the homework, and the homework was still due. Des Moines first, he said. We find Lily's trail. Then south. Des Moines, then south, Dina agreed. The fire cracked. The farmhouse creaked in the wind. Outside, Iowa stretched flat and dark and empty in every direction, and somewhere south, a city called Des Moines sat in the crossroads of 100 highways and held, maybe, the next link in the chain that led to his daughter. And beyond Des Moines, Memphis, the place where it started, the place where the answers were, the place where a pharmaceutical company had manufactured an apocalypse and a military had suppressed the warning, and a system of failures and negligence and greed had produced the world they were now living in. Elliot opened his sketchbook. He drew the farmhouse. He drew the fire. He drew 9 faces and the empty space where Maggie should have been. He drew the route south, a line from their position to Des Moines, and from Des Moines to Memphis, a 1,000-mile journey through the ruins of a country that had killed itself. And in the corner, small and persistent, a fox. He closed the book. He looked at the fire. We leave at dawn, he said, and the group, his group, this accidental family of strangers who had become the most important people in his world, nodded, and prepared, and slept. The fire burned down. The wind blew. Iowa held its breath in the dark. The last leg to Des Moines took 3 days. 3 days of county roads and back highways, threading between small towns that were either abandoned or hostile. They learned to tell the difference by the barricades. A town with a barricade at its entrance meant living people inside, people who had decided to defend what they had and were not interested in visitors. A town without a barricade meant either the people were gone or they were hiding, and hiding people were unpredictable. They passed through without stopping. The food from the warehouse sustained them. The insulin bought Dina time. The radio frequencies from the Rochester records brought fragments of the world beyond their windshield, broadcasts from survivor communities in Nebraska, from a military remnant in Kansas City, from a ham operator in Omaha, who transmitted weather forecasts every morning at 6 a.m. with a cheerfulness that felt either inspiring or insane. Partly cloudy today in the greater Omaha area with a high near 40. Winds from the northwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation, 0%. Zombie forecast, moderate activity in the downtown corridor, low activity in the suburbs. Avoid Dodge Street. Have a good day, survivors. Huh. Tommy laughed at this every morning. The laugh was thin and slightly desperate and absolutely necessary. On the second night, camped in a rest stop on Highway 30, Elliot and Father Luis sat on the tailgate of Dean's truck and watched the stars. The sky was clear for the first time in days, and the stars, without light pollution, without the ambient glow of a functioning civilization, were stunning. The Milky Way was a river of light across the sky, and the constellations stood out with a clarity that predated electricity. That must have been what people saw for thousands of years, before someone figured out how to make the dark less dark. Do you believe in God? Elliot asked. I'm a priest. That's not what I asked. Father Luis was quiet for a long time. He held his notebook in his lap, closed, his fingers resting on the cover. The pages inside were filling, name after name, a census of the dead that he compiled with the devotion of a monk copying scripture. I believe in the notebook, he said finally. I believe that someone should write down the names, that the dead deserve to be counted, that there's something, I don't know what, something that matters about the act of recording, of witnessing. Is that God? I used to think so. I used to think that the act of witnessing was holy, because God was the ultimate witness, the one who saw everything, remembered everything, who held every life in perfect memory. He looked at the stars. I don't believe that anymore. I stopped believing it when the cathedral burned, when 60 people died while I climbed out a window. That wasn't your fault. Fault isn't the point. The point is, I was the priest. I was the shepherd. I was supposed to be the one who could explain why. Why a good God allows suffering. Why a loving creator permits the innocent to die. I had answers for those questions. Theology, theodicy. The problem of evil, neatly resolved in footnotes and homilies. He closed his eyes. The answers don't work anymore. They were designed for a world where suffering had context, where it fit into a larger plan, where it served a purpose. This, he gestured at the dark landscape, the empty highway, the world. This has no context. There is no plan. A pharmaceutical company made a drug that eats brains, and the brains it eats keep the body walking. There's no theology for that. But you still pray. I've heard you. I still perform the prayers. For Ruth, for Tommy, for Dina, when her hands shake. For the group. They need it. They need someone to say the words, even if the person saying them doesn't believe them. He opened his eyes and looked at Elliot. Is that hypocrisy? I don't know, is it? It feels like service, the last service I can offer. People need ritual. They need someone to say that the dead matter, that the living are held, that there's a structure beneath the chaos, even if the structure is just a man with a notebook saying the names. He paused. I think about Maggie. She wasn't religious. She told me so on the second day, very directly, the way she told everyone everything. She said, Father, I think your God is a story, but I think the story helps people, so please keep telling it. And she meant it as kindness. Elliot looked at the stars. He thought about Maggie in the chair with the bell. He thought about Jamie at the parking lot. He thought about Nora, deceased at Origin Site, and Lily, drawing foxes in a room he hadn't seen yet. I think performing goodness when you no longer believe goodness has a source might be the bravest thing I've ever heard of, Elliot said. Father Luis was quiet for a long time after that. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Thank you. For what? For understanding the question. They sat under the stars and said nothing else for a while. The rest of the group was inside the rest stop building, a concrete structure with vending machines and restrooms and a tourist map of Iowa that nobody would ever need again. The vending machines had been smashed long ago, but the building was solid and warmish, and Dean had rigged the generator to run for 4 hours of heat. Elliot opened his sketchbook and drew the stars, not the constellations, not the patterns people had imposed on the randomness, but the stars themselves, the raw points of light, arranged as they actually were. No mythology, no meaning, just light, very old and very far away, burning whether or not anyone was there to see it. He drew a small fox among the stars. Des Moines appeared on the horizon like a broken tooth. They came in from the northeast, on Highway 330, and the city materialized out of the flat Iowa landscape. A skyline of medium-rise buildings and the gold dome of the state capitol, all of it rendered in the flat gray light of an overcast October afternoon. From a distance, it could have been any Midwestern city. Up close, it was a nightmare. The outer suburbs were the aftermath of war. Not metaphorical war, actual combat. The National Guard had made a stand here, and the evidence was everywhere. Sandbagged positions at intersections, razor wire across residential streets, burned-out Humvees, and civilian vehicles mixed together in the kind of indiscriminate destruction that happens when a defensive line collapses and everything behind it becomes the front. Shell casings carpeted the sidewalks like metallic snow. Buildings were peppered with bullet holes, and among the wreckage, the dead, military and civilian and infected, all mixed together, all equally still. This is where the Iowa line was, Dean said over the CB. His voice was subdued. The trucker's bravado that he wore like his Carhartt was absent. I heard about it on the radio. The guard tried to hold Des Moines as a southern anchor point. Lasted 5 days. They drove through the outer ring slowly, carefully. The infected here were numerous but deteriorated. 3-week turners, stumbling and slow, their responses dulled by decomposition. Pilar watched them from the back seat and dictated observations that Elliot stored in his memory and would later transfer to sketches in his book. Visual acuity is severely degraded at this stage. They're responding almost entirely to sound. Watch. That one just walked past us at 15 feet without reacting. But when Dean shifts gears, the truck's transmission whined as Dean downshifted. 6 infected within a 100-yard radius turned simultaneously toward the sound. There, sound-driven. We keep the engines low and steady. We can move through them. They moved through them. The Suburban crept through the suburban streets of Des Moines at 10 miles per hour, weaving between abandoned cars and shambling infected, and the infected turned and shuffled toward the engine noise, but couldn't keep pace, and fell behind and were replaced by new ones, who also couldn't keep pace, and the whole thing had a nightmarish quality, like driving through a crowd that kept reforming no matter how far you went. The deeper they went, the worse it got. The suburbs gave way to the urban core, and the urban core was overrun. Not just scattered infected, but density. Clusters of them, groups of 20 and 30, moving together in loose aggregations that weren't coordinated but weren't random either. They followed the same paths, the same streets, drawn by some residual signal or memory, or the simple mechanics of a shared sensory response. We can't drive through the center, Andre said. Too dense. We'd get surrounded. The tunnels, Kai said. He'd been studying a city infrastructure map he'd taken from the Rochester FEMA camp's records. Des Moines has a utility tunnel network, steam tunnels, storm drains, maintenance corridors. They run under the downtown core. If we can access them, we can cross the city underground. Underground, where we can't see what's ahead of us and can't run if we need to. Above ground, where we can be seen and heard and swarmed. Pick your risk. We're not going underground today, Ruth said. We need to plan. We need to scout the tunnel entrances, and we need to figure out what we're looking for. I know what I'm looking for, Elliot said. The transfer records said Des Moines staging area. There'll be a military or FEMA facility somewhere in the city, where the convoys from the north terminated. Records office, transport manifests, anything that tells me where the children from the Winona evacuation were sent after they arrived here. That facility is probably downtown, Wendy said. Government buildings, the Capitol complex. That's where they'd set up a staging operation, which is the center of the overrun area. Which is why we need the tunnels. The logic was inescapable. What they needed was in the heart of a city that had been dead for 3 weeks and was full of thousands of decomposing infected who would respond to any noise they made with a convergence that would be unsurvivable above ground. They parked the vehicles in a suburban garage, a residential house at the edge of the density zone, its garage door openable by hand, its walls intact. Dean backed the truck in. Tommy pulled the Suburban alongside it. They closed the garage door and sat in the dark and planned. The plan took shape over hours. Kai would scout the tunnel entrances at dawn. He was the quietest mover, the best at navigating unfamiliar terrain. Pilar and Copper would accompany him, the dog's senses providing early warning. Andre would provide security. The rest would stay with the vehicles. Elliot would go into the tunnels. You're not trained for confined space operations, Andre said. I'm trained to look at things and understand what I'm seeing. If there are records in a government building, I'll recognize them. I'll know what to take. I'm coming too, Dina said. The hospitals will have pharmacies. Underground access to a hospital could mean medication, equipment, things we can't get anywhere else. The tunnels are dangerous, Kai said. Limited visibility, limited exit routes. If there are infected down there, then we'll deal with it. Elliot's voice was firm in a way that surprised even him. The art teacher who froze at windows was still in there, still watching Jamie go down in the parking lot, still rooted to the spot while the world fell apart. But layered over him, built on top of him like clay on an armature, was someone new. Someone who made plans and carried them out, Someone who had watched Maggie Bjornstad sit in a chair and ring a bell, and who understood now that the only unforgivable thing was inaction. "Dawn," Elliot said. "We go at dawn." The garage was cold. They slept in the vehicles, engines off, blankets piled. Elliot lay in the Suburban's back seat with his sketchbook open to the map he'd been building, an ever-expanding document of their journey, annotated with symbols and notes and small sketches that told the story of where they'd been and what they'd found. He added Des Moines to the map, drew the skyline, drew the route from the suburbs to the center, drew a question mark over the downtown core. Somewhere under that question mark, in a government building in a dead city, there might be a piece of paper with his daughter's name on it, telling him where she'd gone next, where she was now, whether she was still... He closed the book. He held Lily's fox drawing against his chest and listened to the sounds of 9 people breathing in a garage in Des Moines. And he thought about Maggie's bell and Nora's last text and the long road south that was getting shorter every day. "I'm coming, Lily. I'm coming." The night was long and the cold was deep, and the city outside was full of the dead. And somewhere in the dark, miles south, a girl in a purple coat was drawing foxes on every surface she could find, waiting for a man with glasses who she'd drawn on a piece of cardboard and taped to a wall above her bed. He didn't know that yet. He wouldn't know it for weeks. But the line between them, the invisible thread that connected a father to his daughter across the ruins of a country, was taut and humming and unbroken, and it pulled him south the way gravity pulled water downhill. Inevitably, irresistibly, toward the only destination that mattered. Dawn would come. The tunnels would open. The dead city would yield its secrets. And the journey would continue, because the journey was all there was. The tunnel entrance was a maintenance hatch in the basement of a parking garage, 3 blocks from the Capitol complex. Kai found it during his dawn scout, a steel plate set in the concrete floor, bolted at 4 corners, with a faded city utilities stencil that read, "DSM Steam Tunnel Access, authorized personnel only." The bolts had been loosened by someone before them. One was missing entirely, the others hand-tight, which meant someone else had gone down. Whether they'd come back up was a question the hatch couldn't answer. "Recent access," Kai said, kneeling beside it. He ran his finger along the bolt threads. "No corrosion on the exposed threads. Someone opened this in the last few weeks." "FEMA, probably," Dina said. "If they were running a staging area at the Capitol, they'd use underground access to avoid the surface streets. Or survivors trying the same thing we are." Kai looked at Elliot. "Either way, the tunnel's been open. Anything in the parking garage could have gone down." Elliot looked at the hatch. A square of steel in a concrete floor, 3 feet by 3 feet, opening into darkness that smelled of steam and rust and the faint, sweet rot that had become the background scent of the New World. Below the hatch, a steel ladder descended into a space his flashlight couldn't reach the bottom of. "Who's going?" Andre asked. He stood at the garage entrance, M4 held across his chest, watching the street outside. The parking garage was on the edge of the dense zone, the area where the infected population went from scattered to concentrated. From his position, he could see at least 30 of them in the street, shuffling along in their degraded 3-week-old shamble. They hadn't reacted to the group's presence. The garage blocked sound effectively. "Me, Kai, Tommy, and Dina," Elliot said. "Small team, fast and quiet. Kai navigates, Tommy scouts ahead. Dina hits the hospital pharmacy if we can access it, and I go for the records." "I should go instead of Tommy," Andre said. "I need you up here. If something goes wrong underground, we need someone topside who can extract us. You're the only one who can hold a position." Andre looked at him. The quiet assessment, the fighter's calculation. Then, "If you're not back in 4 hours, I'm coming down. 3 hours. If we're not back in 3, something's gone wrong. 2.5. Fine." Ruth handed Elliot a medical kit, compact, organized, containing tourniquets, bandages, antiseptic, and a single dose of morphine in a sealed syringe. "The morphine is a last resort," she said, "for pain management only. Don't waste it." He put the kit in his pack. He looked at the group: Ruth, Dean, Andre, Pilar, Wendy, Father Luis. 7 faces watching 4 people prepare to descend into the dark. "We'll be back," he said. "You'd better be," Dean said. "I just named the Suburban after you. Be ashamed to rename her." Tommy laughed. The laugh was too bright, too fast, the nervous energy that was his permanent state vibrating at a higher frequency than usual. He'd volunteered for the tunnel team without being asked, stepping forward with the too eager body language of a 19-year-old, trying to prove something to people he needed to prove it to. Elliot had seen it and recognized it and let him come because Tommy needed to be needed, and because the kid was genuinely fast and genuinely good at fitting through small spaces, and those were tunnel skills. "I got this," Tommy said, adjusting the straps of his pack. "Think of it like a dungeon crawl. I've done 100 of those. This isn't a game, Tommy. I know, believe me, I know, but the mindset helps." He tapped his temple. "Map the space, check corners, manage resources, watch your 6. Same principles." Kai went down first. The ladder was 12 feet, steel rungs bolted to a concrete shaft, descending into a corridor that opened at the bottom into a space larger than the shaft suggested. Elliot followed, then Tommy, then Dina. The hatch stayed open above them, a square of gray light that shrank as they moved away from the ladder. The tunnel was 6 feet wide and 7 feet tall, built of concrete and brick, with steam pipes running along the ceiling and electrical conduit along the walls. The floor was wet, condensation from the pipes, pooling in low spots, reflecting their flashlight beams in scattered fragments. The air was warm, warmer than the surface. The steam pipes, though no longer carrying active steam, retained heat from years of thermal absorption. The temperature was maybe 50 degrees. Comfortable. Too comfortable. Infected are more active in warmth, Pilar had told them during the planning session. If there are any down here, they'll be at full mobility. Not frozen, not slowed, full speed. Kai moved ahead, flashlight low, feet silent on the wet floor. He navigated by the infrastructure map he'd memorized. The utility tunnel network was documented in a city planning file from the Rochester FEMA records. A schematic showing the steam tunnel grid beneath downtown Des Moines. The tunnels connected most major buildings in the core: the Capitol, City Hall, the courthouse, the hospital, the hotel complexes. A subterranean highway for maintenance workers that was now their only route through a city choked with the dead. They moved in silence. The tunnel stretched ahead, straight for 100 yards, and then branching at a T-junction. Kai consulted his mental map, turned left. The left branch angled slightly downward, heading toward the Capitol complex. The steam pipes were larger here, 18-inch diameter, insulated with asbestos wrapping that was peeling in places, dropping fibrous fragments into the standing water. "How far to the Capitol?" Elliot whispered. "Quarter mile, maybe less. The tunnel junctions are at 100-yard intervals." Kai pointed at numbered markers on the wall, faded stencils reading DSM ST14, DSM ST15. "We're at 15. The Capitol access is at 22. 7 junctions, 7 decisions, 7 opportunities for the tunnel to contain something they weren't prepared for." They reached junction 16. Another T-Kai went right. The tunnel narrowed here. 5 feet wide, lower ceiling, the pipes pressing closer. Tommy, behind Elliot, had to duck. The water on the floor was deeper, ankle-high in places, and the sound of their footsteps splashing was louder than Elliot wanted. "Quieter," Kai breathed without turning. They tried. But the water was the water, and every step sent small ripples outward that reflected the flashlight beams and made the tunnel walls dance with fragmented light. Elliot focused on his feet, on each step, placing his boots carefully, rolling from heel to toe the way Kai had shown him, minimizing splash. Junction 17. Kai stopped, held up a fist, the universal signal for halt. Everyone froze. Silence. The drip of condensation from the pipes. The distant mechanical hum of something. A generator, maybe, still running somewhere in the city's infrastructure, feeding power to nothing, and underneath those sounds barely audible, something else. Breathing. Not their breathing. Something else's breathing. A wet, ragged, labored sound. Coming from the tunnel ahead, the sound of lungs working that shouldn't be working, pulling air through passages that were partially blocked by fluid or decay. Kai's flashlight found it. 20 feet ahead, at the next junction, standing in the intersection of two tunnels, a figure, male in the remnants of a maintenance uniform, skin the color of wet concrete, jaw hanging open, eyes reflecting the flashlight with a dull, pupilless sheen. A staller. It had been standing here in the dark, in the quiet, in the warm tunnel for weeks, motionless, waiting until the light. The flashlight beam hit its eyes, and the thing activated with a speed that was shocking after weeks of watching frozen, deteriorated, infected on the surface. This one was warm. This one was preserved by the tunnel's temperature, protected from the UV degradation and freeze-thaw cycles that had slowed the surface population. This one was fresh, and this one went from statue to full sprint in less than a second. Down! Kai dropped, and the thing sailed over him, arms outstretched, jaw snapping. It hit the wall behind Kai and bounced off and turned, and Elliot's flashlight caught its face. The face of a man who'd had a name and a job and a family, and was now a set of teeth propelled by a damaged brain in a warm tunnel, and it lunged again. Tommy moved. The kid was fast, genuinely, extraordinarily fast. He sidestepped the lunge, grabbed the thing's maintenance uniform, and used its momentum to drive it into the wall. The skull connected with concrete with a sound like a coconut hitting pavement. The thing staggered. Tommy grabbed a chunk of broken pipe from the tunnel floor. It had been lying there, dislodged from its mounting, 3 feet of cast iron, and swung. The first hit put the infected on the ground. The second hit crushed the temporal bone. The third was unnecessary, but Tommy didn't stop at 2. The pipe rose and fell 3 times, and the tunnel floor was suddenly darker in the flashlight's beam, and Tommy was standing over the body with his chest heaving and the pipe in his hands, and an expression on his face that Elliot recognized from a gas station in Canal Park. The expression of a boy who'd done this before and was terrified of how naturally it came. "Clear," Tommy said. His voice was hoarse. Kai stood, checked the intersecting tunnels with his flashlight. Nothing else visible. "There'll be more," Kai said. "Warm tunnels, enclosed spaces, minimal stimuli. These are staller conditions." "How many more?" Dina asked from the back. Her voice was tight, controlled, the anxiety compressed into a small, hard ball by the need to function. "No way to know. Could be 1, could be 50. Kai looked at them. "We keep moving. Stay tight. Keep the lights low. Use peripheral illumination, not direct beams. Flashlight in the eyes triggers them instantly." They moved. Junction 18, 19. Each one an intersection of tunnels where things could be standing in the dark, where the warm air and the silence and the absence of stimulation had created an environment perfectly designed to produce the worst kind of infected encounter. The kind where you walked into a room full of statues that became attackers in the time it took to blink. Junction 20. Kai stopped again. Not the fist signal this time. He just stopped, and his body went rigid. And Elliot knew before he saw the reason that whatever was ahead was worse than a single staller in a maintenance uniform. He moved up beside Kai, looked past him into the tunnel ahead. The tunnel widened at Junction 20 into a larger space, an equipment room maybe, or a junction hub where multiple tunnels converged. The ceiling was higher here, 10 feet instead of 7, and the space was roughly circular, 30 feet in diameter. Steam pipes entered from 4 directions. Emergency lighting, still powered by a failing battery, cast a yellowish glow that was just enough to see by. The room was full, not full of individual infected standing in their separate spaces, waiting for stimuli, full of something else, something that defied the architecture of the individual, something that pulsed. A mound of flesh occupied the center of the room. It was, Elliot's mind scrambled for comparisons and found none adequate. It was a mass, a pile, a growth. Dozens of bodies, maybe more, fused together by decomposition and pressure and time. They had converged here, drawn by the warmth, by each other's heat signatures, by whatever instinct drove the dead to aggregate. And they had pressed together, and their skin had merged where it touched, soft tissue melding at the contact points. bones interlocking, clothing rotting into the shared mass, until there was no individual, only colony, only the thing. It filled the center of the room like a tumor. It was as large as a car, 8 feet across, 5 feet high, a roughly spherical mound of merged human bodies. Limbs protruded at angles that would have been impossible for any single anatomy. Arms reaching upward, legs folded beneath, hands clenched into permanent fists, or splayed open with fingers locked in extension. Faces were embedded in the surface of the mass. Some pointed outward, mouths working in slow, rhythmic chewing motions, eyes open and blind. Some pointed inward, pressed into the flesh of adjacent bodies, visible only as bulges in the mass. The whole thing moved, not in the way individual infected moved, not walking, not reaching. It pulsed. It breathed. If a thing with dozens of sets of lungs could be said to breathe, and the collective respiration made the mass expand and contract in a slow, tidal rhythm. Flesh shifted against flesh. Internal movements rippled across the surface like waves on a grotesque ocean. A hand emerged from the interior, pushed outward by pressure from beneath, fingers spread and grasping, then was pulled back in as the mass contracted. The sound it made was not moaning. It was a low, continuous, harmonic vibration, dozens of throats producing sound simultaneously, the overlapping frequencies creating a drone that was felt in the chest before it was heard by the ears. It was the sound of a hive, a choir of the dead. Elliot's flashlight found the surface of the mass, and the details hit him in waves, skin that was gray and purple and mottled with the patterns of decomposition. Hair, multiple colors, multiple textures, matted into the shared surface, teeth visible in the working mouths, some broken, some intact, all moving in that constant chewing rhythm. An eye, singular, embedded in the mass at roughly head height, rolling independently of everything around it, finding Elliot's flashlight beam and tracking it. The eye followed the light. The mass shifted. "Don't move!" Kai's voice was a thread of sound. "Nobody move!" The mass had responded to the light. The pulsing increased in tempo. The drone changed pitch, rising slightly. The limbs on the surface began to extend. Not all at once, not coordinated, but in a wave that started from the side, facing them and propagated around the mass like a ripple spreading from a stone dropped in water. Arms reached toward the light source. Hands opened and closed. The mouths chewed faster. Elliot killed his flashlight. Darkness. The drone subsided slightly. The pulsing slowed. In the dark, lit only by the failing emergency light, the colony breathed and waited. It didn't need to chase. It filled the room. It blocked the path. "We can't go through this room," Tommy whispered. "There's a maintenance corridor," Kai breathed. "Smaller. To our left." I saw it on the map, a parallel route that bypasses this junction. But it's narrow. Very narrow. How narrow? 2.5 feet, maybe less. "I'll fit," Tommy said immediately. "Elliot won't. Not with a pack." "Then we drop the packs. We need the packs. The records, the medical supplies. We push them through ahead of us." Tommy was already shrugging off his pack. His hands were shaking, fine tremors that he couldn't control. But his voice was steady with the particular steadiness of a 19-year-old who had decided to be brave and was holding on to the decision with everything he had. "I go first. I'm the thinnest." I push my pack ahead of me and check the corridor. If it's clear, I call back and you follow. "Tommy, Mr. K." The name Tommy used for him, the student name, the art room name, the name from before. "I got this. Dungeon crawl, remember? Narrow corridor, check for traps, scout ahead. I've done it 1,000 times." His grin was visible even in the dim light, nervous and bright and utterly wrong for the situation, and utterly right for the person wearing it. Kai found the maintenance corridor, a narrow opening in the tunnel wall, 3 feet high, 2.5 feet wide, leading into a passage that ran parallel to the main tunnel. It was a cable run, a space designed for pulling electrical conduit, not for human transit. The floor was concrete. The walls were brick. The ceiling was just high enough to crawl. Tommy went in first. He pushed his pack ahead of him and crawled on elbows and knees, the beam of his flashlight jerking with each movement. The corridor was tight. His shoulders brushed both walls, but he moved with the fluid efficiency of someone who was genuinely good at fitting through small spaces, who had volunteered for this, because it was the thing he could do that no one else could. Elliot went second. The corridor was a coffin. The walls pressed against his shoulders, his hips. His pack, pushed ahead of him, snagged on a protruding brick, and he had to twist sideways to free it. And for a moment, he was stuck, wedged between brick walls in the dark. 2 stories below, a dead city with a thing that breathed like a hive, a dozen feet away, and his lungs forgot how to work. "Keep going," Kai's voice behind him. Calm, steady. The voice of a man who had been in worse spaces than this, and knew that the only direction was forward. He kept going. 20 feet, 30. The corridor seemed to lengthen as he crawled, expanding with each yard like a nightmare hallway in a fever dream. His flashlight illuminated Tommy's boots ahead of him, moving steadily, and he focused on the boots and crawled. "Opening ahead," Tommy's voice echoing off the brick. "I see another tunnel. Give me a second." A pause. The sound of Tommy's pack scraping through the opening. Then Tommy's voice, again relieved. "Clear. No contacts. Come through." Elliot pushed through the opening and emerged into a wider tunnel. Not as wide as the main corridor, but passable, maybe 4 feet. He stood, hunched, and his spine cracked in 3 places. Kai came through behind him. Then Dina, who emerged pale and shaking, and immediately checked her blood sugar with trembling hands. 112, she said. "I'm okay." "Where are we?" Elliot asked. Kai consulted his mental map. "Parallel bypass. This should connect to the Capitol sub-basement access about 200 yards ahead." "And that thing back there? We hope it stays in that room." Kai's face was unreadable. "We don't come back this way." They moved. The bypass tunnel was older, less maintained. The bricks were crumbling in places, the floor was uneven, and the smell was different here. Older decay. The must of spaces that hadn't been opened in years. Junction 21, a drainage grate set in the tunnel floor, 4 feet across, covering a shaft that descended into the storm drain system below. Water trickled through it, audible but not visible in the dim light. Tommy stepped over the grate. The hand came through it. It shot through the grate like a piston. A gray, decomposing hand, fingers spread, catching Tommy's ankle with a grip that shouldn't have been possible for tissue that degraded. Tommy's foot went out from under him, and he went down on one knee hard, and the hand pulled. "Tommy!" Elliot grabbed for him, got his arm, pulled. Below the grate, a face pressed against the bars. An infected in the storm drain below them, its body wedged into the shaft, its arm forced through the gap between the grate bars. Its mouth was working against the metal, teeth scraping on iron, producing a sound like nails on a chalkboard. Its other hand came through a gap further down the grate, grabbing at the air, at Tommy's other leg, at anything. Tommy kicked. His boot connected with the hand, and the fingers didn't release. The grip was mechanical, involuntary. The muscles locked in a contraction that had nothing to do with choice and everything to do with a prion-damaged brain that had exactly one directive. Hold still. Kai was there. The hatchet, and the small wilderness hatchet he carried on his belt, came out and came down in one motion, severing the hand at the wrist. The fingers stayed locked on Tommy's ankle, but the arm retracted through the grate, spouting dark fluid that wasn't quite blood. Kai pried the severed hand off Tommy's ankle and threw it down the tunnel. Tommy scrambled backward, away from the grate. His breathing was a ragged, rapid-fire sound that filled the tunnel. "Did it break skin?" Ruth's voice. Except Ruth wasn't here. The question came from Elliot's own mouth, channeling Ruth, asking the question she would ask. Tommy pulled up his pant leg. The ankle was red where the grip had been. Pressure marks, the imprint of fingers on flesh, but the skin was intact. The boot had taken the worst of it. No bite, no scratch, no blood. "I'm okay," Tommy said. "I'm okay, I'm okay." He said it 3 times, each repetition less convincing than the last, and his hands were shaking so badly that when Kai handed him a water bottle, he couldn't hold it. Elliot held it for him. Tommy drank. Water ran down his chin, and he didn't wipe it. "Chat," Tommy said weakly. "This is not the play." Elliot almost smiled. Almost. They stepped around the grate, giving it a wide berth, and continued. The Capitol sub-basement access was a steel door, heavy, institutional, with a push bar that opened from the tunnel side. Kai tested it. Locked. Then he pushed harder, putting his shoulder into it, and the lock, weakened by 3 weeks without maintenance, gave with a snap that echoed down the tunnel. They emerged into a basement corridor that was cleaner, newer, fluorescent lit by emergency battery power. The walls were painted cinder block. Signs pointed toward maintenance, mechanical, storage. And at the end of the corridor, a stairwell with a sign reading Capitol Complex, ground level. The staging area would be ground level or above, Dina said. Government operations always go high. Flooding risk in basements. They climbed. The stairwell was clear. No sound, no movement. The concrete and steel of the structure isolating them from whatever was on the surface. At the ground level door, Kai listened with his ear pressed to the metal for a full minute before cracking it. The ground floor of the Iowa State Capitol building was a mausoleum. The rotunda, grand, domed, the kind of civic architecture designed to inspire awe, was dark, except for daylight filtering through windows that were largely intact. The marble floor reflected the dim light. The grand staircase swept upward on both sides. Portraits of governors lined the walls, their painted eyes looking out at a scene they couldn't have imagined. The building had been used as a military command post. Evidence was everywhere. Folding tables still set up with radio equipment, field phones, maps pinned to easels, MRE wrappers and wastebaskets, sleeping bags on the marble floor. The command post had been abandoned in order. Equipment powered down, materials left behind but not destroyed, chairs pushed in. The military had pulled out, not been overrun. They left, Kai said, scanning the room. Orderly withdrawal. Probably relocated south when the northern line collapsed. Records, Elliot said. His voice was taut. They found the records room on the second floor, a conference room that had been converted into an administrative hub. Filing cabinets, boxes of paper, 3 laptop computers on a long table. One of the laptops was still powered by an internal battery that had been trickle charging from a solar panel wired through the window. Its screen was dark, but when Elliot opened it, the login screen appeared. The password was taped to the underside of the laptop, the kind of security shortcut that field operators used when convenience outweighed protocol. He logged in. The desktop was organized into folders: evacuation, logistics, personnel, communications, medical, refugee processing. He opened refugee processing, spreadsheets, hundreds of rows, names, ages, origins, destinations. The systematic documentation of a government trying to track the movement of its displaced citizens. Imperfect, incomplete, but vast. He searched. Korbach, Lily, age 7. Origin Winona, MN, via Rochester FEMA camp. Arrival, Des Moines staging area, 1014. Status, unaccompanied minor, guardian deceased. Transfer, convoy SM-33, 1017. Destination, Columbia MO, University staging area. Final placement, pending. His heart stopped, started, stopped again. Columbia, Missouri. The University of Missouri campus. A staging area where refugees were sorted and sent to permanent communities. Lily had been there as recently as October 17th, 10 days ago. Moved from Des Moines to Columbia. Still pending placement. He searched for more. Found a subfolder. Unaccompanied minors. Opened it. A separate tracking system, more detailed than the general refugee logs, documenting children separated from families. Names, ages, medical notes, behavioral notes. Korbach, Lily, age 7. Medical, no significant issues. Behavioral, largely nonverbal. Since evacuation does not speak, draws constantly. Prefers animal subjects, fox. Responds to gentle approach. Does not respond to loud voices or sudden movements. Assigned guardian S sheet. Thomas Reyes, 34th ID. Transferred with minor per standing order. Does not speak. His daughter had stopped speaking. She'd been a chatterbox. A 7-year-old verbal hurricane who narrated everything, who asked questions faster than adults could answer them, who told elaborate stories about the foxes she drew, giving them names and histories and complex emotional lives. She had stopped speaking. He stared at the screen. The fluorescent emergency light buzzed. Tommy was at the door, watching the hallway. Kai was examining the radio equipment. Dina was in the adjacent room, where the medical supplies had been stored. He copied the files. Not electronically. There was nothing to copy them to. He wrote. He pulled his sketchbook from his pack, and he wrote everything down, every detail, every name, every date, every number. He wrote the convoy designation and the destination and the behavioral notes and the name of the sergeant who'd been carrying his daughter through the apocalypse, and he wrote it in the same precise hand he used for his art. Careful, deliberate, permanent. Then he searched for more. Transfer routes, convoy schedules, road condition reports, intelligence on the state of Missouri, the Ozark region, the communities where refugees had been placed. He found maps with convoy routes marked in red. He found radio frequency lists for southern staging areas. He found a summary document titled Operation Safe Harbor, Child Refugee Placement, that listed the final destinations for unaccompanied minors from the northern evacuation: Hardy, Arkansas; Poplar Bluff, Missouri; Jonesboro, Arkansas. 3 communities, 3 possible locations. One of them held his daughter. He wrote them all down. He drew the route on his map. Des Moines to Columbia to the 3 communities, a branching path like a river delta, each branch leading to a possible answer. Elliot, Dina in the doorway. Her face was strange, pale, which was normal for her, but with a tightness around the eyes that meant she'd found something important. You need to see this. He followed her to the adjacent room, the medical hub, tables with equipment, boxes of supplies, a communications console, and on one of the tables, a stack of documents stamped classified, CENTCOM, distribution limited. I found these in a locked drawer, Dina said. The lock was a filing cabinet lock, the kind you can open with a paperclip. I don't think they expected anyone to come here. The documents were internal military communications, memos between military commands, between the military and Helion Pharmaceuticals, between the military and the CDC. Elliot read them with growing comprehension and growing horror. A memo dated September 28th, 2025, 5 days before the outbreak, from a Colonel V. Drake, CENTCOM liaison to Helion Pharmaceuticals, to her commanding officer. New Rexland safety profile remains concerning per attached CDC preliminary findings. Recommend halt to distribution pending full review. Note, Helion Corporate has pushed back aggressively. Advise caution re congressional relationships. The response dated September 29th. Understood. Hold position. Do not escalate. Helion has significant DoD contracts unrelated to New Rexland. Political sensitivity high. Continue monitoring. A second memo dated October 1st, 2 days before the outbreak. CDC field reports now indicate potential prion mutation in New Rexland batch series NX400 through NX412. Recommend immediate recall and quarantine of affected batches. This is no longer a monitoring situation. The response dated October 1st, acknowledged. Recall authorization pending DoD legal review. Expected timeline 72 to 96 hours. 72 to 96 hours, 3 to 4 days. The outbreak happened on October 3rd. The recall authorization was still pending when 2.5 million Americans had already taken the drug, and the first cases of extreme aggression were being reported in emergency rooms across the country. They knew, Dina said. Her voice was barely audible. The military knew. Colonel Drake knew. She reported it. They told her to wait. Who is Colonel Drake? I don't know, but her name is on every one of these memos. She was the liaison. She was the point of contact between the military and Helion. And she's... Dina held up another document. An order, dated October 15th, 12 days after the outbreak. Colonel V. Drake assigned Commanding Officer, Task Force Memphis. Mission: secure Helion Pharmaceuticals. Manufacturing Complex Memphis, TN. Preserve all research data and infrastructure. Priority: highest. She's in Memphis, Elliot said. She's running Memphis. The manufacturing plant, the origin point, the place where the contamination happened. She's there, with the research data, with whatever's left of Helion's infrastructure. Dina looked at him. Elliot, if there's a way to understand this prion, to fight it, to cure it, it's in that research data. And this woman is sitting on it. He looked at the documents. He looked at the route on his map, Des Moines to Columbia to Lilly. And beyond that, Memphis. The place where it started. The place where answers might exist, if they could reach them. If the woman guarding them would share them. If the world allowed one more miracle in a landscape that had used up all its miracles. He took the documents, all of them, stuffed them in his pack alongside his sketchbook, and Lily's transfer records, and the fox drawing from the Rochester bulletin board. We need to go, Kai said from the hallway. We've been here too long. They went. The way back was different. They couldn't return through the colony room. Kai led them through a different tunnel route, longer, circuitous, following the steam tunnel grids south and east, before looping back toward the parking garage entrance. The tunnels were quieter in this section, older, less traveled. But the darkness was the same, and the warmth was the same, and the knowledge that things stood motionless in the dark, waiting for stimulus, was the same. They moved in silence. Tommy was in front of Elliot now, having rotated with Kai, and the kid moved with a new quality that hadn't been there before. A watchfulness, a coiled tension in his shoulders and back, the body language of someone who'd been grabbed through a grate and was now expecting to be grabbed through everything. His flashlight swept the floor ahead of them in a systematic pattern. Left, center, right, left, center, right. Looking for grates, looking for hands. Junction 26, 27. The tunnel forked and Kai went right, toward what he said was a connection back to the parking garage grid. The fork narrowed, the ceiling dropped. They bent, then crouched, then crawled. This isn't right, Kai said from the front. He'd stopped. His flashlight illuminated a dead end. The tunnel sealed with brick, a wall that hadn't been on the map because the map was outdated or incomplete, or because someone had sealed this tunnel deliberately. Back up, Kai said. We take the other fork. They backed up. In a tunnel, backing up is harder than going forward. You can't see what's behind you. Your pack catches on the ceiling. Your body fights the reverse motion. Elliot shuffled backward in the dark, and his boot connected with something soft. Ow, Dina said from behind him. That's me. Sorry. They returned to the fork, took the other branch. This one was wider, cleaner, and Kai moved faster, his confidence returning as the tunnel matched the map again. 5 minutes. 10. The parking garage grid was close. Then, Tommy stopped. Do you hear that? Elliot listened. Over the sound of their breathing, over the drip of condensation, there was something else. A sound. Low, continuous, coming from behind them. Coming from the tunnel they'd just been in. Breathing. Not individual, collective. The harmonic drone of many throats. The colony was moving. That's not possible, Dina whispered. It was stationary. It was rooted. It's not rooted. Kai's voice had changed. The calm wilderness guide replaced by something sharper. Something that recognized danger at a primal level. It's mobile. Slowly, but it's mobile. And we just walked through its territory and left a trail of sound and light. How fast? I don't know. But the sound is getting louder. They ran. Not the careful, silent movement of the approach, but a full sprint through the tunnel, flashlights bouncing, packs slamming against walls, feet splashing through standing water. Stealth was gone. Speed was everything. Junction 30, 31. The parking garage grid. Kai found the connection, a side tunnel that angled upward toward the surface. The concrete transitioning from old utility construction to newer garage foundation. They climbed. The tunnel floor rose. The air changed. Colder, drier, the warmth of the steam tunnels giving way to the chill of the parking garage. The ladder was ahead. The hatch was above them, the square of gray light visible at the top of the shaft. Safety. Surface. Air. Tommy was first to the ladder. He grabbed the rungs and climbed, fast, hand over hand, his pack slamming against the shaft walls. Elliot was behind him. Dina behind Elliot. Kai last. Tommy reached the top. He pulled himself through the hatch and rolled onto the garage floor, and his legs were still coming through when the sound from below changed. The drone becoming louder, closer, accompanied by a wet, pressured sound, like a mass of something being forced through a space too small for it. "It's in the connecting tunnel," Kai said from the bottom of the ladder. 30 yards. Go. Go." Dina climbed. Her hands were shaking, always shaking, but she climbed with a determination that overrode the tremor. Elliot waited at the bottom of the ladder with Kai and watched the tunnel behind them. His flashlight found it. The colony was coming. Not fast. It couldn't be fast. Not a mass of fused human bodies forced through a 4-foot tunnel. But it was coming. It filled the tunnel like a plug in a pipe, compressed, deformed, its surface scraping along the walls and ceiling with a sound like wet leather on stone. Arms and legs protruded from the leading edge, pushing, pulling, propelling the mass forward with the collective effort of dozens of bodies working in a grotesque unison. The drone was deafening in the confined space, a wall of sound that vibrated in Elliot's chest and made his teeth ache. He climbed. The rungs were slippery with tunnel condensation. His feet slid, he gripped harder, pulled, hand over hand. The hatch above him, the square of light, Tommy's face looking down. Come on, come on, come on. Kai was below him, coming up the ladder at speed, and below Kai, the colony reached the shaft. Arms, dozens of them, pushed into the shaft opening, feeling the walls, finding the ladder. A hand closed on the lowest rung, then another. The mass pressed against the shaft entrance, too large to fit, but it tried. It pressed and compressed and deformed, and the leading edge of it bulged into the shaft like dough being pushed through a too small opening. Elliot cleared the hatch. Dina was already through. Tommy was pulling at Elliot's arms. Kai came through last, launching himself from the ladder with a final burst of force, and they slammed the hatch cover down. The steel plate hit the opening and stopped. Something was in the way, a hand, a limb, something protruding from the shaft. The hatch wouldn't close. Andre was there. Andre, who'd been waiting, who'd heard them coming, who was already in motion. He brought the butt of the M4 down on the protruding limb with a force that cracked bone, and the limb retracted, and the hatch slammed shut, and Dean, who'd appeared from nowhere with a length of steel rebar, drove the rebar through the hatch handle and into the concrete floor, pinning it. The hatch shuddered. From below, the drone vibrated through the steel plate and into the garage floor. Arms pushed against the underside. The hatch buckled slightly, then held. The rebar held. The concrete held. They stood around the hatch, 10 people, panting, sweat-soaked in the cold garage air, and listened to the thing below try to push through a barrier that was, for now, stronger than it was. "What the hell is down there?" Dean asked. "Don't ask," Tommy said. He was sitting on the floor, his back against a concrete pillar, hugging his knees. "Trust me. Don't ask." Elliot looked at Tommy. The kid was shaking, full body tremors. Not the fine shaking of adrenaline, but the deep, structural shaking of a nervous system that had been pushed past its capacity. His UMD hoodie was soaked with tunnel water and sweat. His eyes were wide and unfocused and aimed at something that wasn't in the garage. "Tommy," Elliot said, "look at me." Tommy looked. His eyes found Elliot's face, and the unfocused quality sharpened slightly. "You did good down there. You were brave and you were fast, and you kept us moving. You did good." Tommy nodded. The shaking didn't stop, but something in his face eased. The particular relief of a young person being told by someone they trusted that they hadn't failed. "Did you find her?" Ruth asked. She was beside Elliot, her hand on his arm, her eyes already reading the answer in his face. "She's in Columbia, Missouri." Transfer records show she was sent there on October 17th. From Columbia, she was placed in one of three communities: Hardy, Arkansas; Poplar Bluff, Missouri; or Jonesboro, Arkansas. Ruth closed her eyes, opened them. Then we go to Columbia. We go to Columbia, Elliot said. They loaded up. Dean backed the truck out of the garage. Tommy drove the Suburban. The city of Des Moines spread around them, dead and overrun. But they weren't going into the city anymore. They were going through it, south, always south. As they drove through the outer suburbs, heading for the highway, Elliot sat in the passenger seat and opened his sketchbook. He drew the colony. He drew it because he had to, because his mind processed horror through rendering it, through translating the incomprehensible into lines on paper. The drawing was rough, fast, ugly, a mass of limbs and faces pressed together, mouths working, eyes blind. When he finished, he looked at it for a long time. Then, he turned to the next page and drew Lily's face again. Hazel eyes, dark hair, the gap in her teeth, the serious expression. He drew her because he had to, because her face was the counterweight to everything else, the reason any of this was bearable. He wrote under the drawing, Columbia, then Hardy or Poplar Bluff or Jonesboro, getting closer. The highway carried them south. Behind them, Des Moines receded into the flat Iowa landscape, a dead city with a thing in its tunnels that pulsed and breathed and waited in the warm dark. Ahead of them, Missouri. They crossed into Missouri on the 1st of November. The state line was another invisible boundary, marked by a sign that nobody had maintained in weeks. Welcome to Missouri, the Show Me State. Someone had spray painted below it. Show me a way out. The landscape shifted south of the Iowa border. The flat farmland gave way to gently rolling terrain, the beginning of the Missouri hills, the geography becoming less geometric and more organic. The ruler straight roads of Iowa replaced by curves and rises that actually required steering. Trees returned, oaks and elms and hickories, mostly bare now, their leaves stripped by autumn, their branches forming skeletal canopies over roads that felt older than the interstates. The temperature was different too. The 30s of Iowa became the 40s of northern Missouri, and the difference was felt in everything. The air smelled different, damper, warmer, with the organic richness of decay that cold had suppressed in the north. The infected were different, more active, more numerous. Where Iowa had shown them degraded 3-week turners moving in slow, predictable patterns, Missouri showed them fresher specimens. The population here had turned later, the wave reaching the smaller Missouri towns after it had overwhelmed the cities, and the infected were more recently turned, more mobile, more dangerous. We're losing the cold advantage, Pilar said on the second day in Missouri. She was watching a group of infected through the binoculars, 6 of them in a gas station parking lot, moving with a fluidity that the Iowa infected had lacked. These are 2-week turners, maybe less. They're faster, more responsive. Look at the reaction time. When that bird flew over, 3 of them tracked it immediately. In Iowa, they wouldn't have noticed. Can we avoid them? On back roads, yes. They're still sound-driven. If we keep engine noise low and don't stop near groups, we can pass through. She lowered the binoculars. But the further south we go, the worse this gets. By the time we reach Memphis, we'll be in warm weather-infected territory. Full speed, full response, peak danger. The irony was not lost on Elliot. The journey toward his daughter, toward answers, toward the possibility of understanding the outbreak and fighting it. The journey was also a journey into greater danger. Every mile south was a mile closer to Lily and a mile deeper into a world where the dead were faster and more numerous, and the cold was no longer an ally. The gradient was a trap. They were walking into the teeth of it, but they walked, because there was no other direction. Dina started dying on the 3rd day in Missouri. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a single moment of crisis. It was a gradient, like the temperature, a slow, steady decline that announced itself through small signs before it became a catastrophe. Her blood sugar readings, which she checked 4 times daily, with the same precision she'd maintained since Canal Park, began to climb. 140, 155, 172. The insulin from the warehouse was working, but the stress of travel and the reduced dosing she'd maintained to stretch the supply were catching up. "I need to increase the dose," she told Ruth on the third morning, camped in an abandoned farmhouse south of Bethany. "The reduced dosing isn't maintaining control anymore. My body's compensating too hard." "If you increase the dose, how long does the supply last?" Dina calculated. The calculation was automatic. She'd been doing this math her entire life. The daily algebra of survival as a type 1 diabetic. The equation of units to carbohydrates, to activity that most people never had to think about, and that she thought about every waking hour. 3 weeks instead of 5. That's tight. I know. But uncontrolled blood sugar kills faster than running out of insulin. She injected the increased dose with hands that shook less than usual. The tremor was masked by a new kind of steadiness, the calm of a person who had accepted a constraint and was working within it rather than fighting it. "We need to find more. Every pharmacy between here and Memphis." They stopped at every pharmacy they passed. Not many. Rural Missouri wasn't dense with retail. But at each small-town drugstore, Dina went in with Andre or Kai as escort, and she searched the shelves with the desperate efficiency of a woman looking for the thing that kept her alive. Most were empty. The pharmacies had been the first targets of looters. Medications were portable, valuable, and in constant demand. The controlled substances were always gone first, then the antibiotics, then the pain medications. Insulin was sometimes left behind. Looters, who weren't diabetic, didn't know its value, didn't know the difference between Humulin and Humalog, didn't understand that the vials in the refrigeration case were someone's lifeline. But the refrigeration cases had lost power weeks ago, and insulin degraded quickly above room temperature. In a pharmacy in Cameron, Missouri, Dina found 6 vials of Humulin N in a backroom refrigerator that had been powered by a small generator. Someone had tried to maintain the cold chain. The generator was out of fuel, but the insulated case still held residual cold. The insulin was viable, barely, maybe a week before it degraded too far. 6 vials, Dina reported. That's 12 days at my current dose. That extends you to the first week of December, Wendy calculated, if we find nothing else. If we find nothing else, I die in the first week of December. Dina said it without self-pity. She said it the way she said everything, as a data point, a variable in an equation that she'd been solving for decades. So, we keep looking. They kept looking. The pharmacies between Cameron and Columbia yielded nothing more. The hospitals were too dangerous. Urban centers, overrun, inaccessible without the kind of operation they'd run in Des Moines. And they didn't have time for another tunnel crawl. The clock was ticking, and the clock had Dina's name on its face. Ruth watched Dina with the focused attention of a medical professional who was tracking a patient's decline and running out of options. She adjusted dosing, she monitored blood sugar, she managed Dina's diet with a precision that Wendy's spreadsheets couldn't match, because it was measured not in numbers, but in the reading of a body. The color of skin, the speed of speech, the frequency of that fine tremor in the hands. On the 5th day in Missouri, Ruth took Elliot aside. "She's deteriorating," Ruth said. They were standing behind Dean's truck, out of earshot of the group. "The blood sugar is harder to control. The anxiety is increasing, which spikes cortisol, which spikes blood sugar. It's a feedback loop. Without a stable insulin supply," she didn't finish. "How long?" "At current trajectory, she's got the supply from the warehouse plus the Cameron find. That's maybe 3 weeks. But she's using more than projected because of the stress response. Realistically, we're looking at 2 weeks, maybe less. We're a week from Columbia, then south to the communities where Lily might be, then Memphis. I know the schedule." Ruth's voice was steady, but her eyes were not. "I'm telling you, the schedule doesn't work for Dina. Something has to give. What do you want me to do?" "I want you to know that we're going to lose her, and I want you to be ready for it. And I want you to not let it stop you, because that's what she'd want. That woman has been dying since the moment her insulin became finite, and she's spent every day since then making herself useful. She's earned a leader who keeps going when she can't." Elliot looked at Ruth, at the reading glasses on the chain around her neck, fogged with cold, at the gray hair, close-cropped, efficient, at the hands that had amputated and sutured and held and healed, at the woman who had dragged him out of a school window and had been dragging him forward ever since. "I'm not a leader," he said. "You are. You have been since Canal Park. Maggie saw it. I see it. The others follow you. Not because you're the strongest or the smartest or the bravest, because you care the most. And in a world where caring gets you killed, the man who does it anyway is the one people follow. Caring gets people killed. Yes, it does. But not caring gets you to Memphis alone, with a hard drive full of data and no one to share it with. That's not survival. That's just delayed dying." She adjusted her glasses. "We keep going. We find what we can for Dina. And when we can't find enough, we hold her hand and we keep going." He nodded. He didn't trust his voice. They kept going. Columbia, Missouri, was a ghost of organization. The University of Missouri campus had been converted into a staging area, the same kind of large-scale refugee processing operation they'd seen in Des Moines, but with a key difference. This one had been shut down properly, not abandoned in chaos, not overrun. The military had conducted an orderly withdrawal, breaking down equipment, securing records, leaving the infrastructure intact, but deactivated. The administration building was locked. Kai picked the lock, a skill he attributed to misspent time before the fire service, and didn't elaborate on. Inside, the records were organized, filed, labeled. The military had left a paper trail that was, in its bureaucratic thoroughness, almost touching. Operation Safe Harbor, unaccompanied minor placement records. Elliot sat at a desk and opened the files. Korbach, Lily, age 7, arrived Columbia, MO 1017. Escort SGT Thomas Reyes. Behavioral status, nonverbal. Medical status, healthy. Placement. Preference, small community, female caretaker if possible. Assigned destination, Hardy, Arkansas. Departure, 1019. Convoy SH-12. Hardy, Arkansas. He wrote it down. He wrote it 3 times in 3 different places, because if 1 copy was lost, he'd still have 2, and if 2 were lost, he'd still have 1, and he was never going to forget this name. But he wrote it down anyway, because writing made it real, and real was what he needed. Hardy, Arkansas. Population, pre-outbreak, 700. Current status, per the last available military assessment. Community intact. 40 survivors. 11 children, self-sustaining. Assessment, viable. Viable. His daughter was in a viable community. She'd been placed there 2 weeks ago. The community had 40 survivors and 11 children, and it was self-sustaining and viable. And his daughter was one of the 11, and she was alive. He put his head on the desk. The cool surface of the wood pressed against his forehead. His shoulders shook. He cried, once silently, because crying loudly attracted things in this world, but thoroughly, because 2 weeks ago he'd had nothing, and now he had an address and a name, and the knowledge that his daughter was alive, and drawing foxes and not speaking and waiting for him. Dina found him. She sat beside him and put her hand on his back and didn't say anything. After a while, when the shaking stopped, she said, "I also found something." He lifted his head. "Internal Helian communications." She held up a manila folder. "Forwarded to the military and archived here. These are the company's own safety reports, the ones they buried before the FDA review. They confirm everything. The prion mutation, the batch contamination, the decision to suppress the data. And they name names." She opened the folder. Colonel Vivian Drake. She was the military liaison. She received the safety reports. She was ordered to suppress them. And now she's in Memphis, sitting on the research data. What's in the research data? Everything. The prion characterization, the mutation pathways, the potential countermeasures that Helian scientists were developing before the outbreak made their work catastrophically relevant. She paused. "Elliot, This data is the most important thing in the world right now. If there's a treatment, a way to halt infection in the early stages, a way to target the prion, it starts with what's in those labs. He looked at the folder. He looked at his sketchbook, where the name Hardy, Arkansas, was written in 3 places. He looked at the map he'd been building, the long, sprawling document of their journey, from Duluth to Des Moines to Columbia, the 1,000-mile line of survival that was nearly, almost, close to ending. Hardy first, he said, Lily first. Of course. Then Memphis. Then Memphis. They packed the records. They loaded up. They left Columbia, Missouri, heading south toward the Ozark foothills, toward the Arkansas border, toward a small town where 40 people protected 11 children, and one of those children was his. The road south from Columbia was the beginning of the final stretch, and the landscape changed around them like a stage being reset for the last act. The rolling Missouri hills steepened. The bare, deciduous trees gave way to mixed forest, oak and pine, the pines retaining their needles, providing cover. The roads narrowed. The terrain became more complex. Ridges and valleys, hollers and creeks. The geography of the Ozarks asserting itself. And with the geography came danger. Not just the infected, who were increasingly active in the milder temperatures, but something else. Something human. The New Canaan Patrol found them on the 2nd day south of Columbia. They were on a state highway in the northern Ozarks, when 2 pickup trucks appeared behind them, closing fast, and a third appeared ahead, blocking the road. Professionally done. Coordinated. The trucks were in good condition, maintained, fueled, driven by people who had resources and organization. Men with rifles got out. Not the ragged, opportunistic look of the reapers. These men were clean. They wore matching olive drab jackets. They carried their weapons with discipline, and on each jacket a patch, a white cross on a blue field. "Stop your vehicles," a voice called through a megaphone. "You are entering the sovereign territory of New Canaan. All travelers must submit to inspection." Dean's CB crackled. That doesn't sound optional. Andre, in the Suburban's passenger seat, had the M4 across his knees. His hand was on the grip. His eyes were doing the math. 3 trucks, maybe 15 men, rifles, outgunned. "Stand down," Elliot said. "We talk first." "I don't like this." "Neither do I. We talk first." They stopped. Elliot got out. The patrol leader was a young man, late 20s, clean-shaven, with an intensity in his eyes that went beyond military discipline into something closer to fervor. He introduced himself as Caleb Thorne and explained in a voice that was both welcoming and non-negotiable that they had entered territory controlled by the New Canaan community, a Christian survivalist settlement based around Lake of the Ozarks, and that all travelers were required to register, submit to a health inspection, and surrender weapons for safekeeping. "Safekeeping," Andre repeated from the Suburban, "for the duration of your visit." Caleb's voice was practiced, the voice of someone who had given this speech many times and believed it each time. "New Canaan is a place of safety and fellowship. My father, our leader, Pastor Ezra Thorne, welcomes all who seek shelter. We ask only that you come in peace." "And if we'd rather keep moving?" Caleb's face didn't change, but his eyes flickered, a micro-expression of something beneath the surface. "The southern roads through the Ozarks are dangerous. Infected concentrations are high. We've lost patrols to hordes coming up from the river valleys. Travel through our territory without our escort is inadvisable." The subtext was clear. They could submit to New Canaan's hospitality, or they could try to pass through hostile territory without help. It wasn't a threat. It was a description of reality wrapped in the language of invitation. Ruth assessed. She looked at Dina, whose color had been wrong for 3 days, whose hands shook more than they didn't, whose blood sugar readings were climbing despite increased dosing. She looked at the group, tired, thin, running on diminishing reserves. "We'll come," Ruth said, "but we keep our medical supplies. Non-negotiable." Caleb considered, nodded. "Medical supplies stay with your people. Weapons are held at the gate." They surrendered their weapons for the 2nd time in 2 weeks. Andre placed the M4 on the tailgate of Caleb's truck with the same deliberate care he'd shown at the Rochester camp and the same silent promise. The New Canaan convoy escorted them south. The compound was impressive. Centered around a former lakeside resort on the shores of Lake of the Ozarks, New Canaan had expanded into a network of fortified buildings connected by fenced corridors, solar panels on rooftops, a working greenhouse, livestock pens with actual animals, goats, chickens, a small herd of cattle, a school building where children's voices could be heard, reciting something in unison, a church converted from the resort's conference center, with a white cross on the roof visible from a mile away. It looked like salvation. Ezra Thorne met them at the gate. He was tall, gaunt, silver-haired, with a face that could have been carved from the Ozark limestone, angular, severe, beautiful in the way that certainty was beautiful. His eyes were blue, and they looked through you rather than at you, finding something behind your face that he already knew was there, because he already knew everything, because God had told him everything, because the end of the world had proven that God was real, and Ezra was right, and the structures of man had fallen, and only the structures of faith remained. "Welcome to New Canaan," Ezra said. His voice was an instrument, resonant, warm, pitched to fill a room or a valley or a soul. "You've been through the wilderness. The Lord has delivered you to us." Elliot shook his hand. The grip was firm, dry, and held a fraction longer than necessary. The grip of a man who measured people in the spaces between words. They were given quarters, a building that had been staff housing for the resort, now converted to guest lodging, clean beds, running water. The shock of it, the clean sheets, the functioning faucets, the warmth from a heating system that actually worked, was almost painful. After weeks of ground sleeping and cold camping and the constant, gnawing discomfort of a world without infrastructure, the normalcy of New Canaan was disorienting. "Don't trust this," Andre said on the first night, standing at the window of their assigned room, watching the compound's guards walk their patrol routes. "A place this organized doesn't run on goodwill." "Maybe not," Ruth said. "But Dina needs rest. She needs consistent meals and a stable environment for 48 hours. We take what they offer, we stay alert, we leave when we're ready." They stayed. The first day was observation. Wendy mapped the compound's layout on her legal pad. Kai memorized the guard rotations. Pilar walked Copper through the common areas, noting how people moved, how they spoke, who looked at whom. The second day was revelation. Elliot attended the mandatory morning worship. Mandatory for all community members, optional for guests. Though the definition of optional became flexible under the weight of Ezra's expectations. The service was held in the converted conference center, and it was extraordinary. Ezra preached with the fire of a man who believed every syllable, and his congregation of 400 listened with the intensity of people who had staked their survival on belief. The sermon was about Babylon, about the city of sin that God had destroyed, about the pharmaceutical companies and the government agencies that had unleashed the plague, about Memphis. Ezra called it Babylon, and the name stuck in the mouths of his followers. Where the origin of the plague sat like a cancer, and where a woman named Drake had fortified herself with the instruments of destruction. "The Lord has shown me," Ezra said, his voice rolling through the conference center like thunder, "that Babylon must fall, that the instruments of plague must be destroyed, that the woman who guards the gates of hell must be cast down. And New Canaan, God's people, the remnant, the chosen, will be the instrument of that destruction." He was sending an armed force to Memphis. Elliot sat in the pew and listened and felt the pieces of a much larger puzzle snap into place. Ezra Thorne knew about Drake. He knew about the Helion plant. He knew about the research data. And his plan was not to retrieve it, but to destroy it, to wipe the origin point of the plague from the earth in a gesture of divine retribution that would feel righteous and be catastrophic. If Ezra's force reached Memphis and destroyed the research data, any chance of understanding the prion, of developing a treatment, a countermeasure, a cure, would die with it. After the service, Elliot found the group and told them, "We have to leave," he said, "now, before his force reaches Memphis. Dina needs more time." "I know. But if the research data is destroyed..." "Elliot!" Ruth's voice was sharp. "Dina needs more time." He looked at Dina. She was sitting on the bed in their quarters, checking her blood sugar. Her face was the color of old paper. The number on the meter read 198. "How much time, he asked. "A day," Ruth said. "One more day. Let me stabilize her. Let me get her blood sugar down." 1 day. He gave her a day. The day cost them. On the evening of the second day, Elliot went to see Caleb Thorne. He found the young man on the compound's lakeside dock, sitting alone, looking at the water. The lake was dark and cold and very still. The sky above it was the color of old bruises. "Your father's sending people to Memphis," Elliot said. Caleb didn't turn. "I know. He wants to destroy the research data, the data that might lead to a treatment. He wants to destroy Babylon, the data, the facility, everything. He believes it's God's will." A pause. "He believes everything is God's will." "Do you?" Caleb was quiet for a long time. The lake lapped at the dock pilings. Somewhere in the compound, the evening bell rang for dinner, a sound that made Elliot's stomach clench with the memory of another bell in another camp, rung by a woman who didn't run. "I used to," Caleb said. "I grew up in this. My father was a pastor and a politician and a prophet, and I believed every word because why wouldn't you believe a man who could predict the end of the world and then watch the world end?" He turned to face Elliot. His eyes were the same blue as his father's, but without the certainty. "I don't know what I believe anymore, but I know that destroying knowledge is wrong, even if the knowledge is terrible, even if it caused this. Help us leave. He won't let you. You've seen the compound. You've seen how it works. People come in. They don't leave. Then, help us escape." Caleb looked at him. The struggle on his face was visible. The war between a lifetime of obedience and a conscience that could no longer be silenced by Scripture. He looked like a man standing at the edge of a cliff, deciding whether to jump. "The gate codes change daily. I can get you tonight's codes. The patrol routes have a gap at the southeast corner between 2 and 2:15 a.m. Shift change. Both patrols converge at the gatehouse for 15 minutes. If you move then, you can reach the motor pool without being seen." "The motor pool? Your vehicles are there. I had them moved from the guest lot to the motor pool today, on my own authority. Fueled and ready." He paused. "My father will know it was me." "What happens when he knows?" "Exile. Sent out unarmed into infected territory. God's judgment." The phrase carried the weight of a sentence that had been spoken many times about other people by a man who believed it was divine rather than murderous. "I'm willing to accept that. Come with us." The offer surprised both of them. Elliot hadn't planned to say it. But looking at this young man, 28 years old, raised in a compound by a charismatic authoritarian, trained to obey and forced to think, he saw something he recognized. Someone standing at a window, watching someone else die, trying to decide whether to move. "Come with us," Elliot repeated. "We're going to Memphis, not to destroy the data, to get it, to use it, to give humanity a chance that your father wants to take away." Caleb's jaw worked. His hands gripped the dock railing. 2 a.m., Caleb said. "I'll be at the motor pool." He turned and walked back toward the compound. Elliot watched him go and thought about doorways and choices and the moments when a person stopped watching and started moving. The escape from New Canaan was faster and louder and more costly than anyone planned. The 2 a.m. window worked. Caleb's gate codes worked. The gap in the patrol worked. They reached the motor pool in the dark, moving in a silent column. Elliot, Ruth, Dean, Andre, Pilar, Wendy, Kai, Tommy, Dina, Father Luis, Caleb. 11 people and a dog, crossing an open courtyard in the dark. Every footstep a held breath. The vehicles were where Caleb said they'd be. Dean went to the truck. Elliot went to the Suburban. Keys were in the ignitions. Caleb had arranged that too, overriding the motor pool's key lockbox with his authority as patrol leader. Dean turned the key. The diesel engine caught and roared in the silent compound like a bomb. Lights went on. Guards shouted. The compound's alarm, a hand-cranked siren on the gatehouse, began to wail. "Go!" Caleb screamed. He was at the gate, punching in the code, the electronic lock cycling. The gate swung open. The road beyond was dark and empty. Elliot floored the Suburban. The vehicle lunged through the gate. Dean's truck followed, the diesel howling. Behind them, compound lights were flaring on. Guards pouring from barracks, the siren shrieking. They were half a mile down the road when the first gunshot cracked behind them. Then a second. Not aimed fire, warning shots, or disorganized response. Caleb, in the backseat of the Suburban, ducked involuntarily. Tommy, next to him, grabbed the door handle and held on. "They'll follow," Caleb said. "My father won't let this go." "How fast?" "Their vehicles are in the motor pool. I disabled 2, but they have 4 others." "You disabled?" "I pulled the distributor caps. It'll take them 30 minutes to figure out why the trucks won't start." He looked at his hands. They were shaking. I've never done anything like this." "Welcome to the group," Tommy said. "We do stuff like this all the time. It doesn't get easier." They drove. Fast, dark, headlights off, navigating by the faint starlight on the road. Kai directed them. South, then east, then south again, using the Ozark backroads to put distance and complexity between them and New Canaan. An hour out. 2 hours. The night was quiet. No pursuit visible. Caleb's sabotage had bought them time. Then Dean's voice on the CB, and it was different, strained. "Elliot, we've got a problem." "What kind?" "The engine kind. Margaret's running rough. She's overheating." A pause. "Something's wrong with the cooling system. Might be a hose, might be worse." "Can you keep going?" "I can limp, but if the engine seizes..." Another pause. "I'll need to stop and look." 20 minutes. They stopped in a pullout on a winding Ozark road, forest pressing close on both sides. Dean popped the truck's hood and disappeared into the engine bay with a flashlight and a wrench. The others waited tense, watching the road behind them for headlights. "Hose is cracked," Dean reported. "Coolant's been leaking since the compound. Didn't notice in the dark." "Can you fix it?" "I can patch it, but I need..." He looked at the forest, looked at the road. "I need time, and I need the engine running to test the repair." "Engine running means noise." "I know what engine running means." They set a perimeter. Andre and Kai at opposite ends of the road, watching. Pilar and Copper in the woods, the dog's senses extended. Tommy on the truck's roof with binoculars. Dean worked. The night sounds of the Ozarks surrounded them. Owls, wind and bare branches, the creak of trees. And under those sounds, distant but growing, a sound they knew. The moan, not individual. Collective. The blurred, overlapping exhalation of many throats. Coming from the south. Coming toward them. "Contact," Pilar said from the tree line. "Coming up the road, half a mile." "How many?" "I can hear more than I can see. Dozens, maybe more." Drawn by the engine noise. The truck's diesel, running while Dean tested his repair, had been audible for miles in the quiet Ozark night. "Dean, we need to go." 2 more minutes." "We don't have 2 minutes." "I need 2 minutes, or this truck dies on the road and we leave behind half our supplies." Elliot looked south, down the road. He could see them now. Shapes in the starlight, moving up the road in a loose mass, the advance guard of a horde drawn by the engine. 30 seconds until they reached the perimeter. "Everyone in the vehicles. Now." They loaded. Andre and Kai came in from the perimeter. Tommy dropped from the truck roof. Pilar and Copper sprinted from the tree line. "Dean! 1 minute!" Dean was under the hood, hands working, wrench turning. The engine was running, rough but running. The patched hose holding but barely. Coolant dripping from the repair. The first infected reached the pullout. Andre shot it. A single round from the M4, suppressed but not silent. The crack of the round echoing through the trees, it dropped. 3 more behind it. Andre fired again, again. We're drawing more, Pilar shouted from the Suburban. The gunshots. I know. Andre put down 2 more, reloaded. The road behind the first group was filling. More shapes, more movement, the horde condensing as it approached the noise. Dean slammed the hood, ran to the driver's door. She'll hold. Probably. Go. Elliot pulled the Suburban out. The tires spun on gravel and caught, and they were moving. Headlights blazing now because stealth was gone. Dean's truck followed, the engine grinding, the repair holding through what must have been sheer mechanical stubbornness, and Dean's willpower. They drove south. The horde fell behind. The Ozark Road twisted and climbed and descended and twisted again, and the forest pressed in on both sides, and the night was full of sounds that might have been the dead, or might have been the wind, or might have been the forest itself, breathing. They drove until dawn. Dina died on a cold Missouri morning in the second week of November. They'd found a house, a small ranch home on a ridge overlooking a creek valley, isolated, quiet. Dina had been declining for 2 days. The blood sugar readings had become a litany of failure. 220, 245, 267. The insulin was working less and less, her body's systems struggling against a chemistry that was spiraling beyond control. Ruth had done everything. Adjusted doses, managed diet, monitored vital signs every 2 hours. But the insulin supply from the Cameron Pharmacy was degraded. The vials had been above refrigeration temperature too long, the potency falling daily, and the warehouse insulin was running low, consumed by weeks of increased dosing. On the last morning, Dina's blood sugar was 340. She was nauseated, disoriented, breathing in the deep, labored pattern that Ruth recognized as Kussmaul breathing, the body's attempt to compensate for the acidosis that was shutting down her system. Diabetic ketoacidosis, Ruth said to Elliot. They were in the kitchen of the house, speaking quietly, while Dina rested in the bedroom. Her blood is turning acidic. The insulin can't compensate. Without IV fluids and a controlled insulin drip, can we? No, we can't. We don't have IV equipment. We don't have a hospital. Ruth's voice cracked. The first time Elliot had heard it crack. The first breach in the wall she'd built around herself. She repaired it instantly. I can manage her comfort. That's all I can do. Elliot went to Dina. She was lying on the bed, propped on pillows, her red hair spread on the white pillowcase like a fire that was going out. Her breathing was slow and deep and mechanical. Her eyes were open but unfocused, looking at a point on the ceiling that held something only she could see. Hey, Elliot said. Hey. Her voice was thin, reedy. The anxiety that had been her constant companion was gone, burned away by the ketoacidosis, replaced by a calm that was worse because it was chemical rather than chosen. My numbers are bad, aren't they? Yeah, Ruth's face told me, a ghost of a smile. She's terrible at hiding her feelings. Don't tell her I said that. He sat beside her. He held her hand. Her skin was dry and warm, the warmth of fever, not comfort. I want you to know something, Dina said. She spoke slowly, carefully, each word a deliberate act. The research I've been doing, the prion analysis. I wrote it all down. She gestured weakly toward her canvas bag, sitting on the floor beside the bed. My notebooks. Every test, every finding, every observation. The water safety data, the degradation rates, the prion characterization. I'll keep them safe. Take them to Memphis. Give them to whoever has the labs to use them. My findings aren't a cure, but they're a foundation. Someone smarter than me, with better equipment, can build on them. She paused. The breathing deepened. I should have pushed harder. On the Neurexlin reports, I should have gone to the media. Gone to the FDA directly. Made noise. You did what you could. I did what was comfortable. There's a difference. Her eyes found his. In the green of them, muted now by the metabolic chaos, he saw the same recognition he'd seen on the first day she'd told him about the drug. The kinship of shared guilt. The bond of people who had failed to act when acting might have mattered. Find your daughter, Dina said, and then save what you can. He held her hand. Ruth came in and sat on the other side and held the other hand. The rest of the group was in the hallway, in the kitchen, on the porch, close but giving space. the instinctive geometry of grief that people who've lost before understand. Dina drifted. She spoke less. The breathing changed, shallower, slower. Ruth checked vitals. The numbers meant nothing now. The numbers had always meant everything to Dina, and now they meant nothing. And that was the cruelest irony of a life measured in units. In the last hour, Dina spoke clearly one more time. "Ruth, I'm here. The insulin in my bag. There are 7 vials left. Give them to any diabetic survivor you find. Don't let them go to waste." "I won't. And tell Pilar," she stopped, started again. "Tell Pilar that Copper has a mild food allergy. Chicken-based proteins. Switch him to fish if you can find it." Ruth laughed. It came out as a sob. "I'll tell her." Dina closed her eyes. She slept. She did not wake up. It was early morning. The sun was coming through the window, falling on her red hair, and the warmth of it was meaningless and beautiful. And Elliot sat beside her and held her hand until Ruth gently removed it and placed it on Dina's chest and said, "She's gone." Father Luis came in. He opened his notebook. He wrote, "Dina Harlow, age 38, Duluth, MN." He said a prayer. The words were familiar and ancient, and Father Luis said them with the careful articulation of a man who no longer believed they were heard, but who would say them anyway, because Dina deserved the words, and the words deserved to be spoken. They buried her behind the house, on the ridge, where she could see the creek valley and the sky. Kai dug the grave. Dean laid her down. Ruth placed the remaining insulin vials in a separate bag and put them in her medical kit, and her hands did not shake until the bag was sealed, and then they shook, and she let them shake for exactly 30 seconds before she picked up her kit and walked back to the truck. They left Dina on a ridge in Missouri and drove south. The group was 8 now, 8 and a dog. The Ozark roads wound through forest and valley, and the November sun was low and gold, and the world was diminished by one pharmacist who had filled prescriptions for the drug that ended everything and had spent her last weeks trying to understand it, and whose notebooks would survive her, and whose name was written in a priest's book, and whose grave was unmarked on a ridge that no map would ever show. Elliot drew her in his sketchbook that night. The red hair, the anxious green eyes, the medical bracelet, the fine tremor in the hands. He drew her alive because that was how she deserved to be remembered. Not as the body on the ridge, but as the woman who walked into a cold storage room and counted insulin vials and said, 4 months, maybe 5. He turned the page. He wrote, Hardy, Arkansas, 2 days, 2 days. Dean died on the day they should have been free. They were clear of New Canaan's territory. Caleb confirmed it, recognizing the landmarks that marked the boundary of his father's claimed dominion. The road ahead was open. The Ozarks were behind them. The Arkansas border was 40 miles south. Then, the truck's engine seized. Dean's repair had held for 200 miles, through the escape, through the night drive, through the days of travel. But the cracked hose had never been properly fixed, only patched with duct tape and wire and the mechanical equivalent of prayer. The coolant had continued to leak, slowly, invisibly, and the engine had been overheating by degrees that the dashboard gauge couldn't detect because the gauge's sensor was below the leak point, and the temperature it read was the temperature of the fluid that remained, not the temperature of the parts running dry. The engine seized with a sound like a giant clearing its throat, a deep, grinding terminal noise that ended in silence. The truck coasted to a stop on a Missouri back road, steam pouring from the hood, and Dean sat in the cab and said nothing for a very long time. "She's done," he said finally. "Margaret's done." They transferred what they could to the Suburban. Not everything fit. They prioritized food, water, medical supplies, weapons, Dina's notebooks. The rest, tools, camping gear, Dean's personal items, the CB radio base unit, had to stay. "The Suburban won't carry all of us and the supplies," Wendy said. "We're overloaded." "Then we rotate. Some walk while others ride." Kai was already calculating distances. At this pace, we add a day, maybe 2. I'll drive, Dean said, in the Suburban. I know how to nurse an engine. You just killed an engine. That's why I know how to nurse one. You learn from the ones you lose. They loaded up. Dean took the driver's seat. The Suburban groaned under the weight. 11 people, plus supplies, plus a dog. Dean coaxed it forward with the gentle touch of a man who'd spent his life understanding the temperament of machines. They were 10 miles from the Arkansas border when the New Canaan Patrol found them. Not Caleb's patrol. A different unit, a pursuit team, sent by Ezra after Caleb's sabotage was discovered. 3 trucks, armed men, coming fast from the north. Contact rear, Andre called from the back seat. Dean saw them in the mirror. He floored the accelerator. The Suburban protested, the engine whining, the frame shuddering, the tires fighting for grip on the gravel road. They're gaining, Kai said. The lead pursuit truck fired, not warning shots. The round punched through the Suburban's tailgate and buried itself in the cargo. Wendy screamed. Tommy ducked. I can slow them down, Dean said. His voice was calm. The trucker's calm, the calm of a man who drove through worse than this every winter. How? Dean didn't answer. He looked at Elliot in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met. And in that look, Elliot saw the same thing he'd seen in Maggie's eyes before the bell. The mathematics of sacrifice. The equation that only works out one way. No, Elliot said. The Suburban's overloaded. We can't outrun them. Someone needs to slow them down. Dean's hands were steady on the wheel. There's a bridge ahead, 1/4 mile, 1 lane. If someone blocks it, no. If someone blocks it with, say, a truck that they have to move before they can cross. Dean! Elliot. Dean's voice was the same voice that had said nobody touch my radio, and Bertha's gonna need a wash, and I name all my trucks after women who don't take shit. Margaret's dead on the road back there, but there's still fuel in the line. If I can get back to her, get the fuel burning. Park her on the bridge and light her up. That's a roadblock they can't move and a fire they can't cross. You'll be on the wrong side of the fire. Yeah. Dean looked at the mirror again. The pursuit trucks were closing. Another round hit the Suburban, shattering the rear window. Glass sprayed. Copper yelped. Yeah, I'll be on the wrong side of the fire. They reached the bridge. A single-lane span over a creek. Concrete railings, barely wide enough for the Suburban. Dean stopped. Got out. Grabbed a pack and the CB handheld. Keep going, he said through the window. I'll go back for Margaret on foot. Get her across the bridge. Light her up. Dean, the truck's name is Lily, Dean said. Get her home. He was gone. Running back up the road toward the dead truck, moving with a speed that his large frame shouldn't have been able to produce. Elliot stared at his retreating back, and Andre was already in the driver's seat, and the Suburban was moving, and the bridge was behind them, and Dean was a figure on the road getting smaller. They heard the pursuit trucks arrive at the bridge. They heard gunfire. They heard, 15 minutes later, a sound that carried across the Missouri hills like a held breath finally released. The whump of fuel igniting, followed by a column of black smoke that rose from the direction of the bridge and spread across the sky like a signature. The CB crackled. Dean's voice distant, distorted by distance and interference. Truck's name is Lily. Get her home. Static. Silence. They waited by the road, pulled over in a turnout south of the creek. Waited for more. Waited for his voice. For footsteps, for the sound of a large man in a Carhartt jacket walking out of the smoke. Nothing came. The column of smoke thinned. The pursuit trucks did not cross the bridge. Dean had done what he said he would do. Father Luis opened his notebook. He wrote, Dean Whittaker, age 41. Cloquet, men. Tommy turned away. His body shook. Caleb sitting beside him, this stranger who'd joined them 48 hours ago, this preacher's son who'd traded everything he knew for a conscience, put a hand on Tommy's shoulder. Elliot sat in the passenger seat and looked at the CB radio and listened to the static and thought about a man who talked to trucks like horses and named them after women who didn't take shit and who had driven a snowplow through a frozen horde, grinning the whole time, and who had given his last truck the name of a 7-year-old girl he'd never met Because that girl was the reason they were all here, all of them, driving south through a broken world. Dean Whitaker was dead. The group was 7 now, 7 and a dog. Andre drove. The road went south. Arkansas was 30 miles away. And the dead waited in the warm Missouri afternoon. And the living kept going. Because the living always kept going. Because that was the only thing the living knew how to do. The Arkansas border was a creek and a tree line and a sky that went on forever. They crossed it in silence. The Suburban's engine was laboring. The overloading that Dean had warned about was telling on the transmission, which whined on inclines and hesitated on shifts. Andre drove with the gentle authority of a man who understood that the vehicle carrying them was also dying, by degrees, the way everything was dying. And the only question was whether it would last long enough. Hardy, Arkansas was 60 miles south. Through the Ozark foothills, through forest that was greener here. The pines thicker, the undergrowth more lush, the temperature in the low 50s. The seasons had shifted again. November in northern Arkansas was autumn, the way October in Minnesota had been autumn. Gold and brown and cool, the air crisp rather than brutal. The infected would be active. The cold was gone. Pilar confirmed it. From the back seat, watching the terrain through binoculars, she tracked movement in the tree lines and on the roads. Active population. Recent turners mixed with older specimens. I'm seeing 5, 6 at a time in groups. They're mobile. They're responsive. This is warm weather territory. She lowered the binoculars. We're in their optimal range now. Can we make Hardy by nightfall? If the road's clear. If the Suburban holds. If we don't hit a horde. If. The conditional tense of survival. The grammar of a world where certainty was a luxury, and every sentence needed a qualifier. They drove. The Ozark roads wound through valleys and over ridges, and the forest pressed in on both sides, and the November light was golden and long-shadowed, and the beauty of it was almost unbearable. The idea that a world this devastated could still produce light this perfect. Andre stopped once at a crossroads to check the map. Elliot got out and stood in the road and breathed the Arkansas air and looked south toward a place he'd never been, where his daughter was drawing foxes on every surface she could find. 50 miles. He got back in the truck. They drove 40 miles, 30, 20. The Suburban's transmission gave a shudder at mile 15. Andre coaxed it. The engine caught, continued. 10 miles. 5. And then at the top of a ridge, the road descended into a valley where a small town sat along a creek, and the town had smoke coming from chimneys and a fence around its perimeter, and a gate with a hand-painted sign that read, Hardy, Arkansas. Welcome, state your business. No infected. Elliot looked at the sign. He looked at the smoke from the chimneys. He looked at the fence, which was chain link and wood and corrugated metal, patched together from whatever materials had been available, and behind which he could see buildings and gardens and movement, human movement, the purposeful movement of people who were alive and organized and sustaining themselves. He looked at it all, and his vision blurred, and his hands gripped the dashboard, and a sound came out of him that was not a word, but was everything he'd been carrying for 6 weeks, compressed into a single, involuntary exhalation of disbelief and gratitude and terror that this too might be taken from him. Elliot, Ruth's hand on his shoulder. Breathe. He breathed. Andre pulled the Suburban to the gate. A man appeared on the other side. 50s, weathered, holding a hunting rifle with the easy familiarity of someone who'd carried one his whole life. Behind him, a woman and 2 children watched from a porch. State your business, the man said. Elliot got out of the Suburban. He walked to the gate. He pulled the drawing from his coat, the crayon fox, the careful letters, Lily K., and he held it up. I'm looking for my daughter, he said. Her name is Lily Korback. She's 7 years old. She was placed here by a military convoy in October. She draws foxes. The man at the gate looked at the drawing. He looked at Elliot. Something shifted in his face. A recognition. Not of the man, but of the story. The particular story of a parent searching for a child that was as old as parenthood and as new as this morning. "Wait here," the man said. He went inside. 5 minutes. 5 minutes that were 5 years. 5 minutes during which Elliot stood at the gate, and Ruth stood behind him, and Andre stood behind her, and the whole group stood in a line on a road in Arkansas and waited for a door to open. The door opened, a woman came out. 50s, gray-haired, wearing an apron and reading glasses. She walked to the gate with the measured pace of someone approaching a fragile situation. "You're Elliot," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "She drew you." The woman smiled, and the smile was sad and warm and full of knowledge. "She drew a man with glasses coming to get her. Over and over. We have them on the wall. She's—" Her voice caught. "She's right inside. She's safe. She's healthy. She doesn't talk much." "I know." The woman opened the gate. Elliot walked through. The town of Hardy, Arkansas was 40 survivors, living in a cluster of houses along a creek, protected by a fence and a vigilance born of necessity. Gardens and backyards, chickens in a coop. A school set up in a living room where, through a window, Elliot could see children sitting at a table, drawing. The woman, her name was June, she said, led him to a small house near the school. A house with a vegetable garden and a porch, with a rocking chair and curtains in the windows, and the quiet, lived-in look of a place where someone was being cared for. "She draws constantly," June said. "Foxes, mostly, and you. She drew you so many times we knew your face before you got here." She paused at the door. "Be gentle. She startles." She opened the door. The room was small and warm and covered in drawings. Crayon on paper, pencil on cardboard, marker on newspaper, chalk on the back of a cereal box. Foxes. Hundreds of foxes. Orange and purple and brown and red, smiling the big impossible smiles that Lily had always given them. And among the foxes on the wall above a small cot, a drawing of a man with glasses and messy hair and hazel eyes, holding a little girl's hand. The man was smiling. The girl was smiling. The fox between them was smiling. She was at the table, 7 years old. Dark hair, her mother's hair, small for her age, purple coat hanging on the chair behind her. She was drawing, a fox, of course. Orange crayon pressed hard, the color vivid and certain. She didn't look up when the door opened. She was used to people coming and going. The adults came and checked on her, and she drew, and they left, and she drew, and the world turned, and the foxes smiled. "Lily," his voice which she hadn't heard in 6 weeks, which she'd been hearing in her dreams, which she'd drawn because drawing was the only way she knew to keep the things she loved from disappearing. She looked up. Hazel eyes. His eyes. The gap where her front teeth had been, grown in slightly since he'd last seen her. Her mother's face, but his eyes. And in those eyes, a thing that happened faster than thought. Recognition, disbelief, terror that it wasn't real. And then, underneath everything, the thing that had kept her drawing foxes for 3 months. "Daddy!" He crossed the room. He knelt. She came off the chair and into his arms with a force that nearly knocked him backward. She was small and she was shaking, and she smelled like crayons and dirt, and the particular warm animal smell of a child who'd been running and playing and living, and she was his daughter, and she was alive, and she was saying his name. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" 3 times, 3 words. The first words she'd spoken in 3 months, spoken into his shoulder, spoken with the desperate intensity of a dam finally breaking. She said his name, and the name was a bridge between the world that had been and the world that was, and Elliot Korbach, who had walked 1,000 miles through a dead country, held his daughter and cried. He cried for Nora, who had died so Lily could live. He cried for Jamie, who he'd watched die through a window. He cried for Maggie and her bell and Dean and his truck and Dina and her insulin and Tommy and his video game bravado. And all of them, everyone who had carried him here, every loss that had bought him this moment. He cried, and Lily held on. And outside the little house in Hardy, Arkansas, the world was broken and the dead were walking and the sun was setting over the Ozark Hills in gold and orange, And none of it mattered because his daughter was in his arms and she was alive. "I'm here," he said. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." She pulled back. She looked at his face. She touched his glasses, scratched, cracked, barely functional. And her expression was so serious, so precisely the expression she wore when she was concentrating on a drawing, that he almost laughed. "You look different," she said. "So do you." "I lost my teeth. The new ones are coming in." She showed him. The gap was smaller. The new teeth were visible, white buds pushing through the gums. "June says they'll be big. They'll be perfect." She looked at him for a long time. Then she said, "Draw a fox with me." He sat at the table. She gave him the orange crayon. He drew a fox. She drew a fox beside it. Their foxes touched noses on the paper. "Yours is good," she said. "I learned from the best." She smiled. The gap-toothed, full-hearted smile of a 7-year-old who had survived the end of the world and was still, despite everything, capable of smiling. He drew foxes with his daughter until the sun went down and the candles were lit, and the world outside was dark and full of the dead, and the world inside was warm and full of crayons, and the only sound was the scratch of color on paper and the breathing of a father and daughter who had found each other across 1,000 miles of ruin. That night, with Lily asleep against his side on the small cot, wrapped in the purple fox coat, Elliot lay in the dark and thought about Memphis, the research data, Drake, Ezra's force, the prion, Dina's notebooks, the future. He thought about staying. He could stay. Hardy was safe. The community was viable. Lily was here. He could put down his sketchbook and his burden and his guilt and be a father and a gardener and a teacher in a small town at the end of the world, and no one would blame him, and Lily would have him, and the research data and the war and the reckoning would be someone else's problem. He thought about it for a long time. Ruth found him on the porch in the morning. She sat beside him and said nothing for a while. "You're going to Memphis," she said. "Not a question. If I don't go, if Drake controls the data and Ezra's people destroy it, there's no chance, no treatment, no future. Just survival camps getting smaller and the dead getting more numerous, and eventually, maybe humanity goes out. That might happen anyway. Maybe. But the data gives us a chance. And Lily?" He looked through the window. Lily was at the table, drawing. Pilar was with her, and Copper was at Lily's feet. And the dog's tail was wagging because Lily was feeding him cracker crumbs under the table. Pilar stays with her, here, in Hardy. Pilar and Copper. Pilar won't like that. Pilar will protect her with her life. I know that about Pilar the way I know the sun rises. Ruth was quiet. She looked at the sky, at the garden, at the town of Hardy with its 40 survivors and its fence and its improbable, fragile continuation of something that looked like living. "I'm coming with you," Ruth said. "I know. Andre, I know. Kai, I know. Father Luis, I know. And Caleb. He knows military protocols. He knows Ezra's playbook. He'll be useful in Memphis." "I know." Ruth stood. She adjusted her glasses. She looked at him with the expression she'd worn on the first day, in the nurse's office of Duluth East High School, when she'd grabbed his arm and said, "Can you walk?" "Go tell your daughter," she said. "Tell her the truth. She deserves it." He went inside. He sat at the table across from Lily. She looked up from her drawing. "I have to go somewhere," he said. "A city called Memphis. There's something there that might help everybody. All the people in towns like this, everywhere. I have to go get it." Lily's face didn't change. The serious expression, the hazel eyes. She'd learned in 3 months of apocalypse not to show the things that hurt. "Are you coming back?" "Yes." "Promise?" "I promise." She looked at her drawing, looked at him. "Take a fox with you." She tore a piece of paper from her pad and drew a fox, quick, certain orange and purple with a big smile, and handed it to him. "For when you're scared." He took the fox. He put it in his coat next to the first fox drawing, the one from the Rochester bulletin board. 2 foxes over his heart. "I'll come back," he said. "I know," Lily said. She said it the way Maggie would have said it, with certainty, without drama, as a fact that did not require discussion. He kissed her forehead. He stood. He walked to the door. "Daddy." He turned. Draw me a fox when you get there, so I'll know you're okay." "I will." He walked out. He got in the Suburban. Ruth was in the passenger seat. Andre was driving. Kai was in the back. Caleb and Father Luis behind them. Wendy and Tommy and Pilar and Copper stayed in Hardy with Lily. Pilar stood at the gate, holding Copper's collar, and her face was furious. She'd argued. She'd lost. She'd accepted it with the same straightforward goodness that had made her the moral compass of the group since day one. Elliot looked at her through the window. She met his eyes. "If you don't come back," she called, "I'll never forgive you." "I know. And if you do come back, I still might not forgive you." "I know that too." She turned and walked back toward the house where Lily was drawing. Copper trotted beside her. Andre drove. The gate of Hardy closed behind them. The road went south. Memphis. 200 miles. The place where it started. The place where it might end. Elliot opened his sketchbook. He looked at the pages. 6 weeks of drawings, 6 weeks of faces and places and loss and survival. The visual record of an apocalypse drawn by a man who'd started as an art teacher and had become something else. He turned to a fresh page. He drew Lily's face one more time, from the memory that was 2 hours old and already aching. Hazel eyes, dark hair, the new teeth coming in, the serious expression. Underneath, he wrote, "If I don't come back, you make sure she knows I went because I wanted the world to deserve her." The road stretched south. Memphis waited. The dead walked in the warm Missouri and Arkansas afternoons, and a man with a sketchbook and 2 fox drawings over his heart drove toward the origin of everything, because the homework was still due, and the world was still spinning, and somewhere, in a small house in Hardy, Arkansas, a 7-year-old girl was drawing a fox for her father to find when he came home. He was coming home. He just had to go to hell first. Memphis announced itself by smell. They were still 60 miles north, driving through the Arkansas flatlands between Hardy and the Tennessee border, when the wind shifted from the west and carried something that was not autumn and not decay, and not the baseline rot they'd grown accustomed to. It was something else. Something industrial, chemical, layered, smoke and accelerant, and the particular acrid tang of large-scale combustion, the smell of a city that had burned and was still burning. "That's not wildfire," Kai said from the back seat. He was leaning toward the open window, nostrils flared, reading the air the way he'd once read fire weather. "That's structure fire. Multiple structures, petroleum-based accelerant, and underneath it," he paused, "something biological." "The infected," Ruth said. "Burning infected. Someone's been burning them, at scale." They drove south through the boot heel of Missouri and across the Tennessee border, and the smell intensified with each mile. The landscape changed. The Ozark foothills, flattening into the Mississippi alluvial plain, the terrain going wide and low and wet, drainage ditches alongside roads that ran straight as rulers through cotton fields and soybean flats. The sky was enormous here, a dome of gray cloud pressing down on the earth, and on the southern horizon, a column of smoke rose from the direction of Memphis like a dark pillar holding up the sky. Caleb had been quiet since Hardy. He sat in the back seat between Father Luis and Kai, his hands folded in his lap, his father's blue eyes aimed at the road ahead with an expression that toggled between determination and terror. He'd abandoned everything, his community, his family, his identity, for a conscience that had given him no peace and no instructions beyond this is wrong. Don't let it happen. "My father's force left New Canaan 3 days before we escaped," Caleb said. It was the first time he'd spoken about it directly. 30 men, armed. They're traveling overland, through the Ozarks, and down the river road. Their objective is the Helion plant. Their mission is destruction. "How well armed?" Andre asked from the driver's seat. "Hunting rifles, shotguns, some AR-15 variants. A few military-grade weapons they acquired from a guard armory they raided in October. No heavy weapons, no explosives." Caleb paused. But they don't need explosives. The plant runs on natural gas. If they breach the facility and open the gas lines, one incendiary round turns the building into a crematorium. And everything inside it, Elliot said. Everything. Research data, lab equipment, samples, servers, gone. Caleb looked at his hands. My father believes this is God's judgment, that the plague was divine punishment for humanity's sins, and that the origin point must be purified by fire. He's been preaching it for weeks. His men believe it. They'll die for it. Will they kill for it? Andre asked. Yes. The word hung in the Suburban like a held breath. 6 people in a vehicle, driving toward a city where 2 forces were converging. A military operation guarding the most important scientific data in the world, and a zealot's army coming to burn it to ash. And between them, 6 exhausted survivors with 3 rifles and a sketchbook. We need to get there first, Elliot said. Andre pressed the accelerator. The Suburban responded with the grudging compliance of a vehicle that had been driven too far with too much weight and was expressing its displeasure through transmission whine and a persistent rattle in the rear axle. They had maybe 100 miles left in it, maybe fewer. What's our approach? Kai asked. He'd shifted into operational mode, the voice he used when planning fire line strategies, precise and sequential. We don't know the plant's layout. We don't know Drake's force strength. We don't know what kind of defenses they've established. I know some of it, Caleb said. He produced a folded paper from his jacket, a hand-drawn map, crude but detailed. My father's intelligence network gathered this from radio intercepts and scout reports. The Helion manufacturing complex is in southeast Memphis, near the river. 3 main buildings: administration, manufacturing, and research. The research building is the target. That's where the labs and data servers are. Defenses? Drake has a company-sized element, maybe 150 soldiers, mix of regular army and National Guard. They've fortified the complex perimeter, concrete barriers, razor wire, guard posts. The main gate faces north, toward the city. The riverside is less defended because the Mississippi itself acts as a barrier. Less defended isn't undefended. No, but it's approachable, especially by water. Ruth looked at Caleb. You've thought about this. I spent 3 weeks listening to my father plan the assault. I know his approach route, his timeline, his tactics. I can get us in before him. But we need to move. He looked at the smoke column on the horizon. That smoke means something's already happening in Memphis. The situation is fluid. It's always fluid, Andre said. That's the problem with situations. They drove. Memphis was a war zone layered on an apocalypse, layered on a city that had never quite recovered from the last century's economic abandonment, and the layers made it nearly unreadable. They approached from the northeast, on I-40, and the interstate told the story in strata. First ring. The outer suburbs, similar to Des Moines, abandoned, looted, scattered, infected. Second ring. The inner suburbs, where the National Guard had established and then abandoned defensive positions, leaving behind the same detritus of failed military stands that they'd seen in Iowa. Third ring. The urban core, where the smoke was coming from. The smoke was not the infected. The smoke was Memphis burning. Sections of the city were on fire. Not the wild, spreading fire of uncontrolled conflagration, but the deliberate, systematic fire of buildings being torched one at a time. From the elevated highway, Elliot could see the pattern. A ring of burned structures surrounding an area in southeast Memphis that was not burning. The Helion complex. Drake's people were creating a fire break, burning the buildings around their perimeter to clear sightlines, eliminate cover, and destroy the infected population in the surrounding blocks. That's military doctrine, Caleb confirmed. Scorched earth perimeter defense. Burn everything within a half-mile of your position. Nothing can approach without being seen. Nothing alive, Kai corrected. The infected don't care about fire until it actually reaches them. No, but fire destroys them. And the ash and rubble create open ground that's hard to cross without being spotted by the guards. The burn zone was visible from the highway, a ring of blackened, smoking ruins, maybe 8 blocks wide, surrounding the Helion complex like a moat of ash. Beyond the ring, the city continued in its infected, abandoned state. Within the ring, the complex sat like a fortress, concrete walls, guard towers, the glint of razor wire, and above it all, the steady thrum of generators that meant power, which meant operational labs, which meant the data was still there. Andre pulled the Suburban off the highway at an exit south of the burn zone. They parked in the loading dock of an abandoned warehouse, out of sight from the highway and the complex both. The engine died with a shudder that felt final. "She's done," Andre said, echoing Dean's words about the truck. "Transmission's gone. We're on foot from here." On foot. In a city full of active infected, with a military perimeter to breach and a zealot army approaching. Elliot looked at the group. 5 people who had followed him from Hardy, and a dog that had stayed behind, and a daughter who was drawing foxes in a small house 300 miles north. 5 people and whatever they could carry. "I need to scout the river approach," Kai said. "The Mississippi's a mile east of here. If we can find watercraft, a boat, a barge, anything, we can approach the complex from the riverside." "Take Caleb," Elliot said. "He knows the plant layout. Find the approach route." "I'm going with them," Andre said. "I need you here. You need me on that wall. When we breach the perimeter, I'm the one who makes the breach." Andre's voice was flat, unargued. The fighter's certainty that had carried them through Canal Park and the FEMA camp and the Ozark escape. "Ruth and Father Luis stay with you. Kai, Caleb, and I find the way in." Elliot looked at Ruth. She nodded. Father Luis, sitting on an overturned crate, his notebook in his lap, looked up and nodded too. "Go," Elliot said. Andre, Kai, and Caleb went east toward the river. Elliot, Ruth, and Father Luis stayed in the warehouse. The afternoon light came through the high windows and dusty shafts, illuminating a space that had once stored machine parts and now stored nothing but silence. Father Luis opened his notebook. He was on the last pages, the book nearly full. Hundreds of names, cities, dates. The census of the dead that he'd been compiling since the cathedral fire in Duluth. "I've been thinking about what happens when this book is full," he said. "You start another one," Ruth said. "Maybe." He turned the pages slowly. "Or maybe the book is enough. Maybe there's a natural end to it, a point where you've recorded enough to matter, and recording more is just..." He searched for the word. "Compulsion." "It's not compulsion," Elliot said. "It's witness. There's a thin line." Father Luis closed the book. "I've been writing names for 6 weeks. Hundreds of names. People I never met, people I only heard about, people whose names I got from bulletin boards and records offices and the sides of buildings where survivors wrote them in spray paint. I don't know these people. I never knew them. But I wrote their names down because someone should." "Someone should," Ruth agreed. "But here's what I've been thinking." He looked at them with the tired, honest eyes of a man who had argued himself through every possible position and arrived at one he couldn't escape. "The names matter because the people mattered. But the names aren't the people. The book isn't the cathedral. The record isn't the reality. At some point, the act of witnessing has to give way to the act of doing." He put the book in his coat. "In Memphis, I want to do something." "You're doing something. You're here." "I want to do more." He didn't elaborate, but his hand rested on the book in his coat, the way Andre's hand rested on his rifle, with the familiarity of a man who knew exactly what he intended to do with the tool he was carrying. They waited. The afternoon wore on. The smoke from the burned zone drifted through the warehouse in thin tendrils, carrying the smell of char and something else, the sweet, biological undertone that Kai had identified as burning infected. Elliot tried not to think about what that smell represented. He thought about it anyway. He opened his sketchbook. He drew the view from the warehouse window, the Memphis skyline, the smoke column, the burn zone, the Helion complex visible as a collection of shapes on the horizon. He drew it because drawing was how he processed, how he planned, how he stayed sane. The act of translating the world into lines on paper gave him a distance from it that he needed in order to function within it. Ruth sat beside him and watched him draw. After a while, she said, "You're better than you were." At drawing, at everything, at deciding, at moving when the moment comes. She adjusted her glasses. "You froze at that window. At the school. You watched Jamie die because you couldn't move. I remember. You haven't frozen since." He thought about that. About the moments since the school window. The moments of decision, of action, of moving, when the world demanded movement. He hadn't frozen. Not at Canal Park, not in the tunnels, not at New Canaan. He'd been afraid, constantly, persistently afraid. The fear a companion as steady as Ruth herself. But he hadn't frozen. "I'm still afraid," he said. "Of course you are. Fear is information. Freezing is what happens when you let the information paralyze you instead of inform you." She paused. "You stopped letting it paralyze you somewhere around Rochester. I watched it happen." Something shifted. "Maggie," he said, "Maggie." She sat in that chair and rang that bell, and she was afraid. I could see it in her hands. They were shaking, but she rang the bell anyway. And I thought, he stopped, started again. I thought, if a 71-year-old woman with cancer can sit in a chair and ring a bell while the dead come through the fence, then I can walk through a door. And now you're walking through a very large door. The largest one yet. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her medical bag and pulled out a small object, a brass button, tarnished, with an army insignia stamped on its face. She held it in her palm. "This was from my uniform, my first deployment. I kept it when I got out because it reminded me of who I was, when I was most sure of myself." She looked at the button. "I've been carrying it for 15 years. It's been in every pocket, every bag, every drawer I've owned. And I want you to know something." "What?" "I'm more sure of myself now, standing in this warehouse with you, than I ever was wearing the uniform this came from." She put the button back in her bag. "Whatever happens in that plant, I'm here because I chose to be. Not because of orders, not because of duty, because of you and because of what we're doing and because it matters." He didn't have words for what her presence meant. He'd never had words for it. Not since Canal Park. Not since the first night when she'd organized the group and set the watches and made coffee from snowmelt and instant crystals and said, "We're alive. That's enough for tonight." She'd been the spine of every decision, the steady hand on every crisis, the woman who walked into rooms that scared her with the bearing of someone who'd walked into worse. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me until we're out. And if we don't get out, then thank me now and I'll accept it posthumously." He almost smiled. Almost. Kai, Andre, and Caleb returned at dusk. They came through the warehouse door with the tense, energized bearing of people who had found what they were looking for and were trying to decide whether it was good news or bad. Kai spoke first, spreading Caleb's hand-drawn map on a crate and annotating it with pencil marks. "The river approach works. The Mississippi is running high. November rains upstream. The current is strong but navigable. We found a flat-bottom aluminum john boat at a marina south of here, 16 feet, with an outboard motor and enough fuel for one trip. It'll carry 4 people plus gear." "4," Ruth said. "There are 6 of us. 2 stay with the boat. 4 go in." Kai traced the route on the map. The Helion complex backs up to the river. The bank is a concrete levee with a maintenance access road on top. Drake's perimeter extends to the levee, but the fortifications are lighter on the riverside. Chain-link fence, no guard towers. The nearest guard post is 300 yards from the access point. Why lighter? Because the river's supposed to be the barrier, and because Drake pulled resources to reinforce the north side. Kai looked up. "There's activity on the north perimeter. We could hear it from the levee. Vehicles, gunfire, what sounded like coordinated movement." "Caleb thinks his father's advanced scouts have arrived," Caleb confirmed. "The main force is probably 12 to 24 hours behind the scouts. My father sends scouts first. Small teams to probe defenses, identify weaknesses, draw fire to test response times. The main assault comes after the scouts report back. So we have 12 to 24 hours before Ezra's army hits the plant. Best case. And Drake knows they're coming. Drake's been burning the perimeter for a week. She knows someone's coming. She may not know it's my father specifically, but she's prepared for assault. Caleb paused. Which makes our job harder. A fortress that's ready for attack doesn't open its doors to strangers. Elliot looked at the map. The Helion complex. 3 buildings, administration on the north side, manufacturing in the center, research on the south side closest to the river. The research building was the target. The labs, the servers, the data. If they could reach it from the river, breach the fence, get inside. What about the infected? He asked. The burn zone's mostly clear. Drake's fires did what they were supposed to, destroyed the local population. But beyond the burned zone, the city is thick with them. The marina where we found the boat had 30 or 40 in the immediate area. We had to clear a path. Andre's voice was neutral, but his hands told a different story. He was flexing them, the knuckles white, the tendons standing out. The fire poker was at his hip, cleaned but not clean. We go tonight, Elliot said, by water. 4 people to the levee, 2 stay with the boat. We breach the fence, get into the research building, find the data, and get out before Ezra arrives. Who goes in? Kai asked. Me. I know what we're looking for. Dina's research, the Helion data, the prion analysis. I can identify what's valuable. He looked at the others. Andre, you're our security. If something goes wrong inside, you handle it. When something goes wrong inside, Andre corrected, Ruth, you're medical. And if there's anything in those labs that's relevant to treatment, you'll know it. Agreed. Caleb, you know the plant layout in your father's playbook. If the assault starts while we're inside, you navigate us out. Caleb nodded. His face was pale but set. Kai and Father Luis stay with the boat. Father Luis's head came up. The refusal was visible before he spoke it. A tightening of the jaw, a squaring of the shoulders. No, Father Luis said. Father, I said I wanted to do something. Staying with the boat isn't doing something. He stood. He was not a large man, average height, thin from weeks of diminished rations, his priest's collar long since discarded for practical clothing. But he stood with a straightness that came from somewhere deeper than physique. You need someone to handle Drake, to negotiate, to talk. We don't know that she'll talk. She's a military officer who was ordered to suppress safety data that she knew was dangerous. She filed memos. She pushed back. She was overruled. That's not a monster. That's a bureaucrat who lost a fight and has been living with the consequences. He looked at Elliot. I've spent 6 weeks writing down the names of the dead. I know what those consequences look like, and I know how to talk to someone who's carrying that weight. It's the only thing I know how to do. The warehouse was quiet. The smoke drifted. The light faded. 5 go in, Elliot said. Kai stays with the boat. Kai started to protest. Elliot cut him off. Someone has to be able to get us out. If we come running with the data and the boat's not there, none of this matters. You're the best navigator. You stay. Kai's jaw worked. The protest died. He nodded. A single sharp movement. The nod of a man who didn't like his assignment but understood it. We go at midnight, Elliot said. We move by water, we breach, we find the data, we get out. And if we can't get out, then we make sure the data gets out, even if we don't. The words settled over the group like a blanket. They all heard what he'd said. They all understood what it meant. The Mississippi at midnight was a black highway. The current ran strong and dark, carrying the autumn flood from 1,000 tributaries, pushing southward with the indifferent power of a system that had been doing this for millennia and would continue doing it long after the humans on its banks had stopped being a going concern. The river didn't care about plagues or prions or the fall of civilization. The river ran. They launched the John boat from the marina in the dark. Kai at the outboard, controlling the motor at idle to minimize noise. The other 5 sat low in the hull, Elliot, Ruth, Andre, Caleb, Father Luis, with their packs and weapons below the gunwales, invisible from the bank. The Memphis riverfront passed on their left. Dark. The city's waterfront, once a tourist district, Beale Street, the convention center, the Bass Pro Shop pyramid, was a silhouette against the smoke-hazed sky. No lights, no movement. The infected population this close to the river was thin. Water was a barrier they couldn't cross, and the burned zone behind the waterfront had eliminated most of them. Kai navigated by landmarks, the Hernando de Soto Bridge, the old bridge supports, the industrial facilities south of downtown. He'd memorized the route during the afternoon scout, and he steered with the same precision he'd used on every map and trail and tunnel since Duluth. Hellion Complex is a half-mile ahead, Kai murmured. South Bank Curve. You'll see the lights. They saw the lights. The Helion Complex was illuminated. Generator-powered floodlights on the perimeter fence, casting hard white light across the burn zone and the river approach. The lights were military-grade, the kind designed for forward operating bases, and they turned the complex into a bright island in the dark city. Cut the engine at 200 yards, Andre said. We drift in. Kai cut the engine. The boat drifted on the current, silent, carried by the river toward the concrete levee that formed the southern boundary of the complex. The floodlights illuminated the water surface ahead of them, and Kai used a paddle to steer into a shadow cast by a bridge support, bringing them to the levee wall in a pool of darkness between two light sources. The levee was 15 feet of concrete, angled at 45 degrees, with a maintenance road on top. The chain-link fence that Kai had described was visible at the top of the levee, 8 feet tall, topped with razor wire, but without the reinforced foundation of the north perimeter. This was the back door, the door nobody expected visitors to use. Kai held the boat against the levee. This is where I stay, he said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were not. They moved across the 5 faces in the boat with the intensity of a man memorizing what he might not see again. 2 hours, Elliot said. If we're not back in 2 hours, I'll wait until dawn. Then I go back to Hardy, and I tell Lily her father was an idiot but a brave one. Don't sugarcoat it. Wouldn't dream of it. Kai gripped Elliot's arm. The grip was brief and fierce. Go find the thing that saves the world, you stubborn bastard. They climbed the levee. The concrete was wet and slippery, but angled enough to ascend without gear. Andre went first, moving up the slope in a low crouch, reaching the maintenance road at the top and scanning the fence line. He held up a fist. Wait. Then opened his hand. Clear. They reached the fence. Caleb produced wire cutters. He'd taken them from the New Canaan motor pool, one of the many small preparations he'd made before the escape. He cut a section of chain link wide enough to squeeze through, peeling it back and holding it while the others passed. Inside the perimeter. The floodlights were aimed outward, leaving the interior in relative shadow. The research building was 100 yards ahead, a 3-story concrete structure with narrow windows, industrial in design, the kind of building that housed sensitive operations and didn't advertise itself. They moved in single file, Andre leading, rifle up, scanning, Caleb behind him, navigating, Ruth and Father Luis in the middle, Elliot at the rear. The ground between the fence and the research building was open, a service road and a parking lot, empty, the vehicles that had once filled it either commandeered by Drake's forces or destroyed. The openness was dangerous. Anyone on the second floor of any building could see them. Move fast, Andre whispered. Straight line, don't stop. They ran. The 50-yard sprint across the parking lot felt like 50 miles. Exposed, vulnerable, every step a held breath. Elliot's pack bounced against his back. His sketchbook thumped against his ribs. The fox drawings over his heart rustled with each stride. They reached the research building's service entrance, a steel door, locked with a keypad. Caleb looked at it, looked at the building, looked at the keypad. Try 031025, he said. Ruth punched the code. The lock clicked. The door opened. How did you know that? Elliot asked. October 3rd, 2025. The date of the outbreak. My father's scouts intercepted Drake's communications. She uses the date as a rolling passcode across the facility. Caleb's face was grim. She's living with it every day. She made it her password. They entered the building. The interior was dark. No windows on the ground floor, the emergency lighting providing faint red illumination from ceiling-mounted units. The smell was different here. Antiseptic, chemical, the preserved air scent of a facility with functional HVAC. The building had power. The building was maintained. A corridor stretched ahead, doors on both sides, labeled with room numbers and department names. Prion characterization, molecular biology, bioinformatics, sample storage. They were in the lab wing. The servers would be in bioinformatics, Dina had told Elliot in one of their conversations in Missouri before the end. The computational analysis of prion structures requires massive data processing. The servers that ran Helion's models would be in a dedicated room, climate-controlled, high bandwidth, probably in the basement for thermal management. Bioinformatics, Elliot said, pointing at the door. Caleb, where are the server rooms? Below us. Basement level. Access through the bioinformatics lab or through a dedicated stairwell at the end of the corridor. They moved down the corridor. Father Luis walked with one hand on the wall, his steps careful, his breath measured. Andre was ahead, sweeping each intersection with the rifle, clearing corners with the mechanical precision of someone who had trained for this in a different life and was rediscovering the motions, like a language he'd tried to forget. The bioinformatics lab was a large room, 20 by 30 feet, filled with workstations, monitors, and the kind of high-end computing equipment that cost more than most houses. The monitors were dark, but the equipment hummed, the servers in the basement feeding data to terminals that had no one to read them. Basement access, Caleb said, pointing to a door at the far end of the lab. Stairwell down. Andre reached the door, tested it, unlocked. He opened it and swept the stairwell with his flashlight and rifle. Clear. One flight down. They descended. The basement was cooler, the thermal management that Dina had predicted, air conditioning maintaining a stable temperature for the servers. The room at the bottom of the stairs was the heart of Helion's data infrastructure. Rows of server racks, blinking LEDs, the steady hum of fans. A workstation in the corner with a monitor and keyboard. Elliot went to the workstation. The screen was locked but responded to the same passcode, 031JO25. The desktop appeared. File directories, analysis software, database interfaces. He was looking at the complete digital archive of Helion Pharmaceuticals' Nurexlin research program. His hands were shaking, not with fear, with the magnitude of what he was looking at. This was the data that Dina had died wanting. The data that Drake was guarding, the data that Ezra wanted to destroy, the sum total of what humanity knew about the thing that was killing it. I need time, he said. The files are massive. I need to identify what's critical and copy it. Copy it to what? Ruth asked. Caleb produced a handful of USB drives from his pack. Grabbed these from the New Canaan communications tent. They were using them for radio logs. I wiped them. Elliot took the drives. He plugged the first one in and began navigating the file system. The data was organized in a structure that would have made Dina weep with recognition. Prion characterization, mutation analysis, transmission vectors, countermeasure development. He opened countermeasure development and found what he was looking for. Reports. Dozens of them. Hellion scientists had been working on countermeasures. Not after the outbreak, but before. They'd known about the mutation risk months before the contaminated batches shipped. They'd been developing potential interventions. Prion-targeting antibodies, molecular inhibitors, gene therapy approaches. The work was preliminary, incomplete, but it was a foundation. He copied everything, drive after drive, filling them with data, his eyes scanning file names and directory structures with the frantic efficiency of a man who knew his time was limited. Elliot, Andre's voice from the stairwell. Company. Footsteps above. Not infected, the deliberate, coordinated footsteps of people who knew where they were going. Multiple sets. Coming down the corridor toward the bioinformatics lab. How many? Elliot whispered. 4. Armed. Military bearing. They know we're here. The footsteps reached the lab above them. Stopped. A voice, female, authoritative, carrying the clipped vowels of someone who'd been giving orders for decades. Whoever's in my server room, you have 30 seconds to come up with your hands visible. I have 4 rifles aimed at the stairwell. If you're armed, put the weapons down. If you're infected, God help you because I won't. Colonel Vivian Drake. Elliot looked at Andre. Andre's hand was on the rifle. His eyes asked the question. Elliot shook his head. He pulled the last USB drive from the workstation, pocketed it, and raised his hands. We're coming up, he called. 5 people, 3 armed. We're not hostile. Then prove it. They climbed the stairs. Andre went first. Hands up, rifle slung on his back. The most disciplined gesture of vulnerability Elliot had ever seen from him. Ruth followed. Father Luis. Caleb. Elliot last. They emerged into the bioinformatics lab to find 4 soldiers in combat gear. Real military, real equipment, real discipline. They held their rifles with the practiced steadiness of people who'd been holding rifles for weeks and were very tired of it. And behind them, standing at the center of the lab, with her arms crossed and her eyes sharp, was Colonel Vivian Drake. She was not what Elliot expected. He'd built her in his mind from memos and classified documents. A bureaucrat, a paper pusher, a woman who'd filed reports and followed orders and let the world burn. The woman in front of him was something else. Small, 5'4" maybe, in combat boots. Lean, hardened, with the ropey musculature of someone who'd been living on combat rations and sustained stress. Her face was angular, dark-skinned, lined with exhaustion, and her eyes, brown, deep-set, intelligent, held a complexity that memos couldn't convey. She looked like a woman who carried something heavy, and had been carrying it for so long that her body had reshaped itself around the weight. Names, Drake said. Elliot Korback, Ruth Adeyemi. Andre, I know Ruth Adeyemi. Drake's eyes locked on Ruth. Something passed between them. Recognition, not personal, but professional. Staff Sergeant Adeyemi, 3rd Brigade Combat Team. You were at FOB Hammer. A long time ago, Ruth said. Not long enough to forget a medic who saved 37 soldiers in a single engagement. Drake's expression didn't soften exactly, but it shifted, the wariness giving way to something that was almost respect. What the hell are you doing in my server room? Getting the data, Elliot said. The Neurexlin research, the countermeasure files. Everything Helion knew about the prion. I know what's on the servers. I've been guarding them for 6 weeks. Drake's arms uncrossed. The question is why? Who sent you? FEMA? CDC remnant? Some survivor group that thinks they can play scientist? No one sent us. We came on our own. Elliot pulled the classified documents from his pack. The memos from the Des Moines staging area. The ones that bore Drake's name. He held them out. We know what you did. We know about the suppression order. We know you tried to stop it and were overruled. Drake's face changed. The professional mask cracked. Just for a moment. Just enough to show the thing underneath. Which was not anger or defiance, but grief. The grief of a woman who had done the right thing and been told to stop and had stopped and had watched the consequences unfold from behind a desk and then from behind a barricade. Where did you get those? Her voice was different now, quieter. Des Moines staging area. The Capitol Building Records Archive. Those were supposed to be destroyed. They weren't. Drake took the memos. She read them, her own words, her own warnings, the timestamps and classification markings, and the careful military language that had said, "This is dangerous, stop it. Please stop it," in terms that could be filed and forgotten. She read them, and her jaw tightened, and her eyes went bright, and she put them down on the lab table and pressed her palms flat against the surface and breathed. I sent 17 memos, she said. 17 over 4 weeks, each one more urgent than the last. The last one, the one from October 1st, I sent to 3 different generals and a congressional liaison. You know what happened? They told you to wait. They told me to wait. 72 to 96 hours. The bureaucratic equivalent of, we'll get back to you. And then the world ended. She looked up. Do you know how many people took Neurexlin in that 72-hour window? While they were reviewing my memo? No. 412,000. I know because I counted. I pulled the distribution data from Helian's records, and I counted every prescription filled between October 1st and October 3rd. 412,000 people took a drug that I knew was dangerous, while my memo sat in a queue. The lab was silent. The server hum was the only sound. Father Luis stepped forward. He didn't ask permission. He walked past the soldiers, past their rifles, past their wariness, and he stood in front of Drake, and he looked at her with the eyes of a man who had spent 6 weeks writing down names and who understood, better than anyone in the room, the weight of numbers. "I'm Father Luis Medina," he said. "I was a priest. I'm not sure what I am now. But I know what you're carrying because I carry it too." He opened his notebook, held it out. "These are names. People who died because of what happened. I've been writing them down since October 3rd. There are 472 names in this book." Drake looked at the notebook. She didn't take it. "You wrote down 472 names," she said. "Yes. I have 412,000. They're on the servers you were copying. Then we both know what the numbers mean, and we both know that the only thing that gives those numbers meaning is what we do next." Father Luis closed the notebook. "There's an armed force coming to destroy this facility. 30 men, led by a man who believes God wants the data burned. They'll be here within 24 hours. If they succeed, everything on those servers, the research, the countermeasures, the chance at a future, goes up in smoke. I know about the approaching force. My scouts identified them 2 days ago. Then you know you can't hold them and us off at the same time. Let us take the data. Let us carry it out of here and distribute it to every surviving community, every medical professional, every scientist who can use it. The data doesn't do any good locked in a basement. The data is classified. Classified by whom? The government that collapsed? The military chain of command that no longer exists? The bureaucracy that told you to wait?" Father Luis's voice was gentle but immovable. "Colonel, the chain of command that classified this data is the same one that ignored your warnings. That chain is broken. The only authority left is conscience." Drake looked at him, at Ruth, at Elliot, at the USB drives in Elliot's pocket, at the memos on the table, her own words, her own warnings, the paper trail of a failure that had cost millions of lives. "You know what's on those drives," she said. "The research data, the countermeasure files, and the liability records, the corporate emails, the evidence of what Helion did and what the military allowed." She paused. "If that data gets out, if it reaches a functioning community with legal infrastructure, it's not just a scientific resource. It's a criminal indictment. I know. Of me, among others. You tried to stop it. I didn't try hard enough." She said it without self-pity. She said it the way Dina had said I filled 17 prescriptions. The flat acknowledgement of a failure that no amount of context could fully excuse. "Colonel," Ruth said. She stepped forward, standing beside Father Luis, her hands at her sides, her bearing, the military bearing she'd never fully shed, speaking a language Drake understood. "I served under officers who made mistakes. Some of them owned those mistakes and did what they could to fix them. Some of them buried the mistakes and let other people pay the price. You filed 17 memos. You pushed back. You were overruled. That's not the same as doing nothing. It felt like nothing when the outbreak started." "I know." Ruth's voice was quiet. "But the data you've been guarding, the countermeasure research, that could save what's left. Not for you. Not for your career. For the people who are still alive and the communities that are trying to hold together and the children who deserve a world that's trying to fix this." She paused. "I have a friend who died because she couldn't get insulin. She was a pharmacist. She spent her last weeks analyzing the prion with field equipment and a portable centrifuge. Her notebooks are in my pack. She would have given anything for what's on those servers." Drake was quiet for a long time. The soldiers behind her shifted. The server fans hummed. The fluorescent lights buzzed. "Take the data," Drake said. The words fell into the room like a stone into water. The soldiers looked at each other. Drake held up a hand. All of it. I'll give you access to the full archive. Drives, hard copies, whatever you can carry. The countermeasure research, the prion analysis, the clinical trial data, the corporate records. She looked at Father Luis. And the liability records. All of it. I've been sitting on this for 6 weeks, and it hasn't done anyone a damn bit of good. Take it and make it matter. What about the approaching force? Caleb asked. I'll deal with the approaching force. That's my job. I have 150 soldiers and a fortified perimeter and 6 weeks of preparation. She looked at Caleb with an appraising eye. You're one of them. Thorne's people. I was. I'm not anymore. That distinction may not survive what's coming. Drake turned to her soldiers. Sergeant, escort these people to the primary archive. Give them access to everything. Full copies. Priority is the countermeasure data. The sergeant hesitated. Ma'am, the archive is classified. Sergeant, the classification authority no longer exists. The data is being released. That's an order. The sergeant moved. Drake watched her people escort Elliot's group deeper into the building, toward the primary archive, a secure room that held not just digital copies, but physical research materials. Binders of lab notebooks, printed analyses, sample vials in refrigerated cases. As they moved through the corridor, Drake fell into step beside Elliot. You said you came on your own, she said. Nobody sent you. Why? I was looking for my daughter. She was evacuated from Winona and placed in a community in Arkansas. I found her. He touched the pocket where the Fox drawings rested, and then I kept going, because a pharmacist named Dina told me the answers were here, and because a principal named Maggie taught me that the homework is always due. Drake looked at him. The complexity in her eyes deepened, layers of exhaustion and guilt and something else, something that might have been recognition. You're a civilian, she said. I'm an art teacher. An art teacher walked 1,000 miles through infected territory to get pharmaceutical research data. An art teacher walked 1,000 miles to find his daughter. The data was on the way. Something moved across Drake's face, not a smile, something more earned than a smile, an acknowledgement, a salute from one stubborn person to another. The archive's through here, she said. Take everything you can carry. You've got 4 hours before sunrise, and my perimeter gets harder to exit in daylight. The archive was a revelation. Floor-to-ceiling shelving, fireproof cases, climate-controlled cabinets, the physical remnant of Helian's research program. Months of work by dozens of scientists, preserved in the kind of obsessive documentation that pharmaceutical companies maintain because lawsuits were an inevitability and paper trails were a survival mechanism. Elliot worked, Ruth worked, Father Luis organized, Caleb shuttled materials. Andre stood guard, splitting his attention between the corridor outside and the building beyond, listening for the sounds that would mean Ezra's force had arrived. They copied data to USB drives. They selected critical binders, the countermeasure research, the prion characterization studies, the transmission analysis. Ruth identified medical materials, potential treatment protocols, dosing studies for the inhibitor compounds Helian had been developing, safety profiles for drugs that might offer a path toward intervention. In a refrigerated case at the back of the archive, Elliot found something that made him stop. Vials. Small glass vials, sealed with crimped aluminum caps, stored in a foam-lined case. The labels read NXINH7, Neuraxalin inhibitor compound. Experimental, not for human use. Ruth, he called. She came over, looked at the vials, read the labels. Her breath caught. This is the inhibitor, she said. Helian's experimental countermeasure. The compound that was designed to target the mutant prion. She picked up a vial with the reverence of a woman handling something sacred. This is what Dina was looking for. This is the thing that might stop the infection. It says not for human use. It says experimental. That means it was in development. It means they got far enough to synthesize it, but not far enough to test it on people. She turned the vial in the light. The liquid inside was clear, colorless, unremarkable. This doesn't mean it works. It means it was the best idea they had. Is it enough? There are, she counted, 12 vials, enough for a limited trial. If we can find researchers, equipment, a community with medical infrastructure. Hardy has a clinic. Caleb, does New Canaan have lab equipment? My father stockpiled medical supplies, including lab equipment from a university he raided. Caleb paused. If my father's defeated here, if his force fails, the community will need new leadership. He stopped. The weight of what he was considering was visible. I could go back, not as my father's son, as someone who brings something useful. We'll discuss it later. Right now, pack those vials. Ruth packed them with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments. Foam padding, sealed containers, temperature-stable storage. The vials went into her medical bag, nested beside Dina's notebooks, and the juxtaposition, the dead pharmacist's research beside the living compound, was a symmetry that felt deliberate, as if the story were writing itself toward a point. They worked for 3 hours. The archive yielded its secrets. Data drives filled, binders selected, critical materials packed. Elliot's pack was heavy with the weight of knowledge. Ruth's medical bag bulged with vials and notes. Father Louis carried a box of lab notebooks. Caleb carried hard drives. Andre carried the rifle and watched the corridor and waited. At 3 a.m., the waiting ended. The first explosion came from the north perimeter, a sharp, percussive blast that rattled the building's windows and sent dust sifting from the ceiling tiles. Then a second, a third. Small arms fire, rapid, the staccato rhythm of an assault. They're here, Caleb said. His face went white. That's my father. Drake's response was immediate and professional. From the corridor outside the archive, the sound of running boots, shouted orders, the organized chaos of a military force responding to contact. Alarms blared, not electronic sirens, but hand-cranked warning signals, the same low-tech approach Drake had used throughout the compound. We need to go, Andre said. Now. They moved. Down the corridor, through the bioinformatics lab, toward the stairwell that led to the ground floor and the service entrance they'd used. Caleb led, navigating the building's layout from memory, and Andre brought up the rear, rifle sweeping each intersection. The ground floor was chaos. Drake's soldiers were moving toward the north perimeter, responding to the assault. The corridors were full of running figures in combat gear, and in the confusion, Elliot's group moved through unnoticed, 5 civilians in a stream of soldiers heading in the wrong direction against the flow. They reached the service entrance. Andre cracked the door. Outside, the compound was lit by more than floodlights now. Fires were burning on the north perimeter, and the sky above the complex was tinged orange. The sound of combat was continuous. Rifle fire, explosions, shouting. Ezra's force had hit the front gate. The river, Andre said, straight south. Go. They ran. Across the parking lot toward the fence, toward the gap they'd cut. The noise of the battle covered their footsteps. The fires on the north perimeter drew every eye in that direction. They were ghosts in the chaos, invisible, irrelevant. They reached the fence. The gap was still there. Caleb went through first, then Father Luis, then Ruth, then Elliot. Contact left, Andre's shout. Elliot turned. From the east side of the compound, a group of figures was approaching, or not soldiers, not infected. Men in olive drab jackets, white cross patches. Ezra's flanking element. They'd come around the perimeter, probing for weak points. And they'd found the gap in the fence. 6 men, armed, moving fast. Andre raised the rifle. Go! Get to the boat! Andre, go! He fired. The first round dropped the lead man. The others scattered, taking cover behind concrete barriers. Return fire cracked past Elliot's head, a sound he'd never experienced and never wanted to experience again, the snap of a bullet passing close enough to feel the air move. He went through the fence. Ruth was ahead of him. Father Luis was ahead of her. Caleb was at the levee, sliding down the concrete slope toward the water. Andre was behind them at the fence, firing measured shots, covering their retreat. The New Canaan flankers returned fire from cover. Rounds hit the fence, the concrete, the ground. Andre moved along the fence line, drawing fire away from the group, pulling the flankers' attention toward himself and away from the people running for the river. "Kai!" Elliot screamed from the levee. "Kai!" The John boat appeared from the shadow of the bridge support. Kai at the outboard, engine running, the boat cutting across the current toward the levee. He brought it alongside the concrete bank and held position against the current. Caleb jumped in. Ruth jumped in. Elliot jumped in. Father Luis was on the levee. He was standing at the top of the concrete slope, not moving. He was looking back toward the fence, toward Andre, toward the compound where the battle raged. "Father, come on!" Father Luis looked at Elliot. In the firelight from the burning perimeter, his face was calm. Not the manufactured calm of someone pretending. The real calm of someone who had arrived at a decision that resolved everything. "I need to go to Drake," he said. "What?" "Drake is about to be overrun. If Ezra's force breaches the perimeter, she'll destroy the facility herself rather than let it fall. She has demolition charges. I saw the wiring in the basement. She'll blow the building. The data's already on the drives. Not all of it. The physical samples, the lab equipment, the infrastructure that someone will need to manufacture the inhibitor at scale. If that's destroyed, the vials you have are all there is. 12 doses. 12. Father Luis's voice was steady. "I can talk to Drake. I can convince her not to destroy it. I can negotiate a surrender or a ceasefire or something. Some arrangement that preserves the facility. You can't. I've spent 6 weeks learning to talk to people who are in pain. Drake is in pain. Ezra is in pain. I speak pain." He smiled. The smile was gentle and sad and utterly resolved. "This is my doing something, Elliot. This is what the notebook was for. Not just to record the dead, but to understand the weight of it well enough to help someone else carry it. Father, please, take the data, take the vials, go back to your daughter, rebuild." He pulled the notebook from his coat, held it out. "And take this. Finish it for me. Write the names of the people who survive. Not just the dead, the living. Someone should record those too." Elliot took the notebook. His hands were shaking. The book was warm from Father Luis's body, worn from 6 weeks of constant use, heavy with 472 names. "I'll come back for you," Elliot said. "I know you will." The same tone Lily had used, the certainty, the faith, not in God, not in any institution, but in the particular stubbornness of a man who had walked 1,000 miles for a 7-year-old girl. Father Luis turned. He walked back up the levee toward the fence, toward the compound where the battle was consuming itself. He moved at a measured pace, not hurrying, not hesitating, walking with the deliberate stride of a man entering a room where he intended to be heard. At the fence, he paused. He looked back once, raised a hand. Then he went through the gap and disappeared into the smoke. "Father!" Elliot lunged toward the levee. Ruth grabbed him. Caleb grabbed him. They held him as Kai gunned the outboard, and the boat pulled away from the levee and the current caught them and the compound's lights receded behind them. Andre was still at the fence. The gunfire continued, measured, disciplined, Andre's rhythm against the flankers' chaos. Then the rhythm changed. Faster, closer. The sound of a firefight collapsing its distances, the combatants converging. A burst. Then silence. Then, from the compound, not silence, but something worse. The sound of Andre's voice, distant and clear, shouting something that the wind carried across the water, and that Elliot heard as clearly as if Andre were standing beside him. "I'm done running!" A final burst of fire. Then true silence. Then the sound of the river and the boat's engine and Ruth's breathing and Elliot's own heartbeat, and nothing else. Andre, Father Luis, both gone. Both behind the line of fire and smoke that separated the boat from the compound. Both choosing to stay, one to fight, one to talk, both to buy time for a boat full of data and vials and a sketchbook full of drawings. Kai drove the boat south. The current carried them. The compound burned behind them. The sky over Memphis was orange and red and black, the colors of a city that had birthed a plague and was now consuming itself in the argument over what to do about it. They ran the river through the rest of the night. The Mississippi carried them south with a power that made the outboard almost unnecessary. The current was king, and the boat was a leaf on it, carried by a force that predated human ambition and would outlast human failure. Kai navigated by the stars and the riverbanks, keeping them in the main channel, away from the shoals and snags that could capsize a small boat in a big river. 4 people in a John boat: Elliot, Ruth, Caleb, Kai. Plus the packs, the data, the vials, the notebook. Ruth held the medical bag against her chest with both arms. The inhibitor vials were inside, wrapped in foam and hope. Dina's notebooks were beside them, the pharmacist's research and the pharmaceutical company's remedy, traveling together in a canvas bag on a river in the dark. Caleb sat in the bow, facing forward, his father's blue eyes aimed at a future he couldn't see. He'd lost everything: his home, his family, his community, his name. He'd gained a conscience and a place in a boat, and the uncertain promise that what he'd done meant something. Kai steered. His hands were steady on the outboard's tiller, his body absorbing the river's rhythm, the way it had absorbed every landscape they'd crossed. Forests, plains, mountains, tunnels, cities. The wilderness guide navigating the last wilderness. A river in the dark at the end of the world. Elliot sat in the middle of the boat with Father Luis's notebook in his lap, and his sketchbook beside it, and 2 fox drawings in his coat, and a head full of faces. He opened the notebook. The last entry, in Father Luis's careful hand: Dean Whittaker. Age 41. Cloquet. And Elliot picked up the pencil. He wrote, Andre Washington, age 36. Gary and Father Luis Medina, age 52. Duluth, and... He stared at the names. 2 more. 2 more people who had walked with him, and Ruth and Dean and Maggie and Dina and all of them, who had carried the weight and borne the cost and chosen in the end to stay behind so others could go forward. 6 of 10. 6 companions lost. Maggie and her bell, Dina and her insulin, Dean and his truck, Andre and his war. Father Luis and his names. 4 survivors: Ruth, Kai, Pilar, Tommy. 4 out of 10, plus Wendy and Caleb and Elliot himself, carrying the weight of the 6 who'd stayed behind. He closed the notebook. He would write the living names later. He would write Lily's name, and Ruth's, and Kai's, and Pilar's, and Tommy's, and Wendy's. He would write the names of the 40 survivors in Hardy, and the names of every person they met along the way. He would finish what Father Luis had started. Not a census of the dead, but a registry of the living, a record of what survived. But not yet. Now, the river. Now, the dark. Now, the slow, rocking motion of a small boat on a big river carrying 4 exhausted people and the most important data in the world toward a dawn that hadn't happened yet. Ruth spoke first. Her voice was rough with everything she wasn't saying. Where do we go? Hardy, Elliot said. Back to Hardy. We take the data and the vials to the community. We find researchers. There have to be scientists among the survivors, somewhere. We start the work. And if the inhibitor doesn't work, then we try something else. The data's not just the inhibitor. It's everything Helion knew about the prion. It's a starting point. Dina's research is a starting point. Someone somewhere will be able to build on it. That's not a plan, that's hope. Hope's all we've got, Ruth. It's all we've ever had. She was quiet for a while. The river moved them south. The stars turned overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. Hope and antibiotics, Ruth said. What? Hope and antibiotics. My field medicine instructor said it once. In a war zone, you survive on hope and antibiotics. Hope keeps you moving. Antibiotics keep you alive. If you run out of one, you'd better have plenty of the other. She adjusted her glasses, which were fogged from the river spray. We have both. That's more than most. Elliot almost laughed. Almost. The sound that came out was something between a laugh and a sob. The noise of a man whose emotional range had been compressed by 6 weeks of sustained crisis into a space too small to differentiate between the two. We need to get off the river before dawn, Kai said from the stern. The current's carrying us south, but we need to angle east toward Arkansas. There's a tributary, the White River, that connects to the Mississippi, about 40 miles south of Memphis. If we take it, we can get within 50 miles of Hardy by water. Can this boat handle a tributary? It's a flat-bottom John. It was built for tributaries. The question is fuel. Kai checked the outboard's tank. We've got maybe 2 hours of motor. After that, we paddle or we walk. We paddle, Ruth said. My arms still work. They paddled. The outboard carried them to the White River confluence, and then Kai cut the engine to conserve fuel, and they switched to paddles. 2 aluminum paddles that had been stored under the John boat's bench seats. Elliot and Caleb paddled while Ruth and Kai navigated. The White River was smaller than the Mississippi, narrower, slower, winding through bottomland forest and farm country. The banks were lined with cypress trees, their roots trailing in the water, their branches bare and gray in the November cold. The light was growing, dawn, the pale blue-gray light of early morning, filtering through the trees and turning the river surface from black to silver. They paddled in silence. The only sounds were the dip and pull of the paddles, the drip of water from the blade on the recovery stroke, and the distant fading sounds of a world that was waking up to another day of survival. As the light grew, Elliot saw the river, really saw it, not as an escape route or a tactical feature, but as what it was, a river, a body of water that had been flowing for millennia, that had carried canoes and steamboats and barges, and now carried a 16-foot aluminum John boat with 4 people and a pharmacist's notebooks and an art teacher's sketchbook, and 12 vials of something that might be the beginning of the end of the end. The river was beautiful. The light on the water was gold and silver and blue. The cypress trees stood in their winter austerity like monks at prayer. A heron launched from the shallows, its wings spreading wide, its long neck folding into an S-curve as it gained altitude. It flew downstream ahead of them as if leading the way. Look, Elliot said. They looked. The heron flew, the river flowed, the light grew. Ruth took off her glasses and wiped them on her shirt and put them back on, and the world was marginally clearer, and she said, "That's the most beautiful thing I've seen in 6 weeks." "That's the most beautiful thing I've seen ever," Caleb said. Kai said nothing. He watched the heron and the river and the light with the quiet intensity of a man who had spent his life in landscapes and understood that the world's beauty was not diminished by the world's horror, that the two existed simultaneously, overlapping, the same sky holding both the smoke from Memphis and the flight of a heron on a river in the morning. Elliot opened his sketchbook. He drew the river. He drew the light. He drew the heron, its wings spread, its neck curved, its trajectory leading them south and east toward Hardy and Lily and whatever came next. He drew a fox at the bottom of the page, a small one, smiling. They reached Hardy on the evening of the 3rd day after Memphis. The last 50 miles were on foot, the John boat's motor fuel exhausted, the river too shallow for paddling, the terrain requiring overland travel through the Ozark foothills. They walked, 4 people carrying packs and data and vials and notebooks, walking through autumn forest on game trails and logging roads, moving south and east with the persistence of people who had been moving for 7 weeks and had forgotten how to stop. The infected were present. They were always present now, in the warm November air of northern Arkansas. But the group had learned to move through them, the way one learned to move through weather, reading the signs, adjusting course, going quiet when the pressure built, and moving fast when it cleared. Kai led. Ruth navigated. Caleb watched the rear. Elliot walked in the middle and carried the data and thought about his daughter. On the 3rd evening, as the sun dropped behind the Ozark ridges and the shadows lengthened across the valley, they crested a hill and looked down at a small town along a creek, with smoke coming from chimneys and a fence around its perimeter, and a hand-painted sign at the gate. Hardy, Arkansas, welcome. State your business. No infected. The gate guard recognized them. He called inside, People came to the fence. Faces Elliot recognized. June, the woman who'd led him to Lily, the man with the hunting rifle. Children peering through the chain link with the wide-eyed curiosity of young humans who'd learned to be cautious and hadn't yet learned to be afraid. The gate opened. Pilar was there. Copper was there, tail wagging, body wiggling, with the full-bodied joy of a dog who'd been waiting and was done waiting. Tommy was there, taller somehow, or standing straighter, his UMD hoodie replaced by a flannel shirt that made him look like he'd aged 5 years in 2 weeks. Wendy was there, legal pad in hand, already counting the arrivals and noting the returns. 4, Wendy said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were not. You left with 6. I know, Elliot said. Wendy wrote something on her pad. She didn't ask for names. She could read the absence. Pilar looked at them, at the 4 of them, at the spaces where Andre and Father Luis should have been. Her face did the thing faces do when they're processing loss in real time, a brief, violent contortion that was suppressed before it could fully form, pressed down into the place where the things you couldn't afford to feel went. He fought, Ruth said. She said it to Pilar because Pilar would understand. Andre fought, right to the end. Pilar nodded. She picked up Copper, all 50 pounds of him, and held the dog against her chest and buried her face in his fur, and stood there for a long time. Tommy approached Caleb. They were the same age, nearly, Tommy 19, Caleb 28, both young enough to be shaped by what had happened and old enough to understand it. You're from the compound, Tommy said, the one that tried to stop us. Yes. Why are you here? Because stopping you was wrong, and because someone has to build something better than what my father built. Tommy studied him. The streaming generation assessment, fast, intuitive, reading the person behind the words with the speed of someone who'd spent years evaluating strangers through screens. Okay, Tommy said. Welcome to the group. It's smaller than it used to be. I know. They went inside the gate. The town of Hardy closed around them. Small, warm, alive. Gardens and chickens and a school and a clinic. And 40 people who had decided that surviving was only the beginning and that living required more. And in a small house near the school, through a window lit by candlelight, Elliot could see a figure at a table, drawing. Small, dark-haired, wearing a purple coat even though the house was warm, because the coat was safety, and the coat was self, and the coat had a fox on the back that smiled. He walked to the house. He opened the door. Lily looked up. The crayon was in her hand, orange, her color, the color of foxes. She looked at him and her face did not do what faces do when processing surprise. It did what faces do when confirming what was already known. You came back, she said. I told you I would. I know, I drew you coming back. She pointed at the wall. Among the hundreds of fox drawings, a new one, a man with glasses, walking toward a house carrying a bag. The man was smiling. The foxes around him were smiling. Everything was smiling because, in Lily's world, the world she drew into existence every day, smiling was the default and sadness was the exception, and her father always came home. He sat at the table. She gave him the orange crayon. Draw, she said. He drew. He drew a fox. He drew it carefully, with the precision and love of a man who had crossed 1,000 miles and lost 6 friends, and found a river and stolen the data that might save the world, and all of it, every mile and every loss, and every dark tunnel and every burning city, had led here, to this table, to this crayon, to this child. The fox smiled. Lily smiled. Elliot smiled. Outside the window, the November evening settled over Hardy like a blanket. The sky was clear. No smoke, no fire, just the vast Arkansas sky going from gold to purple to black. The stars appearing one by one like lights turning on in an empty house. Ruth appeared in the doorway. She watched Elliot and Lily draw for a moment. Then she said, "When you're ready, we should talk about next steps." "Tomorrow," Elliot said. "Tomorrow." Ruth agreed. She paused. "The vials are secure. Dina's notebooks are safe. The data drives are backed up on 3 separate devices. We're ready to start whenever you are. Tomorrow." Ruth nodded. She turned to go. Ruth, she stopped. Thank you for everything. For the window, for Canal Park, for Rochester and Des Moines, and the tunnels and the river. For all of it, Ruth adjusted her glasses, the gesture she'd made 1,000 times, the small, habitual motion that was her version of a reset, a moment's pause before re-engaging. Don't thank me, she said. Help me build a lab. She left. Elliot heard her footsteps on the porch, and then on the path, and then gone, absorbed into the evening sounds of a small town that was, against all evidence and probability, still alive. Lily tugged his sleeve. Daddy. Yeah? Who were the people who helped you? He looked at her, at the hazel eyes, his eyes, in her mother's face, at the serious expression that meant she was asking something important and expected a real answer. He opened Father Luis's notebook. He turned past the names of the dead, past the 472 entries in Luis's careful hand, past the 2 entries he'd added on the river. He turned to a blank page. I'll tell you about them, he said. Everyone. He began to write. Not the names of the dead this time. The stories. Maggie and her bell. Dean and his truck. Dina and her insulin and her notebooks. And her anxious green eyes that saw too much. Andre and his fire poker and his quiet and his war. Father Luis and his notebook and his prayers and his decision to walk into a burning building to talk to a woman about the weight of names. He wrote and Lily drew. The candle burned down. The night deepened. The stars turned. And in the morning there would be work. The vials to analyze. The data to distribute. The inhibitor to test. The long, uncertain, necessary work of rebuilding knowledge from the wreckage of the world that had destroyed itself. Ruth would build her lab. Kai would map the routes to other communities. Caleb would negotiate with what remained of New Canaan. Tommy would find his way. The kid always found his way. Wendy would track the supplies and the people and the progress on her legal pad, because the numbers were the foundation and the numbers were her gift. Pilar would watch the perimeter with copper and care for the animals and maintain the fence that kept the living in and the dead out. And Elliot would teach. He would teach the children of Hardy to draw. He would teach them to see, to look at a world that was broken and find in it the lines and shapes and colors that could be rendered on paper and in rendering be understood and in understanding be survived. He would teach them to draw foxes with big smiles because foxes were survivors, and so were they. But that was tomorrow. Tonight was the candle and the crayons and his daughter, and the slow, sacred work of drawing foxes in a small house at the end of the world, while the stars turned overhead and the river flowed south, and the dead stood in the dark beyond the fence, patient and terrible and diminishing, because somewhere in a canvas bag, in a clinic across town, 12 vials of clear liquid held a possibility, and possibility was all you needed. Possibility and hope and antibiotics and foxes. Epilogue 3 months later. January. Hardy, Arkansas. The lab was in the school basement. Ruth had built it from salvage, equipment from the New Canaan compound. Caleb had negotiated its transfer, his father having been killed in the Memphis assault. Supplies from the Helian archive, and donations from survivor communities across 3 states who had heard, through the radio network Kai maintained, that someone in Hardy was working on a treatment. The first human trial of NX-INH7 took place on a volunteer, a man from Poplar Bluff who had been bitten 3 hours prior and was showing early symptoms. The inhibitor was administered intravenously. Ruth monitored. Elliot watched. The man's symptoms arrested. Not reversed. The prion damage that had already occurred was permanent. But the progression stopped. The mutation halted. The man lived. He lost some motor function on his left side. He retained his cognition, his identity, his self. He was not cured, but he was not lost. It was enough. It was a start. The word spread. By radio, by messenger, by the slow, organic network of survivor communities talking to each other across the ruins of a country. Someone in Hardy has something that stops it, something that means the bite isn't a death sentence anymore. People came, scientists, doctors, researchers, the remnant of a medical establishment that had been scattered by the outbreak and was now reconvening around a basement lab in a town of 40 people in northern Arkansas. They came with knowledge and skills and the desperate energy of professionals who had been given purpose again. Ruth ran the lab. She ran it the way she'd run every medical operation she'd ever overseen. With precision, with care, with the unshakable conviction that the next patient deserved the same attention as the first. Kai mapped the network. He traveled between communities, carrying data drives and vial shipments, navigating the infected landscape with the same quiet competence he'd brought to every trail and tunnel and river. He trained others to navigate too. Young people Tommy's age who learned to read the land and the dead and the spaces between them. Tommy found his calling. He became the communication hub, setting up and maintaining the radio network that connected the survivor communities. The voice that people heard on the airwaves saying, "This is Hardy, Arkansas, broadcasting on 14230. We're still here. The treatment works. Come find us." His audience was no longer a stream. It was a species. Wendy managed the logistics. Of course she did. The supply chains, the distribution networks, the allocation of vials and data and personnel. The same skills that had tracked grocery store inventory now tracked the reconstruction of medical infrastructure. Her legal pad filled and was replaced and filled again. Pilar ran security. She and Copper patrolled the perimeter, trained new guards, and developed protocols for infected management that were adopted by communities across the region. She never forgot Andre. She named her security team the Washington Guard. Caleb rebuilt New Canaan, not as his father's theocracy, but as a community, secular, inclusive, organized around the infrastructure his father had built and the conscience his father had lacked. The white cross came down from the church roof. A new sign went up, "All welcome." Father Luis did not come back from Memphis. Drake's force held the Helion complex against Ezra's assault, and in the aftermath, Drake and Father Luis, the colonel and the priest, established a joint operation at the facility, preserving the labs, maintaining the data, hosting the researchers who came from across the country to study the prion and develop the treatment. Drake never stood trial. The notebook of names that Father Luis had given Elliot was copied and distributed to every community in the network, and the names became a memorial, read aloud on the anniversary of the outbreak every year in every community, so that the dead were not forgotten. Andre's body was found at the perimeter fence, facing north, rifle empty. He had killed 7 of Ezra's men before they killed him. He was buried at the Helion complex with military honors. Drake presided over the ceremony. She said, "This man held the line." It was enough. Elliot taught. He taught art to the children of Hardy and to the children who came from other communities, and to the adults who discovered that drawing was a way of processing a world that words couldn't capture. He taught them to see. He taught them to render. He taught them that the act of making something beautiful in a broken world was not escapism, but resistance. The insistence that beauty existed and mattered and would continue to exist as long as someone picked up a crayon and drew. He drew every day. He filled sketchbooks with the faces of the living and the landscapes of the rebuilding and the slow, imperfect, extraordinary process of a species finding its way back from the edge. He drew foxes, always foxes. On every page, in every corner, a small fox with a big smile, because foxes were survivors, and so were they. Lily spoke again, fully, constantly, with the verbal torrent of a child making up for lost time. She talked about her foxes and her school and her friends and her father and the world outside the fence, which she had learned to regard with caution but not fear, because fear was information and the information was, be careful Be brave, keep drawing. She was 8 now. Her teeth had come in. Her hair was longer. She wore the purple coat until she outgrew it, and then she kept it, folded in a drawer beside her bed, because some things were too important to be measured by whether they still fit. On the first anniversary of the outbreak, Elliot stood on the porch of the small house in Hardy and looked out at the town. The gardens were growing. The clinic was busy. The school was full. The radio tower Tommy had built was transmitting, and the signal carried across the hills and valleys of the Ozarks and beyond, reaching communities in Missouri and Tennessee and Mississippi, and further, reaching the network of survivors who were slowly and imperfectly and with great difficulty remembering how to be a civilization. He opened his sketchbook to the last page. He'd been saving it. A blank page, white and empty, waiting for the drawing that would complete the book. He drew a fox, large, taking up the whole page, orange and purple and brown, with a bushy tail and bright eyes and the biggest smile he could manage. A smile that took up half the face, a smile that was absurd and wonderful and exactly right. He drew it the way Lily drew her foxes, without irony, without reservation, without the adult hesitation that says things should look real rather than happy. He drew it like a 7-year-old. He drew it like his daughter. Underneath the fox, he wrote, "We survived." He closed the book. He put the crayon down. He went inside, where Lily was waiting with a fresh piece of paper and a question about what color the fox should be today. "Orange," he said. "Always orange," she agreed. They drew. Outside, the world turned. The dead walked. The living worked. The river flowed south, carrying the runoff of a million tributaries toward a sea that was patient and vast and indifferent and magnificent, and on its banks and small towns and rebuilt cities and basement labs and schoolrooms, people drew and talked and built and healed and argued and loved and survived. It was not the world they'd had. It was not the world they'd wanted. But it was the world they'd made, drawn line by line from the wreckage, colored in with whatever was at hand, and it was theirs, and it was enough. It was enough. The basement of the Hardy School smelled like bleach and failure. Ruth stood at the center of it, a concrete room 12 by 15 that had once stored folding chairs and holiday decorations and was now, by the sheer force of her will, becoming a laboratory. She had a folding table. She had Dina's portable centrifuge. She had reagent chemicals from the Helion archive, in containers labeled in handwriting she recognized as belonging to a dead woman. She had a microscope that Kai had brought from a veterinary clinic in Mountain Home, its optics scratched but functional. She had 12 vials of NXINH7 in a refrigerated case powered by a car battery and a solar panel that Tommy had wired through the basement window. She did not have enough. "The centrifuge pulls to the left," she said to no one. She was alone in the basement at 5 a.m., which was where she was every morning at 5 a.m., because the lab was the first thing she thought about when she woke, and the last thing she thought about before she slept, and the thing she thought about in between. "The calibration's off. I need a reference sample to recalibrate. And I don't have a reference sample because the reference samples are in Memphis, and Memphis is 400 miles away." She was talking to Dina. She'd been talking to Dina for 3 weeks, not in any spiritual or mystical sense, not in the way Father Luis might have spoken to God, but in the practical, one-sided way of a scientist who had lost her research partner and hadn't found a replacement. Dina's notebooks were open on the table beside the centrifuge, and Ruth consulted them the way she'd once consulted field manuals, as the authoritative voice on matters she was still learning. The notebooks were extraordinary. Dina had documented everything, not just her findings, but her methodology, her reasoning, her wrong turns and dead ends. The handwriting was cramped, rapid, the writing of someone whose mind moved faster than her pen, but it was precise. Every measurement, every observation, every moment of insight earned through the painstaking work of a pharmacist turned field researcher working with equipment that belonged in a high school chemistry class. Ruth opened to the page she'd been studying. Dina's analysis of the NXINH7 compound structure, reconstructed from the Helian data files. Dina had never seen the inhibitor herself. She'd died before they reached Memphis, but she'd predicted its mechanism of action from the prion characterization data alone. The prediction was remarkably close to what the Helian files confirmed. The inhibitor targets the PRP-CJD7R binding site through competitive inhibition, Dina had written. It occupies the same receptor site the mutant prion uses to propagate, effectively blocking further spread. It does not reverse existing damage. It stops the clock. Whatever neural tissue has been compromised at the time of administration remains compromised. The earlier the administration, the less damage. The window is narrow, probably hours, not days. Hours, not days. That meant the inhibitor was only useful in the immediate aftermath of a bite, while the prion was still establishing itself. Once it had spread through the brain, once the behavioral changes began, the inhibitor could halt progression, but not restore what was lost. It was not a cure. Ruth reminded herself of this every morning. It was not a cure. It was a tourniquet, a way to stop the bleeding. The wound remained, but a tourniquet saved lives. Ruth had applied hundreds of them in her military career, and every one of them had been imperfect, and every one of them had been necessary, and every one of them had kept a person alive long enough to reach something better. She picked up the first vial of NXNH7, held it to the light from the basement window. The liquid was clear, colorless, unremarkable. The most important substance in the world, looking like water. I need to verify the dosing, she said to Dina's notebook. The Helian protocols specify 2.5 milligrams per kilogram of body weight IV administration. But that was for their test models. Mice, not humans. The scaling factor. You're talking to a book again. Elliot, on the stairs. He had 2 cups of coffee, real coffee, from a supply that Wendy had negotiated from a trading convoy that passed through Hardy in the second week of December. He set 1 cup on the table beside the centrifuge. I'm thinking out loud, Ruth said. You're thinking out loud at Dina. Dina's a good listener. Elliot sat on the bottom step. He looked around the basement with the eye of someone who'd been watching this space transform for 3 weeks. From a storage room to something that looked, if you squinted and were generous, like a medical research facility. A very small, very underfunded medical research facility in the basement of a school, in a town of 40 people at the end of the world. How close are you? He asked. To what? To understanding the compound? Months. To verifying the dosing protocol? Weeks. To being ready for a human trial? She paused, picked up her coffee, drank. I don't know. The Helian data gives me the theory. Dina's notes give me the methodology. But I don't have a way to test the compound's viability without administering it to a live subject. And I'm not willing to do that until I've verified every variable I can verify with the equipment I have. And the equipment you have? Is a centrifuge that pulls to the left, a scratched microscope, and a car battery. She set the coffee down. I need the Memphis lab. I need real equipment. I need the infrastructure that Drake is sitting on. Have you talked to Kai? Kai's planning a run to the Memphis facility next week. He wants to establish a supply line, regular trips between Hardy and Memphis, carrying data and materials in both directions. But the route is dangerous. 400 miles through active infected territory, with human threats on top of that. He'll manage. He always manages. He shouldn't have to manage alone. Elliot heard the things she wasn't saying. Ruth needed more people. More hands, more minds, more bodies to carry the load. The lab needed researchers. The supply line needed guards. The radio network Tommy was building needed operators. The community needed everything, and there were 40 people to provide it, and 40 was not enough. The trading convoy, Elliot said. The one that brought the coffee. Where did they come from? Jonesboro, 60 miles south. They've got a community of about 200. Former university town. They have professors, engineers, a retired biochemist. Ruth looked at him. If I could get the biochemist, talk to Wendy. She's been tracking the Jonesboro connection. She's better at negotiating resource exchanges than anyone I've ever met. That's because she spent 20 years managing grocery store supply chains. Apparently, the apocalypse is just retail logistics at scale. Elliot almost smiled. The almost smile that had become his resting expression. The face of a man who found things genuinely funny, but couldn't quite release the laughter because releasing it meant releasing other things too. Things he wasn't ready for. He finished his coffee. He stood. "I have class in an hour," he said. "You have class. In the apocalypse. The children need to learn. Drawing today. Perspective and proportion." He paused at the stairs. "Ruth, the dosing will work out. The lab will come together. You'll figure it out. That's not science talking, that's hope. Hope got us here. Antibiotics got us here. Both." He went upstairs. Ruth stood in the basement alone with her centrifuge and her notebooks and her 12 vials and her coffee and the enormous, impossible, absolutely necessary task of building a medical research program from scratch in a school basement in Arkansas. She picked up the vial again, held it to the light. "Dina," she said to the notebook, "I'm going to need a bigger table." Tommy built the radio tower on the highest point in Hardy, a ridge behind the school that overlooked the Creek Valley and, on clear days, offered a line of sight to the next ridge system 15 miles east. The tower was improvised, a 40-foot steel pole that had been a flagpole at the town's courthouse, guyed with wire rope, topped with a directional antenna that Tommy had assembled from components scavenged from 3 different ham radio setups. The work took him 2 weeks. He did most of it alone, climbing the pole with tools strapped to his belt, making adjustments at heights that made Pilar refuse to watch. He narrated the process constantly, not to a stream, not to an audience, but to himself, in the running commentary that had been his coping mechanism since day one, and had become somehow his operating system. "Okay, chat, we're at 35 feet. The guy wire is tensioned at approximately, I don't know, feels right, and the antenna feed point is reading, where's my multimeter? Reading 1.3 to 1 SWR on 20 meters. Which is not great but workable. We're going to tune this thing until it sings." He tuned it until it sang. The first broadcast went out on December 15th, 6 weeks after the outbreak. Tommy sat at the base station, a modified Kenwood transceiver, powered by the solar array he'd expanded from Ruth's lab setup, and keyed the microphone with hands that were steady for the first time in weeks, because this was the thing he was good at, the thing that justified his presence, the thing that made the 19-year-old kid who'd killed his roommate and run through tunnels and watched people die into someone who mattered. This is Hardy, Arkansas, broadcasting on 14 times 230 megahertz. My name is Tommy Chen. We're a community of 40 survivors. We have medical facilities, food production, and security. We are friendly. If you can hear this, respond on this frequency. We're listening. We're here. He broadcast every morning at 6 a.m. and every evening at 8 p.m. For the first 3 days, nothing came back. Static. The empty hiss of a frequency that no one was using because no one was left to use it. On the 4th day, a voice. "Hardy, this is Mountain Home. We copy. 47 survivors. We've been listening for weeks. Thank God." Tommy's hand shook on the microphone. He keyed it and his voice cracked, and he didn't care. "Mountain Home, Hardy copies. Welcome to the network. Stand by for community coordination protocols." He didn't have community coordination protocols. He made them up on the spot, improvising a system that drew on everything he'd absorbed from watching Dean coordinate on the CB and listening to the Omaha ham operators' cheerful broadcasts and the 6 weeks of accumulated survival knowledge that the group had generated through trial and catastrophic error. Within a week, 4 communities were on the network. Mountain Home, Jonesboro, Batesville, West Plains, Missouri. Within 2 weeks, 8. By Christmas, and the communities agreed on Christmas because marking time was a form of resistance, 14 communities across 3 states were connected through Tommy's radio network, sharing information, coordinating supply runs, and most importantly, doing the thing that humans need more than food or shelter or medicine, talking to each other. The network changed everything. Isolated communities that had been surviving in information darkness suddenly had context. They knew they weren't alone. They knew the scope of the outbreak. They knew about the inhibitor. They knew that someone in a basement in Hardy was working on a treatment. Information flowed in both directions. Communities reported their resources, their populations, their medical needs. Tommy logged everything on a system he designed. Part spreadsheet, part database, part the obsessive categorization instinct of a generation raised on wikis and tier lists. Wendy took his raw data and transformed it into something actionable. A map of the survivor network with resources and needs indexed, trade routes plotted, and supply gaps identified. "You're building a civilization," Elliot told Tommy one evening, watching the kid work the radio. "I'm building a Discord server for the apocalypse," Tommy said. "Same principle. Get people talking, give them channels. Let them organize." He keyed the microphone. "West Plains, Hardy, your medical supply request is logged. We're coordinating a delivery through Mountain Home. ETA 4 days. Confirm receipt. Over." The radio crackled. A voice, tired, grateful, human, confirmed. Tommy logged it. He reached for his coffee. He stopped. "Mr. K?" "Yeah." "Dean would have loved this. The CB stuff. He would have been all over it." "He would. I keep thinking about things like that. What people would have thought of things they didn't get to see." Tommy's voice was different now, quieter, older. The manic streaming energy compressed into something denser and more durable. "Maggie would have organized the school. Dina would have been in the lab with Ruth. Andre would have..." He stopped, started again. "Andre would have been standing right there." He pointed at the doorway, where Andre used to stand. Always at the door, always watching, always between the group and whatever was coming. "I know. I don't want to forget what they did. Any of them." "You won't. We won't." Tommy nodded. He turned back to the radio. "Batesville, Hardy, checking in. What's your status?" "Over." The network hummed. The voices continued. The living spoke to each other across the ruins, and the act of speaking was itself a kind of survival. Proof that language still worked, that communication still mattered, that the threads connecting human beings to each other were frayed but not severed. Kai left for Memphis on the morning of January 2nd, carrying a pack loaded with data drives. Dina's original notebooks. Ruth had made copies by hand, a 3-day project that left her with cramped fingers and deeper respect for the pharmacist's prolific output, and a list of equipment Ruth needed from the Helion lab. He also carried a letter from Elliot to Father Luis. The letter was 3 pages long. Elliot had written it over 2 nights, sitting at Lily's table after she fell asleep by candlelight, using the careful hand of a man who understood that the words on the page might be the last words he exchanged with a friend. The letter described Hardy. It described the lab. It described Lily's recovery, her speech returning in bursts, then floods, the 7-year-old verbal torrent reasserting itself with a force that sometimes brought Elliot to tears and sometimes brought him to laughter and always brought him to gratitude. The letter also asked Father Luis to come home. "I know you're doing important work in Memphis," Elliot wrote. "I know Drake needs you. I know the facility needs someone who can navigate the politics of what that place represents. But Hardy needs you too. The community is growing, and growing communities need someone who can hold the space between what people want and what they need, between grief and hope, between the past and whatever comes next. You were always that person for us. Come hold that space here." Kai took the letter. He shouldered his pack. He stood at the Hardy gate in the January cold, his breath making clouds, his body lean and hardened by 7 weeks of sustained travel and inadequate nutrition. 400 miles, Elliot said, each way. I've done worse. When? Never, actually. But the principle stands. Kai adjusted his pack straps. I'll take the White River south to the Mississippi, then north to Memphis. Water routes are safer than overland. The infected don't swim. I'll be at the Helion facility in 5 to 7 days. And back? 10 days round trip if nothing goes wrong. 2 weeks if something does. He looked at Elliot. If I'm not back in 3 weeks, something went very wrong. Send someone to check. Who? You're the only one who can navigate that route. Then teach someone. I've been writing it down. The waypoints, the landmarks, the danger zones. Give my notes to Tommy. The kid's a fast learner. He turned to go, then stopped, turned back. There's something I want to say, and I don't know how to say it because I'm not good at this part. You don't have to. The group, our group, the people we lost. Kai's voice was careful, measured, each word placed like a stone in a wall. I've lost people before. In fire service, you lose a crew member and you mourn, and you go back to the line because the fire doesn't wait. But this, losing Maggie, Dean, Dina, Andre, this is different. Because they weren't a crew, they were, he searched. They were the people I chose to walk with when walking was the only option. And choosing to walk with someone is different than being assigned to a crew. It's personal in a way I don't have words for. You're doing fine. I'm really not. He almost smiled. What I'm trying to say is, I'm going to Memphis and I'm coming back. I'm going to keep coming back. Because the walk matters, and the people at both ends of the walk matter, and I'm not done walking yet. He left. Elliot watched him go. A tall, lean figure moving down the road toward the creek, toward the river, toward 400 miles of infected territory, and the facility where the answers waited. He moved the way he'd always moved, steadily, quietly, with the economy of a man who understood that the distance between 2 points was irrelevant if you kept putting one foot in front of the other. Elliot stood at the gate and watched until Kai disappeared into the tree line. Then he went inside, to the school, to his classroom, where 11 children were waiting with crayons and paper and the expectation that someone was going to teach them something. Caleb left for New Canaan on the same day Kai left for Memphis, and the dual departure gave Hardy the feeling of a body exhaling, a release of held breath, a lightening of the air, the sense of things being sent outward into the world. The New Canaan trip was shorter, but in some ways harder. The compound was 70 miles northwest, through Ozark terrain that Caleb knew intimately, and that he'd fled 3 weeks prior under gunfire. Going back meant facing what he'd left, his father's legacy, the community he'd betrayed, the people who might welcome him or shoot him, depending on what had happened since the Memphis assault. The radio had given them fragments. Tommy's network included a contact in Branson, Missouri, who'd picked up New Canaan broadcasts in the weeks after the assault. The broadcasts were confused, contradictory. Ezra Thorne was dead, killed in the Memphis assault, shot by Drake's soldiers during the breach attempt. The compound's leadership had fractured. Some followed Ezra's second-in-command, a man named Abel, who wanted to continue the crusade. Others wanted to stand down, rebuild, turn inward. They need someone to bridge the gap, Caleb said on the night before his departure. He was sitting with Elliot and Pilar on the porch of the house, copper at their feet, the January night cold and clear around them. Abel is my father's man. Same theology, same certainty, same conviction that God wants the world purified. But the others, the families, the farmers, the people who joined New Canaan because they wanted safety, not ideology, they're tired. They want to live, not fight. And you think you can give them that? I think I can offer an alternative. Not my father's vision. Something smaller, more practical. A community based on what people need, rather than what God supposedly wants. He paused. And I can bring them into the network. New Canaan has resources. The solar array, the greenhouse, the livestock, the medical equipment. If we connect them to Hardy, to the other communities, the sharing goes both ways. And if Abel doesn't agree, Caleb's jaw tightened. The blue eyes, his father's eyes, carrying his father's intensity, but directed toward a different purpose, hardened. Abel has 30 followers out of 400. The rest are scared and grieving and looking for someone who isn't asking them to die for a sermon. He stood. I'll handle Abel. Non-violently, Pilar said from the rocking chair. It wasn't a question. It wasn't quite a command. It was Pilar, the woman who'd spent her career caring for animals, and her apocalypse caring for people, stating a principle that she expected to be honored. Non-violently, Caleb agreed, unless he makes that impossible. He left at dawn. Elliot watched him go with the same watchfulness he'd felt watching Kai, the sensation of sending people into danger and being unable to follow, the leader's burden that Ruth had identified in him, and that he still wasn't comfortable wearing. Pilar appeared beside him at the gate. Copper was at her side, as always. The dog had become her shadow since Andre's death, the animal sensing the hole in the pack and filling it with presence. "He'll be okay," Pilar said. "Caleb, he's tougher than he looks. Everyone we've met has been tougher than they look. That's the apocalypse's one gift. It shows people what they're made of." She scratched Copper behind the ears. The dog leaned into her hand with the unself-conscious bliss of a creature who lived entirely in the present moment. "I want to talk to you about security." "Okay. The community's growing. We've had 6 arrivals in the last 2 weeks. Individuals, families, people who heard Tommy's broadcast and came looking for us. That's good. That's what we want. But each new arrival is a risk assessment I have to make in real time, with no background checks, no references, nothing except my gut and Copper's nose." Copper's nose is pretty good. Copper's nose is excellent. But he reads threat, not intent. He can tell me if someone is scared or aggressive. He can't tell me if someone is lying about where they came from or what they've done. She looked at the fence line, the patched, improvised perimeter that she'd spent weeks reinforcing, adding watch positions, establishing patrol routes. "We need protocols, arrival screening, a quarantine period, not for infection, we know the transmission vectors, but for trust. 3 days minimum. New arrivals stay in the guest house. They're observed, they're assessed. That's going to feel hostile. It's going to feel necessary. I'd rather hurt someone's feelings at the gate than deal with a bad actor inside the fence." She paused. "I'm naming the security team. The Washington Guard. Tommy told me." Andre would hate the name. He'd say it was too dramatic. She almost smiled. The almost smile that was as close as Pilar got to levity these days. "He'd also be standing right here, telling me the same things I'm telling you, which is why I named it after him." They established the protocols that morning. Pilar briefed the community at the daily meeting, a gathering in the school's main room that had become Hardy's Town Hall, where 40-plus people sat on folding chairs and discussed the business of surviving. She spoke clearly, without apology, explaining the screening process with the matter-of-fact authority of someone who'd managed animal rescues and understood that care and caution were not opposites. The community listened. Some objected. A man named Gerald, who'd arrived the week before and didn't like the implication that he might be suspect. Pilar listened to his objection, nodded, and said, "You're right, Gerald. It does feel intrusive. But the alternative is trusting everyone by default. And the last time we did that, we ended up in a labor camp in Rochester. 3 days in the guest house. Meals provided. It's not punishment. It's prudence." Gerald grumbled. The community murmured. The protocols passed. Elliot watched the exchange from the back of the room, sitting beside Lily, who was drawing on the floor with crayons she'd commandeered from the school supply closet. She drew a dog. Copper, specifically. She'd become fascinated with the Australian Shepherd, studying him with the intense focus of a child who'd found a new subject. "Pilar's good at that," Lily said, not looking up from her drawing. "Good at what?" "Making people do things they don't want to do because they know she's right." She added a detail to the dog's ear. "Like you, but scarier." Elliot looked at his daughter. 7 years old, 3 months of apocalypse, nonverbal for most of it, speaking again in bursts and floods, the dam broken by his return and still spilling. She understood things that children shouldn't have to understand, and she processed them the way her father processed them. Through drawing, through rendering, through the act of putting the world on paper and making it manageable. "Am I scary?" he asked. "No," she considered. "You're the kind of not scary that's different from actually not scary. Like, you're gentle, but people listen to you anyway. That's different from being scary. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. I say nice things all the time. You just don't always listen." She held up the drawing. Is Copper's nose this color? It's hard to tell. A little darker, more brown. She adjusted. The nose darkened. The dog on the page became more specifically Copper, more true, more present. She had her father's eye, the ability to see what was actually there rather than what you expected to see. Elliot put his hand on her head. The dark hair, her mother's hair. She leaned into the touch the way Copper leaned into Pilar's. Instinctive, unself-conscious. The simple animal need for contact. The meeting continued around them. The town planned. The town argued. The town decided. And a father and daughter sat in the back and drew, because drawing was survival, and survival was the whole point. The first crisis came in the third week of January, and it came from inside. A woman named Catherine arrived at Hardy's Gate with her 12-year-old son, Marcus. They'd been traveling from Little Rock, 140 miles of overland travel through some of the densest infected territory in the region. Catherine was exhausted, dehydrated, and terrified. Marcus was quiet in a way that Elliot recognized immediately. The specific weighted quiet of a child who had seen too much. Pilar screened them. 3 days in the guest house. Meals, water, rest. Catherine told her story during the observation period. She'd been an accountant. Her husband had turned in the first week. She and Marcus had been surviving in a fortified house in a Little Rock suburb until the house was overrun. They'd run. They'd heard Tommy's broadcast. They'd walked. On the second day, Marcus spiked a fever. Ruth assessed him in the guest house. Temperature 102. Headache, joint pain. No visible bite wounds, no scratches, no direct contact with infected that Catherine could recall. It could be anything, Ruth said to Elliot and Pilar, standing outside the guest house in the January cold. Flu, bacterial infection, dehydration effects. 100 mundane explanations for a child with a fever after a 100-mile walk. Or, Pilar said, or it's early-stage infection. The prion can be transmitted through bodily fluids and open wounds. If Marcus had an unnoticed scratch, a cut on his hand, a scrape on his knee, and came into contact with infected biological material, the sentence didn't need finishing. They all knew what it meant. How do we tell? Elliot asked. We wait. The behavioral markers appear within 24 to 48 hours of prion establishment in the brain. Aggression, light sensitivity, loss of speech. If it's a standard infection, we'd see the first signs by tomorrow morning. She paused. Or we use the inhibitor. The words landed in the space between them like a lit match. The inhibitor is for confirmed infection, Pilar said. We have 12 doses. 12 in the world. If we use one on a kid who just has the flu, if we don't use one and it's not the flu, we lose Marcus, and we potentially expose the entire community. Ruth's voice was the clinical voice, the assessment voice, the voice that weighed lives on a scale and made decisions that no one should have to make. The inhibitor is most effective in the first hours. If we wait for confirmation, we lose the treatment window. And if it's just a fever, then we've used 1 dose of 12 on a precautionary measure. And Marcus has a good night's sleep and wakes up fine. Ruth looked at them. 1 dose, 1 child, versus the risk of an uncontrolled infection inside our fence. Elliot looked at the guest house window. Through it, he could see Catherine sitting beside Marcus's cot, holding his hand, her face carrying the particular terror of a mother who had traveled 140 miles to find safety and was now watching her son's temperature climb in the place that was supposed to be safe. He thought about 12 vials. He thought about the uncounted people who would need them, the future bite victims, the accidental exposures, the next crisis, and the one after that. 12 doses for a world of millions of potential need. He thought about Dina, dying on a Missouri ridge because her insulin ran out. He thought about the mathematics of scarcity that had defined every decision since the outbreak, the constant grinding calculus of not enough. He thought about Lily, who had been nonverbal for 3 months because the world had taken her voice, and who had gotten her voice back because someone had chosen to spend resources on reaching her. instead of hoarding them for a more efficient use. Use the dose, Elliot said. Pilar started to argue. Elliot held up his hand. I know the math. 12 doses, 1 used, 11 remaining. I know. He looked at the guest house. But if we're saving doses for people who matter more, we've already lost. The whole point of the inhibitor is to save people. Marcus is a person. He's here. He's sick. We save him. Ruth nodded. She went inside. The administration was careful, precise. Ruth mixed the inhibitor according to the Helian protocol. 2.5 milliliters. Adjusted for Marcus's estimated weight. Dissolved in sterile saline. Administered through an IV line that Ruth assembled from supplies in her medical kit. Catherine held Marcus's hand. Ruth held the IV. Elliot stood in the doorway and watched. The dose went in. Marcus flinched at the needle, then settled. His breathing was rapid but steady. The fever had him flushed, sweating, his 12-year-old body fighting whatever was inside it. They waited. The night was long. Ruth monitored vital signs every 30 minutes. Temperature, pulse, respiration, pupil response. Catherine didn't sleep. Elliot sat on the guest house porch and looked at the stars and thought about the vial he'd authorized. 1/12 of humanity's defense against the thing that was eating it. Now flowing through the veins of a 12-year-old boy who might just have the flu. At 2 a.m., Marcus's temperature broke. The fever dropped from 102 to 100 to 99.1 over 3 hours. His breathing slowed, his color improved. He slept. Real sleep. Deep sleep. The sleep of a body that had been fighting and had won. In the morning, he woke up hungry. His eyes were clear. His speech was normal. He asked for eggs and was disappointed to learn that Hardy's chickens produced them on their own schedule and not his. Flu, Ruth said to Elliot on the porch. Her voice was flat with exhaustion and something else. The particular emptiness that followed a night of extreme tension, resolved without catastrophe. Probably, almost certainly. The fever profile was consistent with influenza. The inhibitor wasn't necessary. Do you regret using it? She looked at him for a long time. The morning light caught her glasses and turned them opaque, hiding her eyes. No, she said, I'd do it again. Even knowing it was the flu? We didn't know it was the flu. We knew it might be the flu. In the absence of certainty, we treated for the worst case. That's medicine. She took off her glasses, cleaned them, put them back on. 11 doses remaining. 11. We need more. We need to learn how to manufacture more, which means we need the Memphis lab, which means we need Kai to come back with the equipment list. She stood. I'm going to sleep for 4 hours. Then, I'm going back to the basement. She went inside. Elliot sat on the porch and watched the sunrise and thought about 11 doses and the distance to Memphis, and the question of whether hope could be manufactured the way a pharmaceutical compound could be manufactured, in a lab with precision, in quantities sufficient to meet the demand. He didn't know the answer. He drew a fox on the back of his hand with a pen from his pocket and went to wake his daughter for school. Kai returned from Memphis on the 14th day, 2 days ahead of schedule, carrying a pack that was heavier than the one he'd left with by 40 pounds. He came through the Hardy gate at dusk, and the gate guard, one of Pilar's Washington Guard volunteers, a former electrician named Jorge, nearly shot him because Kai came out of the tree line silently, without warning, appearing in the twilight like an apparition. Kai identified himself calmly, submitted to Pilar's arrival screening, with the patient amusement of a man who'd helped design the protocols being applied to him, and was cleared in 30 seconds, when Copper trotted over and leaned against his leg, with the tail-wagging familiarity of a dog greeting a pack member. You're early, Elliot said. River was fast. January rains. Kai unslung his pack. I brought gifts. The gifts were extraordinary. Lab equipment from the Helian facility, a calibrated centrifuge, a proper microscope, reagent kits, sterile supplies. Drake had approved the transfer, stamped with military authorization that was technically meaningless, but psychologically powerful. Kai had hauled it 400 miles on his back. and in a canoe he'd acquired along the way. He also brought a letter from Father Luis, a hard drive of additional data from the Helion servers, and a person. The person was Dr. Miriam Osei, 53, Ghanaian-born, American-trained, virologist. She'd been at the CDC in Atlanta when the outbreak hit, had survived the collapse of the agency, and had spent 6 weeks making her way to Memphis after hearing rumors of the Helion facility. She'd arrived at the plant 2 days before Kai and had been working with Drake's science team when Kai showed up with Ruth's equipment list and a letter from an art teacher. Dr. Adeyemi's research notes are remarkable, Miriam said to Elliot on her first evening in Hardy. She was sitting in the school basement, surrounded by Ruth's improvised lab, holding Dina's notebooks with the reverence of a scientist handling primary source material. The prion characterization is more thorough than anything the CDC had. And this inhibitor compound, the mechanism she proposed is exactly right. Competitive binding inhibition, elegant. She wasn't a virologist, Elliot said. She was a pharmacist. She was a scientist. The degree is a formality. The thinking is what matters. Miriam set the notebooks down. Dr. Adeyemi, Ruth, tells me you used 1 dose on a suspected infection that turned out to be influenza. We did. That was the right call. The treatment window for NXINH7 is narrow. Waiting for confirmation means losing the window. Better to treat and be wrong than wait and be right. She looked at him over the tops of reading glasses that were even more scratched than Ruth's. I can help manufacture more. More inhibitor? The compound isn't complex. The active ingredient is a modified protein, a competitive binding agent that occupies the prion's receptor site. The synthesis requires specific reagents and conditions, but it's not beyond what we can achieve with the Helion equipment and some improvisation. She paused. It won't be pharmaceutical grade, it won't pass FDA approval. But there is no FDA anymore, and the people who need this drug need it now, not after a regulatory review. How long to produce additional doses? Give me the Memphis lab equipment, a month of Ruth's time, and access to the Helion synthesis protocols, and I can produce 100 doses by March. 100 doses, from 12 to 100, from a tourniquet for individuals to a treatment program for communities. The mathematics of hope, scaling upward. You'll have everything you need, Elliot said. I'll need one more thing. What? An assistant, someone with pharmaceutical training, attention to detail, and the temperament to work in a basement for 12 hours a day without complaining. She smiled. Ruth tells me she's been talking to a dead pharmacist's notebook for 3 weeks. I'd like someone who talks back. I'll find you someone. Find me too. This work is going to grow. The radio brought them more than survivors. It brought them stories. Tommy's network had expanded to 23 communities by the end of January. Each one was a node in a web that stretched across 4 states, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, and each node had stories. Stories of survival, of loss, of improvisation, of the small miracles and large tragedies that defined life after the outbreak. A community in Paragould had discovered that the infected avoided running water. Not because the water harmed them. Dina's research had established that the prion wasn't waterborne, but because the sound of flowing water masked other sounds, making the infected unable to track prey. The community had built their settlement along a series of rapids, and the constant white noise provided a sound barrier more effective than any wall. A group in Pocahontas had developed a solar-powered electric fence that delivered non-lethal shocks to approaching infected, redirecting them away from the perimeter. The technology was crude, car batteries, solar panels, cattle fence wire, but it worked, and Tommy broadcast the design specifications to every community in the network. A lone survivor in Mammoth Spring had been maintaining the town's natural spring, a massive freshwater source that produced 9 million gallons daily, and was offering water to any community that could send trucks. The spring became the network's water hub, and Wendy organized a rotation of supply convoys that kept 5 communities hydrated. And from Memphis, through the Helion facility's more powerful radio, came Drake's broadcasts. The colonel had dropped the military formality in her transmissions, speaking in the direct, slightly weary voice of a woman who'd been awake too long and had too much to say. Hi, this is Colonel Vivian Drake, broadcasting from the Helion facility, Memphis, Tennessee. Today's situational update: the infected population in the Memphis metro area continues to decline. Natural degradation of the CJD7R prion in older specimens is accelerating. We're seeing 3-month-old infected that are essentially non-functional, unable to move or feed. The prion requires living neural tissue to propagate, and as the tissue degrades beyond a threshold, the infection becomes self-limiting. In plain language, the oldest infected are dying. For the second time. Tommy recorded every broadcast. He transcribed them, annotated them, and distributed them across the network. Drake's updates became the closest thing the survivor communities had to a news service. A daily report from the most informed source available, delivered by a woman who was atoning for her role in the catastrophe, by ensuring that every scrap of useful information reached the people who needed it. Father Luis appeared on the broadcasts too, not as a commentator, but as a voice. The evening address, broadcast from Memphis at 9 p.m., in which he read names. Not the names of the dead, the names of the living. He'd taken Elliot's suggestion from the river, the idea that someone should record the living, not just the dead, and turned it into a practice. Each evening, he read the names of people who had been confirmed alive through the radio network, names that families were searching for, names that communities were missing, names that existed on bulletin boards and transfer manifests, and the desperate handwritten notes that survivors left for each other in the ruins of the world. Tonight's living registry, confirmed alive and located through the Hardy Network. David Henderson, age 44, currently in Jonesboro, Arkansas. His family in Rochester has been looking for him since October. Maria Estrada, age 31, with her 2 children, ages 6 and 9, currently in Batesville, Arkansas. Her sister in Branson has been searching since the evacuation. The broadcast ran for 15 minutes each night. The list grew longer every day. Tommy's network provided the names, and Father Luis provided the voice, and between them they created something that the outbreak had nearly destroyed: a system for finding each other. Elliot listened to the broadcasts every evening from the porch of the house, Lily beside him, drawing by the last light. She liked to hear the names. She said they sounded like a story. Each name a character, each location a setting, each reunion a chapter ending. "It's like you," she said one evening, "coming to find me. Except there's a lot of yous and a lot of me's." "That's exactly what it is. Are there enough yous for all the me's?" He looked at her, at the serious expression, at the question that was bigger than a 7-year-old should be asking, and was exactly the right question for a 7-year-old who'd lived through what she'd lived through. "We're working on it," he said. She nodded. She drew a fox. The fox was wearing headphones and sitting at a radio, which made Elliot laugh for real, a genuine laugh, unguarded, the sound surprising him with its existence. "That's Tommy," she said. "Tommy Fox. He talks a lot." "He does?" "That's okay. Talking is how he's brave. Everybody's brave, different." Elliot looked at his daughter and felt the particular awe of a parent encountering wisdom in their child that they didn't put there. The recognition that the small person you're raising is also, in ways you can't control, raising themselves. "Everybody's brave different," he repeated. "That might be the smartest thing anyone said to me in 4 months." "I say smart things all the time," Lily said. "You should write them down." He opened Father Luis's notebook, his notebook now, the book of the living that he was filling alongside the book of the dead. He turned to a fresh page. He wrote, "Everybody's brave, different. Lily Korbach, age 7. He would fill pages with her words over the months that followed, not because they were always profound. She was 7. Most of her commentary was about foxes and dogs, and the unfairness of bedtime. But because the act of recording a child's observations of the world was an act of faith in the future that would read them. The real test came in February. A runner arrived from Mountain Home, breathless, terrified, with news that a horde was moving south. Not a small group, not a scattered collection of deteriorated stragglers. A horde. Hundreds of infected, moving in a loose aggregation through the river valleys, driven by some combination of residual instinct and the acoustic draw of the communities that had begun to make noise again. The radio network lit up. Communities reported sightings, the horde passing through their areas, growing as isolated infected joined the mass, a snowball of dead flesh rolling through the landscape. Its trajectory, based on the reports Tommy compiled, would bring it through the Hardy Valley within 3 days. Pilar took charge. She stood in the school's main room at an emergency meeting, Copper at her side, and she spoke with the controlled intensity of a woman who had spent her career managing animal behavior and her apocalypse managing the behavior of the dead. The horde is estimated at 300 to 400. They're following the Creek Valley because the water noise draws them. Paradoxically, the same property that Paragold uses for defense is channeling the horde toward us. They'll enter the valley from the north and move through on the creek path. Can we divert them? Elliot asked. Possibly. Sound diversion, creating a competing acoustic target east or west of the valley, could pull them off course. But it requires a sustained noise source at distance, and anyone maintaining that source would be in extreme danger. What about the electric fence design from Pocahontas? We don't have the materials to build it in 3 days. And even if we did, 400 infected pressing against a fence will overwhelm any cattle wire setup. Pilar looked at the room. 47 people. The original 40 of Hardy, plus the recent arrivals. Families, children, individuals who'd come seeking safety and were now facing the largest threat Hardy had seen. We have 3 options, Pilar said. 1, we evacuate, pack up, move east, come back when the horde passes. 2, we stand and fight. Our perimeter isn't designed for this scale, but we have weapons and walls, and we can hold. 3, we divert. Create a noise source that pulls the horde away from the valley. Option 3 requires a sacrifice, Andre would have said if Andre were here. The words came from Elliot's mouth instead, channeling the fighter's blunt assessment. Someone has to be out there, making noise, while 400 infected converge on the sound. Not someone, Pilar said. Something. She looked at Tommy. How far does your radio reach on maximum broadcast power? Tommy understood immediately. His eyes went wide, then narrow, then focused. The streaming generation processing speed. Taking a concept from input to implementation in seconds. If I set up a battery-powered amplifier at the north end of the valley, big speakers, maximum volume, broadcasting on a loop, it would be audible for miles. The horde would lock onto it like a beacon. And if the amplifier is on the east slope instead of in the valley, they follow the sound east, past Hardy, out of the valley. Can you build it in 3 days? I can build it in 1. I have the speakers from the Batesville trade run. I have batteries. I have wire. He was already standing, already moving, the energy that had once been streaming commentary, now channeled into engineering. I need someone to help me carry it up the east slope and set it up. I'll go, said a voice from the back of the room. Wendy. She stood from her folding chair, legal pad in hand, her face carrying the particular expression of a woman who had spent the apocalypse tracking numbers and was ready to carry something heavier. I'll go with Tommy. I can manage the logistics of the setup while he handles the electronics. Wendy, I've spent 4 months counting supplies and tracking rations and calculating how many days we have until something runs out. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. They gripped the legal pad with a force that whitened her knuckles. I want to do something that isn't counting. I want to help build something. Tommy looked at her, the 19-year-old and the 45-year-old, paired by circumstance and choice. He nodded. Okay, we leave at dawn. I'll have the equipment ready. They left at dawn. Elliot watched them go from the gate, Tommy with a pack full of electronics, Wendy with her legal pad tucked in her coat, and a determination in her stride that was new, or not new, but newly visible. The strength that had been hidden behind spreadsheets, now walking openly in the January morning. Pilar deployed the Washington Guard on the perimeter. She reinforced the fence at the north end. She established fallback positions in case the diversion failed. She briefed the community on evacuation routes. She did everything Andre would have done, and she did it with the competence of someone who had learned from watching him and the compassion of someone who was entirely herself. 2 days later, the horde entered the valley. Tommy's amplifier activated at dusk, when the leading edge of the horde was 2 miles north of Hardy. The speakers, 4 car audio subwoofers wired in parallel, powered by 3 car batteries, broadcasting a repeating tone at a frequency Pilar had calculated to be maximally attractive to the infected, lit up the eastern slope with a wall of sound that was audible in Hardy as a distant pulsing thrum. The horde responded. From the Hardy fence, through binoculars, Pilar watched the mass shift. The leading edge, which had been moving south along the creek, turned. The sound from the east slope pulled at them, overriding the creek's acoustic signature, drawing them uphill and away from the valley. "They're diverting," Pilar reported. "Leading element has turned east. The mass is following." The community held its breath. From the fence, they could see the horde in the distance, a dark tide of shapes moving through the twilight, hundreds of figures shuffling uphill toward the sound that Tommy's speakers were pouring into the evening air. The sound was relentless, mechanical, inhuman, and the horde responded to it with the single-minded convergence of organisms following the only stimulus that registered in their damaged brains. 300, 400. The horde moved east, passing Hardy at a distance of half a mile, close enough to see individual figures, but far enough that the community's noise, the people, the generators, the animals, was masked by the amplifier's output. At the crest of the eastern slope, Tommy and Wendy waited. They were in a blind, a foxhole Tommy had dug and reinforced with logs, positioned 50 yards from the amplifier, with a clear line of retreat to the south. The plan was precise. Let the horde converge on the speakers, then kill the power and retreat while the infected milled in confusion. It worked, mostly. The horde converged on the amplifier with a density that was terrifying even from a distance. Hundreds of bodies pressing toward the sound source, climbing over each other, the mass piling up against the speakers and the batteries and the wire. The sound distorted as the speakers were physically displaced, the tone warping, dropping in pitch, becoming a grinding mechanical moan that was somehow worse than the original signal. Tommy killed the power. The speakers went silent. The horde, deprived of its stimulus, milled. Hundreds of figures standing in the sudden quiet, directionless, confused, their damaged brains cycling through empty loops of seek and respond, with nothing to seek and nothing to respond to. Tommy and Wendy ran south. They made the rendezvous point, a logging road a mile from the slope. Without incident, Pilar's patrol met them and escorted them back to Hardy. Tommy came through the gate grinning. The grin was wild, manic, the expression of a 19-year-old who had just successfully diverted 400 dead people with a pair of car subwoofers and a battery bank. "Chat," he said to no one, to everyone, to the community watching from the fence. That was the play. The community erupted. Not cheering, exactly. The sound was more ragged than a cheer, more desperate, more relieved. It was the sound of 47 people exhaling at once, releasing 3 days of held terror, acknowledging that they were alive, and the horde was gone, and the kid with the radio had saved them. Tommy accepted the acknowledgement with the grace of someone who had been waiting his whole life to be useful, and had finally, comprehensively, arrived. Wendy stood beside him, her legal pad clutched to her chest, her face carrying an expression that was brand new: pride. Not in the numbers, not in the logistics, in herself. Elliot found her afterwards, sitting on the school steps, looking at the valley. "You didn't need to go," he said. "I know." She looked at her legal pad, at the numbers, the columns, the charts that had documented every resource and every loss since Canal Park. "But I've been watching other people be brave for 4 months. Dean driving his truck into the horde, Maggie ringing the bell, Dina walking into the cold storage room, knowing it was her life or her research. Andre at the fence." She paused. "Counting things isn't enough. At some point, you have to carry them. You carried plenty. I embezzled $300,000 from my employer. The admission was quiet, flat, delivered with the same precision she used for inventory reports. Before the outbreak, I was going to be arrested. I was going to lose everything. And then the world ended, and none of it mattered. And I spent 6 weeks managing supplies for a group of people I would never have met in my old life. And managing those supplies was the best work I've ever done. She looked at him. The counting matters, but it's not enough. I needed to do something that scared me. Did it scare you? Terrified. I nearly threw up on the amplifier. She almost smiled, but I didn't. And the horde went east, and we're alive. We're alive. She opened her legal pad. She wrote something at the top of a fresh page. Hardy community, population 47. Threat diverted, losses 0. Status alive. She closed the pad. She stood. She went inside. Elliot sat on the steps and thought about courage and numbers and the varieties of bravery that a 7-year-old girl had identified with the clarity of someone who saw the world without filters. Everybody's brave different. Dean with his truck. Maggie with her bell. Dina with her science. Andre with his silence. Ruth with her precision. Tommy with his voice. Wendy with her numbers, and, now, with her willingness to carry the numbers into the field. He opened his sketchbook. He drew the horde, the massive shapes on the hillside, moving toward the sound, diverted by ingenuity and courage and a pair of car speakers. He drew Tommy and Wendy in their foxhole. He drew Pilar on the fence. He drew Hardy, small and lit, sitting in its valley while the dead passed by. He drew a fox at the bottom of the page, smiling, always smiling. The first anniversary of the outbreak fell on October 3rd, 2026. By then, Hardy had grown to 94 people. The school had expanded. 2 more rooms converted to classrooms. A real curriculum developed by Elliot and 3 other teachers who'd found their way to the community. The lab had moved from the basement to a dedicated building, a former church fellowship hall, gutted and rebuilt by the community's growing construction team, equipped with the helium equipment and the additional materials that Kai's supply runs had brought from Memphis. Miriam and Ruth worked side by side. The inhibitor production was operational, not at pharmaceutical scale, not with the precision of a factory, but consistently, reliably, producing doses that were distributed through the network to communities that needed them. The treatment worked, not perfectly, not always. But the bite was no longer a guaranteed death sentence, and that fact, that single, enormous, world-changing fact, had altered the psychology of survival more profoundly than any wall or weapon. People moved more freely now. The knowledge that a bite could be treated removed the paralysis that had kept communities locked behind their fences. Trade routes opened. People traveled. The radio network carried not just emergencies and supply requests, but conversations. People talking to each other about music and food and weather and the daily business of being alive. Tommy had trained 6 radio operators across the network. His 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. broadcasts continued. But they'd evolved from desperate calls into the void to scheduled programming that communities organized their days around. The morning broadcast was information, news, weather, supply updates, security alerts. The evening broadcast was Father Luis reading the living registry, followed by 30 minutes of open channel, where anyone with a radio could talk to anyone else. Open channel was the closest thing to the internet the post-outbreak world had, and Tommy moderated it with the instinct of someone who'd grown up online and understood the dynamics of digital community. He mediated disputes, redirected hostility, amplified quieter voices. He was 19 years old, and he was the most important communications professional in 4 states. Caleb had succeeded at New Canaan. The confrontation with Abel had been tense, a standoff in the compound's mess hall with Abel's 30 followers on one side and the rest of the community on the other. Caleb had spoken. Not with his father's fire, with something quieter and more durable. the voice of a man who'd walked away from everything he knew and come back with something better to offer. Abel had left, taken his followers south, toward a destiny that the network tracked with wary attention. The rest of New Canaan, 370 people, had accepted Caleb's leadership, and with it, connection to the Hardy network. The White Cross came down. The resources flowed. The community lived. Father Luis remained in Memphis. He and Drake had developed a working relationship that was part therapeutic, part administrative, part the indefinable bond of two people who carried the same weight and understood each other's posture under it. Drake ran the military operation. Father Luis ran the human one, the counseling, the mediation, the daily practice of helping people process what they'd survived and what they'd lost. He had started a new notebook. Not names this time, stories. He recorded the stories of survivors who came through Memphis, their journeys, their losses, their acts of courage and cowardice and ordinary humanity. The stories filled books. The books became an archive. The archive became, without anyone intending it, the first history of the outbreak, written by a priest who no longer believed in God, but still believed in the holiness of witness. Pilar ran security for the entire network. The Washington Guard had expanded from Hardy's perimeter to a regional defense force, volunteer patrols, shared intelligence, coordinated response to horde movements and human threats. She trained young people from across the network, teaching them the observation skills she'd learned from a lifetime of reading animal behavior and applied to reading the behavior of the dead. She never stopped mourning Andre. She kept his fire poker, cleaned, sharpened, mounted on the wall of the security office. She named things after him: the guard team, a patrol route, a dog, a puppy from a litter copper sired, jet black, given to the mountain home community for perimeter work. She called the puppy Washington. Kai kept walking. He made the Memphis run every 3 weeks, 400 miles each way, carrying data and supplies, mapping the terrain, documenting the changes in infected population density. His notes became the network's most valuable intelligence resource, a living map of the post-outbreak landscape that was updated with each trip and distributed to every community. He was the connective tissue, the thing that held the network together physically, the way Tommy held it together electronically, and Father Luis held it together spiritually. He walked because the walking mattered, and because the alternative, standing still, was something he couldn't do. The wilderness needed someone in it. He was that someone. Wendy managed everything. She'd been managing things since Canal Park, but now the scope was enormous. Supply chains across 4 states, resource allocation for 23 communities, trade negotiations, production schedules for the inhibitor, logistics for Kai's supply runs. Her legal pads filled and were replaced by actual ledgers, and the ledgers filled and were supplemented by the rudimentary database that Tommy helped her build on a salvaged laptop. She never spoke about the embezzlement again. Elliot never asked. The woman who had stolen $300,000 from a grocery chain had become the person responsible for feeding and supplying thousands of survivors, and the irony was too large and too perfect and too sad to examine directly. And Elliot taught. He taught art to the children of Hardy and, through the network, to children in other communities. He sent lesson plans by radio, Tommy broadcasting Elliot's instructions for perspective drawing and color mixing and the principles of composition received and implemented by teachers in communities across the region. He taught drawing and painting and the art of seeing, which was really the art of paying attention, which was really the art of surviving. He drew every day. The sketchbooks piled up, volume after volume, each one a visual diary of the rebuilding. Faces, landscapes, buildings going up, gardens growing, children playing. The slow, imperfect, magnificent process of a species remembering how to live. He drew foxes, always foxes, on every page, in every margin, in every corner and gap and empty space. Foxes smiling, foxes running, foxes watching, Foxes curled around each other, keeping warm. Lily drew beside him. She was 8 now. Her speech was fully restored. The verbal torrent, the questions, the elaborate stories about the foxes she drew. She'd started giving her foxes names again, and the names were the names of the people she'd known. Maggie Fox, who was old and wise, and rang a bell to scare away bad things. Dean Fox, who was big and strong, and drove a truck named after a girl. Dina Fox, who was scared of everything but did everything anyway. Andre Fox, who was quiet and brave and stood at doors. Father Louis Fox, who wrote names. On the morning of October 3rd, the first anniversary, the community gathered. Not just Hardy. The radio network had been broadcasting the plan for weeks. A simultaneous moment of silence, observed by every community at noon Central Time, followed by the reading of names. At noon, Tommy's radio went silent. For the first time since he'd started broadcasting, the frequency carried nothing. 23 communities, thousands of people, standing in their homes and their fields and their clinics and their schools, silent, listening to the absence of sound. The silence lasted 3 minutes, long enough to feel, long enough to hold the weight of what had been lost without the scaffolding of words to support it, long enough to stand in the void and acknowledge it and not look away. Then Father Luis's voice, from Memphis, carried across the airwaves. He read the names, not the living registry this time, the dead. The 472 names from his first notebook, plus the thousands more that had been added by communities across the network. He read them in his careful, rough voice, the voice of a man who had stopped believing in divine witness and had become, in its absence, a human one. He read for an hour. The names came in waves, the early dead, the outbreak victims, the people who'd turned and the people who'd been bitten, and the people who'd died of exposure and starvation and violence and despair. The names came from everywhere, from Rochester and Des Moines and Memphis and Hardy and Mountain Home and Jonesboro and 100 small towns and rural settlements where people had lived and died and been remembered only because someone, somewhere, had written their name down. In Hardy, the community listened from the school's main room. Elliot sat with Lily. She held his hand. She didn't draw. The only time he'd ever seen her sit still without a crayon. She listened to the names with the focused attention of a child who understood, in her own way, that each name was a person, and each person was a story, and each story had ended too soon. When Father Luis finished, there was silence again. Then, he spoke one more time. These names are not the end. They are the record of what we lost and what was taken and what we failed to prevent. But we, the living, are also a record of what survived, of what endured, of what refused to stop. His voice was steady. The roughness in it was not weakness, but texture, the grain of a surface worn smooth by use. I no longer know if God is listening, but I know you are. And if you are listening, then the names have been heard. And if the names have been heard, then the people who bore them are not forgotten. And if they are not forgotten, then they are not fully gone. He paused. Maggie Bjornstad, Dina Harlow, Dean Whitaker, Andre Washington. He said their names last. The 4 who had walked from Duluth and had not reached the end. The 4 who had given what they had, bells and insulin and trucks and rifles, so that others could continue. They are not gone, Father Louis said. They are in the foxes. Elliot's breath caught. He looked at Lily. She was looking at the radio with an expression that was too large for her face, an expression that adults would have called awe, and that children experience as the simple, unmediated recognition of truth. He knows about the foxes, she whispered. He knows. They're all foxes now? Elliot looked at his daughter, at her hazel eyes wide with something that was not grief and not joy, but the place where both of those things live together, the place that children inhabit more easily than adults, because they haven't yet learned that grief and joy are supposed to be separate. They're all foxes now, he said. Lily picked up her crayon. Orange. She began to draw. 4 foxes. One old and wise, standing straight. One anxious and brave, with green eyes. One big and strong, grinning. One quiet and steady, standing at a door. She drew them together in a line, walking south. Walking toward a place that only existed on paper, in crayon, in the imagination of a child who drew the world she wanted to live in because the world she'd been given wasn't enough. She drew a fifth fox leading them. This one had glasses and messy hair and a sketchbook under its arm. It was looking back at the others, checking on them, making sure they were still there. "That's you," she said. "I see that. You're the fox who brings everybody home." He looked at the drawing, at the 5 foxes walking south, at the line of them, moving together, a family drawn in crayon on a piece of paper on a morning when the world stopped to remember what it had lost. He picked up his own crayon. He drew a 6th fox, small, dark-haired, wearing a purple coat with a fox on the back. This fox was at the front of the line, ahead of the others, leading. "That's you," he said. Lily looked at it. She considered. She nodded with the gravity of a child, accepting a responsibility she hadn't asked for but understood. "I'm a good fox," she said. "The best." She added one more detail to the drawing. A sun, rising, filling the sky above the line of foxes with orange and gold, the colors of morning, the colors of beginning, the colors of a world that was not yet what it would become but was, undeniably and impossibly and stubbornly, still turning. She held up the drawing. "Finished," she said. He looked at it for a long time. Then he took the drawing and pinned it to the wall of the classroom, beside the maps and the lesson plans and the hundreds of other drawings that the children of Hardy had produced. An explosion of color and imagination and refusal, an art gallery at the end of the world, curated by a teacher who'd learned that the most important thing you could teach anyone was how to see what was there and draw what you wanted. The drawing stayed on the wall. The foxes walked south. The sun rose. Outside, the October morning was cool and gold and alive with the sounds of a community going about the business of surviving. Chickens in the coop, water in the creek, voices in the school, the radio humming, the lab running, the fence holding, the future arriving, one imperfect, extraordinary day at a time. Elliot Korbach, art teacher, father, accidental leader of a group of strangers, who became a family, who became a community, who became a network, who became, slowly and against all odds, the beginning of something that might, with enough time and enough courage and enough foxes, become a world again. Elliot Korbach stood on the porch of the school and looked out at the morning and felt, for the first time in a year, that the homework might be finished. Not the work. The work would never be finished. There would always be another day, another problem, another loss, another small victory that didn't feel like enough and was. There would always be a fence to maintain and a lab to run, and a radio to broadcast and a road to walk, and a daughter to teach. But the homework, Maggie's homework, the assignment she'd given him in the dark, behind a tent in a camp in Rochester, the homework that was due tonight and every night forever, the homework was done. He'd gotten his people out. He'd found his daughter. He'd brought the data and the vials and the chance. He'd done the homework. He opened his sketchbook to the last page. He looked at the fox he'd drawn months ago, the big one, filling the whole page, smiling the impossible smile. He added one word to the caption. "We survived. We're surviving." He closed the book. He went inside where the children were waiting and the crayons were sharpened, and the light from the windows fell on blank pages that were ready to be filled.